He's pulling his cock out! All right, hello. How are you all doing? 85 stream streak is wild, man. That's wild. 85 is a lot. Honestly, you actually might be someone who gets to 100. Feels kind of crazy. But you know what? Apparently, there's competition with Vital, so maybe you won't be the first one. We'll see. Because I think if you do the maintain your streak or whatever, then it doesn't actually progress your streak. It just keeps your streak what it was. Like, you didn't catch this stream. We'll give you a chance to progress the stream streak tomorrow or something. So it is possible that you could be the second one to do it. Now, whether or not it's going to happen is a whole other story. You both seem determined to get to 100. I don't miss streams. You haven't. I'm giving you that, but it's just you never know. Because I think I was at a really high streak with Mimi. I think I was at 30 with Mimi. Obviously not as high as 85, but I think I was a pretty high streak with Mimi. And then I was just hit with this sickness, and I was just asleep for ages. And I lost my streak pretty quickly, obviously. Um, I'm working my good streak back, but yeah, I lost it in its entirety. So I think now I'm only on 10, maybe, maybe 10. I don't know. But it's not high. I'm at basically nothing. Alright, so today we have. I was about to say we have a guest, but no, we don't. Because this is going to be a whole brand new thing where I host with somebody. So this isn't, yeah, this is not a, a guest. This is a co host. And I should be collaborating with him now. I'll up in the VC. Hello, my good man.
How you doing, brother?
Alright, let's check the audio levels. Can you say something?
Check, check, check. Mic
Alright.
check. One, two.
Alright, you're in the orange. You're good. That's roughly where I am. That's fine. Should be good. Does anyone want to say whether or not how clearly you can hear him?
I'm tired as hell, so my voice is raggedy right now.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Alright. Let's see if we can figure out the thing. Oh fuck, we never got back to Jenny about the stream together thing. That's
Oh
on.
yeah, that's valid.
That's entirely on us. We fucked him. But I'm sure it will be fine.
Next time,
Okay.
you live and you learn.
I'm sending you a thing now.
I just need that last video from you.
Alright, you should have an invite.
Yeah, I just remembered I gotta access this on my computer, I think.
Dude, what is your stream setup like? It sounds chaotic as
What is my what like?
stream setup.
Uh, it's pretty chaotic. I have my Twitch chat on my phone pulled up.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, brother.
Uh, you're around. Me, I'm at 23, been doing much stuff, level up my AR, been getting all the auto grinders set up. I just got auto batteries, because I put them into thermal banks for power. Yeah, I did that yesterday as well, on Enfield.
Oh, you're playing Enfield, eh?
Yep, we've been doing it off stream. I can't do everything on stream, there's some stuff that I need to have for me, you know? And if like I only ever have stuff for stream, then I'll feel like I won't be able to do it privately. So, for example, if I have Enfield as another stream game, I would feel weird playing that and maybe progressing the way I want to if I'm not streaming. And that'd be a problem.
Yeah, that's bad.
But yeah, Vital, you're able to hear Corvian pretty well, right? Oh, cool! I'm on a 5 stream streak.
I lost my 5 stream streak because I wasn't awake for the last one.
It's fine, man.
I'm trying, brother.
It's fine. It's fine. All right, yeah, you can hear.
I
All
wake
right,
up
so
too early.
is he roughly as loud as me? Because I think he's a little bit quieter, but I think it's about as loud as me. That should be correct. Also turn you off.
Oh, son of a bitch. It only accepts fucking Firefox and Chrome. Get out of here.
Dude, you gotta fix your setup because we're supposed to be doing this every week.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I just survived, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Barely.
I got it now.
Be a little quiet, but I still hear him good. All right.
Now, that should be good, right? I think I accepted it. We're doing the do now. Cat, quit biting me, please.
Well, it says you're in, but it says you have audio coming through. So if you can mute yourself in the call, so it only goes through Discord.
Right, there we go.
Yeah, chat.
See you, Fortune. Show chat started. Hell yeah, we're turned up. We're smoking the goof.
All right. And now, how do I do it so you can see my?
Right, well, now that we have shared chat, I can just go over to your stream on my phone.
Yeah, well, it might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, this is what I did last time. Vital, I watched the new episode, brother. I did indeed watch the new episode, and it is peak.
Pain Soldier. Oh God.
Yep, new episode. It was dope.
All right, all right. You know what? This should be fine. This should be fine. We'll do it another time, where like
Yeah, we'll
your
figure it out
PNG
better
and
for
my
next time.
camera like is visible on both. All right. So fucking episode 1, I guess.
Yeah, well, we'll set the crow up too. We'll have everything a lot more dialed in next time.
Yeah, yeah. We episode 1 of Burn in the Bug. All right. So
Yeah.
we have we have something set up. Okay, so I'll have it here. So you guys can see my screen. How are we doing, guys? Actually, I'll do it either on that or I can just do it on the. I'll do it on the face cam for now. Just chatting. So we're doing anime villains. We're talking anime villains because I think that there's honestly a bit of a lack of true stellar true villains in anime. Um, and I honestly think that there's some really good ones, but so many mid anime villains. I had to scour for a lot of anime villains that I would be familiar familiar enough to feel like I could talk about. And even then, I had to go with some that I don't know, but Corvian knows. Because I've watched a bunch of shows and they don't have either a strong villain or a clear villain. What are your thoughts, Corvin?
That's valid to be honest. Like everything nowadays is like, dude, all of the animes nowadays, the ones that have those like 30-minute long titles of like I reincarnated as a fucking fish that can swim out of water and shit like that. Fucking bro, everything's just so overpowered nowadays, like the MC, that the villains don't really matter.
They don't matter. And not just that, even if they don't have the same power level, they could still be formidable in other ways. And it's honestly really annoying because there's real ones where it's like, I got reincarnated as a vending machine. A vending machine is a real one, by the way. That's a real one.
Oh
My
yeah,
girlfriend watched
yeah.
it. What the fuck are we doing? The fact that there's so much that's just not a villain. It's so much of just not a villain because they can't be formidable because this has to be a power fantasy for some fucking guy. I hate that shit. Because guess what? You make your heroes look limp-dicked. The only way you can have a strong hero is if they are overcoming a strong villain. That's what makes them formidable.
Well, even if we're using like One Punch Man as the example, like where the motherfucker is overpowered as all hell, like Boros and some of the motherfuckers he versus are like fucking insane on their own behalf, even though
Yep.
they're still significantly weaker, or at
But
least like sick.
we have a lot there that gives scaling and reference. So, for example, with Lord Boros, which, again, that's another guy who just got, like, slammed. But with Lord Boros, we had a lot to suggest that he was going to be formidable. Even if it's not formidable to Saitama, we saw how the other heroes handled the rest of his minions, and the minions are nothing compared to Lord Boros. He's never met his equal, and so it's a lot of build-up. And then also it's still done in the framework of a at least somewhat of a comedy, anime, rather than no, this isn't real anime. This is a real anime with real conflict. Oh, never mind. Our heroes are 20 million times more powerful than the villains, and the villains don't matter. The Shadow and Essence, I really like that show. It doesn't really have a strong villain. It doesn't have any good villain presence. It's uh,
Yeah,
it's a real problem. And is the goat Aizen up here? So Aizen is in the list. Yeah,
he's actually first in the list.
yeah,
Like,
because I did all the pictures and then it was, I think it was sorted by the system automatically by alphabet. It was automatically alphabetized. And then when I added more, the ones I added later weren't alphabetized. So you'll see it like be basically all alphabetized until like the last third, in which it gets like more random.
yeah, I just seen one of them is hilarious. But that's on it later. But also, before we get into that, Vital, I'm colorblind. Which one has the purple tips? Is it the one that turned Boy into a fucking like gave Boy the wings? Like when she merged with Boy, kind of deal. I didn't know one of them had purple tips. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, she's dope. She's dope.
I got an ad coming up. Alright. So, one thing I want to go over before we start really talking about the anime villains. When we're going through these characters, it's not just ranking how much we like them. I may like a character significantly more than what they're ranked. What we're ranking is how they are specifically as a villain. Are they formidable, either in power set or cunning, right? How are they narratively? And here's one that I actually don't really know where I want to rank, and I want to discuss this with you, Corbin, is, say, for example, in like a beginning villain, right? A beginning villain, like, we'll say, Nappa and Vegeta in the Saiyan saga of Dragon Ball Z. They're perfect beginner villains, but if you look at what they are in terms of the rest of the meta of the show, they kind of don't stack up. So do we rank them for what they are in that, well, you know what, they're perfect beginner villains, so we'll rank them in GOAT? Or is it like, but the quality of villain, because those are only introductory, do we stock points for that? So that's a question I
So
have.
yeah, you know the one I'm gonna be referencing when I say this. It's I think it should be within the time frame, right?
Mhm.
Because like within the time frame, the specific one that's in the second last row that you know I'm talking about is like perfect, like done amazingly, right? But if you were to scale it to anything even like not even close to what we're at now, and it absolute dog water, like gets absolutely just demolished in every aspect.
So it
But
is their reference. It's in reference to their placement as to when they were around. Okay, that feels
yeah,
fair.
when they were relevant,
That feels very
because
fair.
yeah, everything just power scales at this point, right? Like you compare D-Luke to now, it's shit, but you compare him to at the beginning and he's peak.
That's fair. Yeah, because that would be weird. I think that would be kind of weird because then what? Everyone's hindered by the fact that they're not the final villain, and none of them can be goat tier. That would be
Yeah.
wrong. That would be wrong.
Well, this
Um,
list would get cut down. Even like really formidable people on here would get cut down to nothing.
yeah. So, but this is why I talk about like place of meta because if we're just ranking based on who would beat who, this is gonna be a trash list. It's gonna be a trash fucking list. I don't mind like power scaling stuff, but if I want to talk about villains, if I want to talk character, power scaling is like one of the worst things to talk about ever. And one of the best examples of that is solo leveling. Because if I'm talking about like what happens in solo leveling, well, talking about the powers that people have is kind of worthless, really. Like I want to talk about like maybe how he interacts with this person and what it means for that person. But because the show relies on powers and on aura and on animation, which all is quite top tier, I will admit. But because it relies on that, I can't have those conversations about that show. And I think it's really hindering the show in that way. Because the one time it tried to dip its toes in, it got backlash, but that's because it's so contrary to everything that's been before. Like the thing I'm referencing is when he spoilers for season 2 of Solo Leveling, by the way, which released last year and was anime of the year, even though it definitely didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
But the thing I'm referencing is when he heals his mom and then he cries. Right? They try to really have him have human emotion, and it backfired so significantly. Not because people were like, "Oh my god, but this is my cool guy, and cool guys don't cry," which is kind of what the conversation got turned into. But in my view, it got it backfired so significantly because there was not really much prior to suggest that this is kind of how this guy is. That this we watch this show because this is the cool show where the cool things happen and people look cool and the animation looks cool. And now you're trying to have a very human moment, a very vulnerable moment out of almost nowhere. And it feels not like a betrayal, but it feels like the rest of the show lied to me to lead me up to this, and I'm just confused as to why we're here now. You know?
Yeah. I don't know too much about solo leveling, but yeah, you try to switch the pace a little bit and
Yeah,
from
then
what you
people do
already
not
have
like
set in
it.
stone.
All right.
Especially in a show like that.
So, are you gonna do it on your stream too, or you have like the list up already? You already do it, so that's cool.
Yeah. I already do, because we fucked up and we're not doing the screen thing properly, so
Yeah.
we'll do it too right now. We'll figure it out better in the future. For
If
the
you
next.
want, I can screen share to you on Discord, and then that way we have the same thing, the same screen.
Yep, that is valid. I will accept that for sure.
All right. Give me 1 second. I'll go back to the face cam again, just so like the Discord shit doesn't pop up. I try to minimize how much of my shit, like from like intermediary shit, just like pops up. What I mean is like, I try not to have OBS pop up on stream, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Just because
yeah,
like
I
I
try.
try to have this be like a relatively clean stream. But, like clean as in like streamlined.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I try, but we accept a little bit of scuff here and there.
All right. Are you on?
Give me a second. My fucking brain is trying to get in here. Open this. Take the gold bat off the screen, because holy fuck, do I forget that some days. Alright, we got it pulled up.
Sweet. Okay. So, now that we've discussed some about criteria, we have to talk about these villains. So, we have a decent cast of villains. Not enormous. Some that I'm not familiar with. And well, I will say, with some of these rankings, there's contextual information to that specific ranking. Right? So, for example, Aizen. There is only so much information I have about Aizen because I am not up to date. So I have to rank within that piece of information that I have there. If I was to try and rank based on his reputation, I feel like I would be ranking incorrectly. When you consider things like how beloved the anime is, people will sometimes overlook things. So I have to rank within how much knowledge I personally have and how much knowledge Corvian personally has. Otherwise, we're going to be doing poor rankings. There are some really loved characters that, as villains, fail.
Yeah, unless y'all got some type of fucking input, then you can only do so much.
Yeah. For anyone who's in chat, I want to discuss this with you guys as well. Okay, so if you guys have further information, yes, that's fair. Are those characters from Kuroko Basketball? Yes. So we have Akashi. We have, where's Almine? Almine's right there. Those, I think, were the two strong, antagonists in that show. Almine, we'll get into it, but Almine was incredibly formidable. So was Akashi. And so I thought that those two were probably the strongest contenders as worthy being in this list. So we have Bleach, we have Kuroko, we have quite a bit of My Hero. We actually have some of Atlo. You know, we got a decent variety of shows, right? It's not just the generic what's it called, the shonen villains, right? We've got a big cast.
So here's the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is the Discord share screen at such bad quality for me?
Oh, I'm looking at it. What the fuck? It's incredibly bright and oversaturated. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying.
Ew.
I've never had that issue with someone else before, so I'm like, where's this coming from?
I've never had that happen to me because we did the share screen last time too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's so. I have no idea, man. All right. You know what? If that's gonna be that horrible to look at, you just do the tier on your own as well. That way it's not gonna look as fugly.
Yeah, it's a tad tweaked out.
Yeah. You forgot the guy from the movie? I didn't know there was a movie. Ooh. Okay. I'll have to watch that, which is good because I like Kuroko. That's good. That's good. All right. So again, if you guys have information that I do not have, short of potential spoilers, right? Because I would hope to not get my shit ruined. Then that's worth the input, I think. Right. First character, Aizen. This is gonna be a rough one because I was starting with something that I'm not up to date on.
I'm certainly not up to date either. So like, even if we're saying like, if nobody got info on this, like, judge it for the arc that I feel like everybody knows. You know what I'm saying?
The Soul Society
I don't
arc?
know where it goes. Yeah, because I don't know where it goes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At that point, like, I imagine shit's super crazy now.
So
But
I'm past the Soul Society arc. I'm into the arc with what I'm blanking on the name. It's been a minute since I watched. The guy with the blue hair and the jawbone. Why am I blanking on his name?
oh, Grimjow.
Grimjow, that's it. Yeah, I'm in the arc with Grimjow, so that's where I am. And from where we are, I think he's already a very strong villain, right? He has this right power set. Okay, he's been formidable in terms of his scaling, sure, but he's also been formidable in terms of his planning. things actually worked out for him. He won in the first arc. He got everything he wanted in the first arc outside of like Rukia, right? So the fact that he got everything that he wanted, he already won, and he beat basically all of the Soul Society. I think that has to put him at minimum formidable.
100%. Like, well, here's the thing, dude's planning is absolutely top tier, manipulation absolutely top tier.
Yep.
And then his ability also very OP.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of all of that, he again, like all of these strong Soul Society motherfuckers couldn't manage him.
Yep.
And the whole, like, it was a long play, right? Like, it was
many years in the making.
Yeah, like, I think at bare minimum, it's menacing, if
That's fair.
anything. Like, he took out
Yeah.
the top of the top of the top and, you know, has the intellect of a motherfucking savage.
And because of the way he was able to play it, people didn't even realize he was a villain until everything was already done. Everything was already done.
That's the thing,
The
too.
head of the head of the Soul Society, he was fighting the two other like Captain Soul Reapers because he was just like, all right, time to get rid of you fucking guys because you guys are the problem here. Not realizing, no, they just caught onto him being a problem. But even more than that, they didn't even realize they were caught onto him being a problem, which is ridiculous.
well,
That's absurd.
That's the thing that even ups it too. He was under, like, behind enemy lines the entire time.
Yeah. You know what? The fact that he's been behind enemy lines the entire time, the fact that he did all of that, I think that's worthy of a goat tier. He won.
Yeah.
He won.
Honestly, 100%. Like, to be able to manipulate people that crazy for that long, end up coming out on top, and having an ability that crazy, being that smart, is like too much of a danger. And the fact that he's still going, even though we don't know what's going on, he's still going.
And not even just
Like,
manipulate people, it's the specific people that he was able to manipulate. Or everyone, and some of these insanely powerful people. There are people that are more powerful than him. He's just like, alright, I can't outmuscle you, I will outsmart you. You will lose.
yeah,
I
and
think that's
he's still
incredibly
not
strong.
dead.
And the fact
All
that
of that done.
and I think what makes him so strong as well as a villain, right, is that the story didn't have to break its back to bullshit him to make him this formidable. It was just well written. They actually just put in real care to make sure that he was a formidable foe. It wasn't just, oh, by the way, Aspel knew power, and that's why you guys can't win. No, he wins because of careful planning, and you see inklings of that throughout the whole thing. Because I watched the Soul Society arc knowing he was a villain, and even I was watching that just like, god damn, you know?
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, like, one, he does have like a OP ability, but the
But
intelligence
yeah.
matched with that is insane.
Well, he definitely has like strong powers, but it doesn't feel like just a generic Aspel. Like, oh, we need him to be stronger again, so another new power. What I mean is like he can have a
Yeah.
very strong power, but it doesn't feel like they just gave him another new one, so that way he remains relevant as a foe.
Yeah, well, his power is strong, but like without
Yeah.
the intelligence behind it, he wouldn't be able to maneuver the same way around these people around him,
Yeah.
who are
Really
also
good.
very strong.
Like he was some of the best in anime. That is what I've seen and heard. So yeah, I think he deserves a goat tier villain.
100%, 100%. Like, there's, even if we're talking the other villains, there's ones that'll be stronger than him, but he'll take them out just because of planning alone. It's the whole package, pretty much.
Now, Akashi, have you seen Kuroko?
I have not, so this is all you, brother man.
Okay, so Akashi is a very strong foe in my opinion. So he is a point guard. I don't know how much everyone knows about basketball, but point guard is someone that kind of runs the offense in basketball because their primary goal is assists, passing, right? They want to direct people, they want to pass. They're smaller guys. Okay, so Akashi, despite being the smallest of the show of the villains in the
Give me
show.
half a
He's
second,
so
brother. You
formidable.
can keep going because I don't know, but give me 1 second.
Oh good, oh good. His IQ is second to Keisuke and Bleach. Interesting. But so with Akashi, he runs the offense, he runs the defense because he understands the game so deeply. He understands the game so deeply. So the fact that he can see what everyone has available to them and be able to see the way that everything goes. He's almost prophetic, but just because of his understanding and intelligence. It's a little bit ridiculous, but when you consider all the powers that everyone has in this show, his magical ability of his Emperor's Eye or whatever, his I think that's what they call it, the Evil Eye, Emperor's Eye. It's been a minute since I watched it, but from that, um, it's it's not as outlandish as it would appear. So if you consider the abilities everybody else has, his makes relative sense. Now, he is not strictly a villain. He's an antagonist. He's not an evil guy. He's a fucking. He's not even psychotic. He's just a guy who has like mental health issues. If we're being honest, he just needs a therapist. He needs a therapist, and he's really really good at basketball. That's it, you know. Um, but when you consider that he's very much a guy who is incredibly knowledgeable and almost prophetic because of his understanding and his incredible skills that he renders a lot of people basically obsolete in their skills. I think that's minimum formidable. I think his presence in the show, because he was seen as more of a figurehead, right? Because for the first, I think it was like 2 seasons, there was like, who's going to be the final guy? Akashi would do this, Akashi would do this. And so we didn't actually see him. We would more so hear about him and know about him. That gave him way more aura and anticipation and hype. So I think that makes him strong. But when we got to him, he had less actual presence in the show than I think would have made him better. I think if we saw maybe a little bit more of him, and it would have worked out better. But I think they went the right route in not making him pure psycho. Because if they made him like just straight up a villain, like oh man, I want to kill these basketball kids, I think that would look ridiculous. It would be very very fucking silly. So I think they went the right route, but that also makes him less menacing. So if this was ranking in terms of how good of a villain they are, rather than the specific words for it, I would put him here. But because he's not menacing, because he is just more so an antagonist than a strict villain, I want to put him formidable.
Formidable, eh?
Yeah, yeah. Because he's not strict evil. He's the antagonist, but he's not strict evil. And so because he's not like strict evil, he's not actually trying to hurt or kill our heroes. There's less menace factor, but his quality of antagonist is still quite high.
Valid. Yeah, that one's all you. I don't know the show, but I will take your word for it. You made a good point.
All right,
I
all
believe
for
you.
one.
You convinced me.
How much have you watched of My Hero?
Not enough, but I know a bit.
All right, you go over what you've seen first. So like you talk about all for one from your perspective first, I think.
Give me half a second. I just heard something on mine. Hey, Zug with the 4 gifted, my brother. Much love, my brother. I appreciate you very much. I heard the Nahida voice line. I was like, wait, hold up. I gotta switch back to my stream quick and see this. Can I see it in your chat or no? Like in the shared one?
Well, I'm on the OBS and I can see it.
Oh, I gifted to myself. I keep forgetting to resub, my boy. I appreciate you. Gift to whoever, brother. Take it for yourself. Hell yeah.
How's it going, Zug? Welcome in.
That one
But-
caught me off guard, man.
But yeah, I
I'm
see it
half
from
asleep
OBS.
still, brother. Fire. Fuck, much love, my brother. Did it for the next 6 months. I don't know why it says 4. Oh, he's just lying. He's trying to get extra credit. How you doing, brother? You are free for the moment, or are you busy still, my boy? Always, always. Nah, fuck yeah. Brother, we love to hear Nahita's voice line.
What's a voice line?
No, bruh. It's Nahita. I think it's when she opens a chest. It goes, oh, I wonder who this gift could be from.
I actually love that. That's great, man. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
and
That's a
then I
good
have
pull.
one. Yeah, and then when you get when somebody does the bits, it's Shenhe going, "These things, what are they for?"
You know what? I like it. I respect it.
I thought it was hilarious.
I like it.
Busy right now, getting an event in like 20. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, much love, my brother. I appreciate you. Tell you what, I'll hit you up after this. We'll do some cheese rolling or something shortly enough here. I appreciate you though, my brother. Much love. Love you, dog. Yeah, so I've watched a bit of it, right? Bet I should be awake. I will be. I just woke up. I'm waking up as we speak. Fuck, where have I watched up to? Probably like season 2, 3-ish.
Which arc was that?
Oh, dude, I couldn't even tell you. Like, I know what the dude does. I know like what he's been up to. I know obviously the power, uh, and all of that. So this one will be mostly you, obviously, but like the power that's there and the whole long-term plan here and everything is, bro, is strong for sure.
Yeah. So
And like the way they did his villain is really good.
So I'm just putting it in this tier while I'm holding it. Again, I just because I'm doing this, that doesn't mean I'm putting him in that tier. It's just no one's in this tier, so it's easy to check who I'm referencing. When it comes to All for One, if we're talking just purely about power set and also what the meta is about him, he would have to go GOAT. Unfortunately, you also have to consider there's a lot more aspects to this too that are probably going to knock him down a few steps. Okay, he's not trash. Don't worry. The thing is, he has a great power set, but he feels wrong in a way because he feels like not Midoriya's villain. So in terms of meta, he feels off because he feels like All Might's villain because he is. It's All Might's villain that I guess Midoriya inherited, which is okay. He inherited his power and then he inherited the villain. That's weird. And then like he's a true villain in that he's a villain to everybody. He's a villain to society. He's a villain to the villains. That's interesting. That's cool. But we also have to consider the quality of writing. And another aspect that I think docks points for him, in my view as well, is that there's a thing that happens in an anime when they try to have someone who's like Mr. Big Brain, is that when it comes to someone who's Mr. Big Brain half the time, you'll see them lose. Sometimes they'll be like, you know what? That doesn't affect us here because of XYZ reason. If anything, we can actually turn this into an even greater win down the line. But things kind of just don't go according to plan, and then he's still just there like, yes, just as I was hoping. No, you weren't. You just look like a sore loser. No. Don't you fucking lie to me. And this is, again, I haven't finished the show because I couldn't stand to watch it anymore. He is not the reason why, okay? He's not the reason why. But the thing about him as well, from my perspective, which again is limited partially by not having watched all of the show, so it would be subjected to change potentially if I had watched the rest of it. I think there is potentially more of a problem as well with All for One because hey Balloon, #1 anime villain is cartoon Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean is the fucking goat. Isn't he like an angel in the lore? Isn't that the thing?
Is that a real thing?
I think that's actually the thing, yeah. But he's an angel.
Really?
Yeah, ridiculous,
That's
right?
crazy.
It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, how's it going, Pulu?
What's
But
good? What's good?
I think something that very much hurts him, again, is that he doesn't feel like Deku's villain, but kind of just has an awkward place. Because we build up everybody else as these villains, and then he's just there. So it feels like, oh my god, he's the mastermind, he's the mastermind. And then he's just like a villain to them. It feels like they're trying to go for a double villainy twist. But considering how limp dick they are with their other villains, it feels not like, oh my god, he's super formidable because he's a villain to the villains. It's just like, wow, he's bullying losers.
Well,
Okay?
here's two things, right? One, Pulu, Millie better be the sub.
I'm the fucking top, and you know
Two,
it, bitch.
nah, hell no, brother. You're tripping. You're tweaking out, and that's fine. But like, relax. The other thing is, from what I've seen, right, like 3 seasons or whatever,
Yeah.
it never seemed like All for One was the villain. It seemed like Shigaraki was the villain. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Like, it never felt like he was just kind of there.
Exactly, and I think it like he gets a greater presence later, but even then, because they've spent so many years building up Shigaraki as the villain, to have it be like, no, 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 actually, the real villain, it's just like, no, but that's my villain over there. What do you mean? That's not my villain. He's my villain, and
Yeah.
that feels injected and kind of wrong. So in terms of meta, I think that docks points. In terms of the writing quality of the show, that docks points. And then again, because he feels like All for One, he does feel All for One. He feels like All Might's villain. That docks more points too. So I think where he could have gone, if we're going um, pure villainy and pure power, it would be Goat. I think we have to put him in Formidable, potentially menacing, but I'm going more formidable.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, half the time, even like later on, right? I know Shigaraki's a huge main focus. I think still
Yep.
getting more focus than All for One. Like,
He is, yeah.
so I don't know if you can be in the background that much, and
Yeah, he should
take
have
note, to be fair.
taken the spotlight if he was going to be the big villain. Fucking Jesus Christ, Polo. Redeeming the cringe. Hero Academia is for losers. I think people really like the potential of it more than the actual show, because if you look at what the actual show is, it's all great, but if you look at the potential of it, it's fucking spectacular. With all that amount of varying abilities, it's hard to, like, put it down, because with that amount of varying abilities, how they could interact could be so phenomenal. But they could have did it boringly, but that's an anime quality sort of discussion rather than the villain discussion.
Yeah, well, it's such a good platform, like the idea, right?
Yeah.
There's so much you can do with that, as well as by the end of it, the animation's crazy.
Yeah. Fucking cringe redeem. So one of the best examples is with Uraraka. So she has the ability to turn off gravity with whatever she touches. Okay, but they use her mostly as support when someone like her could be carrying a 10-ton fuck-off hammer.
Oh shit!
Imagine
That's
her
good.
with a 10-ton fuck-off hammer, and then she just swings it down, lets go, so that way she doesn't have her power on it anymore. Bam! Instant 10-ton slam down.
That's so good.
But no, they don't have that. They don't have that. They
Yeah.
have her as a support because cute girl, so she can't be like this fucking formidable monster of an actual combatant, which is bullshit. I think they want to have all these unique powers, but they don't want to put in the work to have all these unique powers interact in unique ways.
Yeah, that would have been a good thing, like way later on to, not even way later on, but like when they all start, getting
Yeah, when
more
the show
dialed
gets
in
more
and stuff.
serious and like when they start locking in because oh shit, like things are going to hell. If they started to do things like that a little bit more, yeah, that would have really taken off.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, my brother.
Yep. Now, Almine. Aomine, I think, is honestly a better villain than Akashi. Akashi, I think, is kind of in the same boat uh, of villain in the meta as All for One, because he's in the background for so long, and then when he's finally pushed in the limelight, it is about him, but the show's kind of like the antagonists we've beaten along the way, rather than building up to this one great antagonist. So we have to. So that's why, as like a villain, he's not as menacing, right? Whereas Almine isn't like that. He's not early, but he's one of the earlier ones. And again, he wins. He beats them. So I think so. I'll give my ranking first. I think he's menacing, but I'll explain now. This is a man who has been ramped up for so long. He's been so hyped for so long, and then he fulfilled every single fucking ounce of it. Right? And you think about this. He can score from anywhere in no matter what position he's in. He was like basically fucking parallel to the ground because he was falling back. He still lands the shot, which is amazing, right? And the speed and power in which he can move, the fact that Kagami, who's supposed to be this genetic freak, he can barely keep up. The amount of locked in he has to be is so goddamn immense that basically both of them, when they were in the zone, no one else was on the field. Everyone was, but they might as well not exist. They were props. They were bystanders in their own fucking game. I think that has to put him here. His speed, his defense, the fact that he won, like, it's immense. It's insane. And the animation for him versus Kagami just put him also in that tier of, damn, holy fuck, what the fuck? Where it just, like, blows you away with what's going on screen. Not gonna lie, this is the most awkward podcast. It's like your parents did arrange a play date and Crow's nervous. I don't think he's nervous. I think he's just waking up.
Neverus.
I hooked you guys up too. Yeah, actually, I referenced that when we were streaming together last week, or a little bit, like I think it's a week ago, something like that. Dang, well, I gotta go now. No more lurk. Bye, everyone. Thanks all for the stream. I'll try to be back later. Oh, good. See you, Vital.
Yeah, Pulu, in what way do I seem nervous, brother? I'm just chatting the shit, brother.
I'm just way more of a yapper than he is.
Also, we're touching on ones that I don't know as much as you right now. So, like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know the basketball anime, my brother.
It's gonna be the exact reverse when we start talking about One Piece villains, because I don't know One Piece.
Yeah, so I'm just, brother, what do you want me to do? Talk over him when I don't know shit? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think he's definitely deserving of menacing in that regard. Do you have any questions about him or anything like that?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Or is that to Pulu? No, I think I get it for the most part. I've seen clips of the show and whatnot, and like I know the type of, villain dude would be. So it do make sense. I don't know the whole gravity of the situation, so I definitely take your word where they go. But
Sun behavior? Oh, sub behavior.
that's
what,
right.
Pulu? I think you're onto something. All right.
I think Pulu doesn't know up from down, man. I think the motherfucker just exists.
All right, Azula. Please tell me you've watched all of Outlaw.
I tell you what, I've watched 0. Is that more than you wanted?
No! You've watched no Outlaw?
None, brother.
Dude, I know it's technically not anime. I don't give a fuck. It is in the conversation of greatest anime of all time.
Hero's chair missing the blanket.
Pulu? No, it's not. This is the blanket. It's the other color the other way around.
Yeah.
Alright. Dude, you gotta watch Outlaw. It is maybe, if you consider anime, it is maybe the greatest anime of all time.
Brother, I have heard this. Like, people have told me about it.
It is phenomenal.
I trust it. It seems good. I just I haven't seen enough clips to like understand the craziness people go on about this, right?
So it's craziness. I wouldn't say it's craziness. It's extremely grounded in its power set. So its power set is a very strong, hard magic system, right? Where you understand what everyone's abilities are, right? So it's not like, say for example, Harry Potter. They can wave their wand and have something else just happen that we've never seen before. It's like, oh well, I learned this in school. There's none of that here, right? So its magic scaling system is very, very strong. It's very rigid and set in the way that it has. It has cool powers, but while it while it's not insane in terms of its writing, it's very, very strong, incredibly strong in terms of its writing quality. So everyone acts within reason with what you would expect. The world is phenomenal. The world building is phenomenal. The character interactions is phenomenal. No matter where you go, you're not really going to find a weak area. The fights are very smooth. It's very, very fucking smooth, and all the fight styles are distinct. So I believe it was the earthbending style was derived from Muay Thai. I believe it was firebending was derived from kung fu and stuff like that, right? You find a lot of these things where there's a lot of
Yo, that's fire as fuck, actually. I didn't know that.
exactly, and you'll find so much of what we can understand about them grounded in what we know in our real world, and so all of this is just very, very fluid, and it feels very, very natural to absorb, dude. But that's a whole other fucking thing. That's a whole other thing. That's some other bullshit. Now, Azula, she's hard to rank because she's pure villain, through and through, pure villain. I love her. She's a pure villain through and through. Okay, but she has an interesting position. She's not the villain of the show, right? Um, so there's that. There's the fact that she does plenty of note, and when she shows up, you're just like, ooh, ooh. How's that gonna go? How can how can that go? Ooh, how are our heroes gonna be able to deal with this? It really does feel like that because it gets to another scale of villain power. She's also not just a powerful foe; she's also a very competent foe. But she doesn't have that fear factor outside of like the I know what she represents and I'm not sure how the villain's going to get in. I would have put her in either formidable or menacing.
Yeah, that's valid. I can see it.
I'm going to put her in formidable just because again the show is more about the heroes and not necessarily about overcoming great. Well, the meta is about overcoming the great evil of the Fire Nation and their tyranny. Is not about a set villain, named villain, right? Outside of it being just the Fire Nation. One second. Bro, we should watch Yaoi together. What even is that? We could watch Yaoi with Hero too. I mean, I'm not watching Yaoi. Hero no, I'm just trying to make sure I don't lose my train of thought.
I don't even know what the fuck that is. So.
Yaoi is man on man hentai.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one.
You love trains? I don't. I mean, they're very convenient methods of transportation. All right. Do you want to talk about Beerus? All right. By the way, I put her in formidable.
Informative.
You want to talk about Beerus before I go on another rant?
Another rant about what, Beerus?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the thing. I know base level Beerus type stuff. I'm not like the most in-depth kind of Beerus guy, right? Funny enough, brother, we started off with like predominantly ones that lean to you, I just
Yep.
realized.
Yeah.
Besides Aizen.
But this is going to be a lot more you as we get along.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, we can see it change throughout. But
Yeah.
so Beerus is a crazy one, right? Because
Mhm.
Beerus is like at the beginning,
Beerus is
like
hot. Oh yeah. Go ahead. Go
oh
ahead.
lord. Yeah, Beerus is crazy because Beerus is so ungodly strong that like he's just indifferent and just is gonna destroy, places with like an indifferent attitude. That's like the power level we got. And then the fact that, you know, what we found to be some of the strongest people being like obviously Goku and all of that, you know, can't hold a flame to the guy. And
Yeah.
then the further you get as well, even when you get the big power ups like Ultra Instinct and everything, and fucking, you know, Beerus again, now he's chiller and all that, but like just the amount of power that the guy does hold
Hmm.
is, you know, it says a lot on its own. And if we're talking about when he, I guess, was more of a villain, because I guess he's not as much right now, right? Like, it's not, as far as I know right now, they're kind of homies. But
Yeah.
there's the thought of like when he was the villain
Yeah.
and he could just destroy the entire planet and everybody on it in a second. And then, like, if we're talking about when he smacked Bulma too, you know,
Yeah.
Vegeta gets this massive power up of just anger and stuff, and people are like, yo, Vegeta's going crazy, but it's doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Like,
The thing about Beerus is you can kind of break him up into two distinct areas. So you can break him up into like that first movie or the first arc where he's around, in which case you could put him in the menacing tier, 100%, very, very valid ranking. But unfortunately, that's not where the show ends. And after that, he becomes just kind of there. And I would put him, if we're breaking it into two parts, the first half you could go menacing. The second half, it's either trash or not a villain. Because
yeah,
remember, he was strong, but he wasn't at his full power when he fought Goku. But I think he said it was something like over 60% of his power, maybe 80%, and he wasn't at 100%. Okay, well, Goku was like over 1,000 times stronger than when he was there, but Beerus is still stronger because they had to ask Paul, saying, "No, actually, his power level is not that. It's this." And so the fact that they keep retconning how strong he actually is weakens him as a character. The fact that he's barely even a villain weakens him as a character. The fact that he's constantly awake and around and making jokes now makes him feel not the same character at all. The fact that, like, there is so much about Super that has hurt every single fucking character it's touched that I think if it was taught just first arc, he's here. But if we're doing the whole show, I think he's in trash. His power is significant. The fact that they kept just giving him more and not even referencing the fact that he's been outscaled by 1,000 times, right? If we're talking about his original power level, they just don't acknowledge that because they pretend he was always stronger. That's bullshit. The fact that he's not a villain is bullshit. The fact that now he's just some limp dick guy if you offer him food is bullshit. Like,
yeah.
it's lame. It's lame. They fucked him over. They ruined him. I want to put him in trash,
Part
I
of the
think.
tough thing with him is, one, he's just not even a villain anymore.
Yeah.
Like, that's point blank. But then there's also the fact of, at the start, he was a villain, but he was also kind of just indifferent. There was no, like...
He just wanted to fight.
Yeah, well, like, there's no real method to his madness. He kind of he's a destroyer god, that's what they do. And he just did it indifferently.
But yeah, that's
And-
another thing. What's the last thing he destroyed? Exactly, you have no answer. You have no answer.
Yeah,
Same.
he didn't do fuck all, really. He didn't do shit. He just was very strong. He was just an intimidating presence. It was pretty much his entire...
He is around while our heroes do hero things. That's kind of how I describe him now.
Yeah, he's definitely either not a villain or trash. I think I'd say not a villain, because trash, like, he would have, and probably still does, whoop, you know. If he wanted to, he could just fucking destroy everybody.
I put him in trash instead of not a villain, because with some characters, it's like, they're just misunderstood. Right?
Yeah,
Where it's like they're misunderstood and they're just antagonists while being misunderstood. And that feels more like not a villain, they're just antagonistic to our heroes. Whereas he was a villain, and then they decided he wasn't because, ooh, we could have him be funny. So the fact that he's so incongruent with who he was before, the fact that he doesn't line up at all with any of what we understood about him before, makes him feel like he's so insanely, ridiculously incoherent as a character, and I think that makes him a trash character.
They almost turned him into like a Saitama.
Almost,
like very
yeah.
strong, but no, like
And
you
he's
can't
just
really
goofy
take it
now.
serious.
He's goofy now. Why the fuck is Beerus goofy? The god of destruction, the ultimate fucking villain. He was the ultimate villain when they introduced him. Then they
Yeah.
realized they could milk more out of Dragon Ball Super, right? They turned
The
the
guy who
ultimate
showed up and like
villain into a
froze
goofy
everybody.
guy. The fact that Vegeta of all people is bowing to him, making a fool of himself, is it builds him up as, oh my god, this is Beerus, and now no one fucking pays him any mind. That's trash.
Yeah,
That's trash.
I agree. The writing wasn't there. There could have been a lot.
If they didn't account for him long term, because I think they tried to get in one movie and then like, wait, we can do more? Oh, alright.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, he's a destroyer god who destroys nothing, and like so his entire identity is non-existent.
Yep. Alright, now it's time
So
for
I'll agree.
you to yap about Blackbeard.
Yeah, so Blackbeard is crazy. So being that there's like, over 1,000 episodes of One Piece, I'm not fully caught up. You know what I mean? I follow up with like clips and like like instances that happen that are important, but I don't have the time to watch 1,000 fucking episodes of this shit. But Blackbeard is insane. One, the dude's diabolical. Two, there's the chance that it hasn't been released yet that he is the son of Rox D. Zebek, who is an absolute fucking monster. So that would kind of make sense. And then certain instances too, like so. How much do you know about One Piece?
I watched Along Park and hated it.
Okay, so you know nothing about Blackbeard then.
Basically, yeah.
So here's the thing. Shanks, like the fucking yeah. So Shanks, one of the most OP people in the show. Literally just ungodly powerful. He's went up against multiple admirals at the same time. Like this
Well,
guy's just a monster. Even with one hand, like
there's one thing I do know, right? So Shanks, that's the red-haired guy with the scar on his eyes, right?
yeah.
Okay, so isn't he a sword wielder?
Yes.
And isn't Ace the best sword wielder in the world? So isn't he, in terms of meta and the lore, technically weaker than Ace?
Ace doesn't use a sword.
Isn't it?
You mean Zoro?
No, not Zoro. The one that stabbed Zoro in the Arlong Park arc. Well, like before we got to like the later stuff. Or is it Skypiea that comes after? But there's a guy who fucking uses like a little bitty blade and stab. Oh, Mihawk, that's it. Yeah, Mihawk. Sorry, Ace is the one who has the fire thing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So isn't Mihawk the best swordsman and he stabs Zoro, right? That's the guy. But if he's the best swordsman in the world, and Shanks is a sword user, doesn't that mean that Mihawk is stronger than Shanks?
So technically, like they have dueled before. They are very similar strength. I think Mihawk is slightly stronger, but it's more than just that. Within the One Piece world, like there's Conqueror's hockey and like all this type of shit that goes along with it, right? You know what Conqueror hockey is?
No.
It's essentially like to put it simply, it's like imagine emitting like a fucking aura around you that if you are not strong enough to even stand near him, you will instantly just faint and not be able to fight.
Okay.
And Shanks has some of the strongest Conqueror's hockey in the fucking show. Like he can be in front of like 10,000 admirals activated, and then or not admirals, but just like the.
I was about to say there's not 10,000 admirals. I hope, otherwise the military
not the
ranking system is
admirals.
trash.
Yeah, no, the just the Marines and stuff, and all of them besides the admirals will drop, but it'll still have an effect on the admirals depending on the one kind of thing. Like, dude's very fucking strong.
Okay.
Like, and apparently he can predict 4 minutes ahead as well.
Okay, and I don't know what a Celestia is, so yeah. But go ahead.
Plus a screw forbidden to have devil fruit. Yeah, so yeah, and he doesn't even have a devil fruit. Like that's him with just base, like his base power.
Yeah, wasn't he supposed to get the one that Luffy ate?
Yeah, there's so much going into that. There's so much foreshadowing that the fucking author does that like we don't even know what the fuck is going on with any of that. Because like there's people who say like, oh, this was the plan all along because the devil fruit wasn't actually the devil fruit everybody thought it was, and this was Shank's whole fucking plan. And it's like, oh dude, getting into that is a fucking endless
All right,
endless
all
thing.
right. We'll
But
refocus. So this isn't a One Piece stream.
yeah. Yeah.
Because that'll take
Well,
too long.
so
It's a
that's what
1,000 episodes.
yeah, so they're so strong that they match up against some of the strongest devil fruit users, Shanks,
Hmm.
and Shanks beats them
Okay.
without a devil fruit. So and the scars on Shank's face are from Blackbeard.
Okay.
Like Blackbeard's, and so there's multiple things with Blackbeard. The potential in this guy is insane because one, he's just extremely strong, but he's the only person I'm pretty sure in the entire show that has the ability to have what is it? Currently he's the only person who can have two devil fruits at the same time.
Okay.
And there's the possibility that he's going to be able to do 3, which normally would kill somebody even doing 2.
Okay.
And so the fact that how powerful devil fruits are, and he has 2 of the most powerful ones as well.
Okay.
He has Whitebeards, and he has a devil fruit that if he touches another devil fruit user, they just can't use their devil fruit.
Okay.
So he turns off powers and has one of the stronger ones and has the possibility to get another, and he's still getting stronger as is.
Okay.
And the dude is just evil as all fuck.
Okay.
Evil as all fuck. So like
Uh,
honestly, the
Hey, Kiko, how's it
possibility of
going?
this guy. Yeah, the possibility of this guy is like you can't put a cap on him honestly at this point, because if he can get another fucking devil fruit, turn off people's power, and have 2 of his own, and he can match up with Shanks already.
So, I
Like,
feel like this is going to be a mistake asking a One Piece fan this, but how's the writing around him?
like the writing's honestly pretty good. It's pretty good. It's like again, keep in mind I don't know all of the exacts because a lot of the stuff I know the earlier base stuff of him,
Okay.
right? But then once you get to like, fucking 500-600 episodes and shit, it's mostly from clips, I'm gonna be real. The way they introduced him was really cool. Pulu, you tell us then, because since you know a lot more than me about it, I know like power wise, but as for like writing throughout the show, I have spottier information on that. But
So,
also
a
the
lot of this
possibility that
suggests
they're gonna
menacing, sorry. A lot of this
yeah, go ahead.
suggests menacing, because, I mean, nothing, because if you don't know enough about the writing to actually, like, rank the writing
Yeah.
and the quality of, like, the villainy is great, but if you're not familiar enough to, like, talk about the writing specifically, I think menacing feels fair. At
Oh, he's
least thus
definitely
far.
not GOAT. Like power wise and like the cool aspects of him, the uniqueness of him being able, like his feats and everything,
Yeah.
definitely menacing. His fuck was the word I was using before. His what the fuck is the word I was using?
Hockey, axe,
No,
ability, metal,
like future, like
his prediction. Oh, potential?
potential. There we go. His potential is insane. Like next to limitless, but I don't know enough about his writing, and honestly I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think his writing is remotely like Aizen level. He's strong, it's more his feats, he has potential. It's not
Yeah.
like he does anything specific, he's built different.
So with these rankings, it's not necessarily about one being above another. It's because like not a villain is obviously better than someone being trash. Right? It's not about, oh, the higher up you go, the better. It's about the specific thing here. Right? Is this person a greatest of all time villain? Or is this person a formidable villain? Akashi is quite strong as a character, and he's a formidable villain, but he's more of an antagonist. So if we put him in menacing, I don't think that's like worse than goat. It's just a different tier. It's just a different thing. Maybe tier ranking is not the way to talk about it. It's more like categorization. That makes sense. Because I feel like he comes across as categorically menacing if what you described is accurate, and they present him well. Does that seem fair?
Yes, sir.
Pardon?
I said yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm assuming you got stuff to say about Boros.
I do, but I want to let you go first because I know I yap a lot.
Yeah. No, that's all chill, brother. Boros is a very interesting one. So, like, he does have a goal, and like the goal was long-winded, traveling everywhere, finding someone who can match up to him and all of that, and finally finding it. Like, that's a cool lead up, right?
Yep.
When you and then you know, see the fight going on, like stuff starts going on, and he actually survives the shot. Saitama's, blown away, and then he gets a power upgrade and all of that. And the dude himself, compared to anyone but Saitama's actually,
He would wipe them. Yeah.
yeah, he's insane. So like, I like his motivation. He's very strong. Like, and even if we're just talking in general, like the dude's fighting is crazy. Like
Yep.
that shit was such a good fight scene.
Mhm.
And managing to be, conscious after the final shot still. Like, shows he's very, very strong, other than obviously the gag character. And then the whole lead up story is fucking insane, of him just wiping out planets to find someone strong enough. And it was also based on prediction as well.
Yeah. It was a prophecy. Yeah.
Yeah, that he was going to eventually run into that. So like, overall, very good character. Combat wise, certainly, at least in menacing. Story wise, like where it's bare bones, because like, he only shows up for a moment or whatever,
Yeah.
but the story is very cool. Like, I'd argue he could be slotted into menacing.
So he's
It
an interesting one to me because I think he's supposed to be as a villain. I think he's supposed to be maybe not menacing, but like, oh shit, can he actually really bring a fight to Saitama in terms of the meta? It's supposed to be, can he bring a fight to Saitama? Um, so I don't think it's supposed to be necessarily a big, ooh, he's such a good villain. It's about how well does he oppose our main hero. Um, and he's, in terms of what he's done, like his history and his lore, that's a goat villain, right? Wiping out planets, trying to find the one guy who can match him because it was foretold. That's cool until he finally does, and then that's where he finally meets his end. As a story, solid. Is it a little bit basic? Sure, but it's a tried and true method for a reason. The thing about that is, we don't get much of him being like super villainous, right? We don't see him commit a whole lot of acts of villainy. It's more about stories we know. And because we know how strong Saitama is, and the fact that we never even see Saitama even concerned, it really brings down his menacing factor, because where he could be incredibly intimidating, then we see the most basic art style of Saitama just going, because he knows he's in no danger. So that brings down the menace factor. But then, because it is One Punch Man, if it was everyone else and no Saitama, absolutely menacing, I think because of what show he's in, it puts him into formidable.
Yeah, because of that's the thing too, is what I was gonna say is, because he was an afterthought, right? Like, he's not the point of the show, like, at all. He's the afterthought of what happens at the end. Like, if we had, the episode or whatever that was focused on him doing all of this stuff, like, on his way there and stuff, like, if he was more of a prime focus, a real character that was meant to elaborate on,
Yep.
probably a really sick fucking character.
We could
like
honestly
fucking
get a
dope.
show where he's the main character and it's just him on his journey to Earth. That'd be a
Yeah,
cool
he
show.
gets yeah, and he gets the unfortunate thing of like everything he did was crazy. He's fucking strong as hell, but it's the dude. If it was anyone other than Saitama, like if it was Genos was the main character instead of Saitama, like
Genos,
for sure
Tatsumaki,
Boros would be
Bang, it doesn't
menacing.
matter. He's wiping them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he would be menacing at bare minimum for sure at that point. But because it's in a world with Saitama, it doesn't do him justice. Like it definitely is like an unfair comparison because Boros is crazy as fuck, sick as hell,
Yeah.
strong as fuck. He wipes everyone, but because he's in that show, it makes him look significantly less impressive than he is.
Well, this is why I see it as categorization rather than ranking, because if it's ranking, it's like, oh, well, this character here is better than this person, and menacing. It's
Yeah.
better to be menacing than formidable. But it's just like, what if you're in like say for example, Game of Thrones? There's Lord Peter Baelish, Littlefinger. He is not menacing whatsoever, yet he's a superior written villain to so many other characters, right?
Yeah. Well, more or less what I'm saying too is like if say if
He
it
would have
wasn't
won though.
Saitama he ran into,
He
it
would have
would have
won.
been it would have been yeah, well even if now there'd be a lot more fight going on, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It would have built a lot more of his character. We would have seen a lot more
Yeah.
of what he does. Like it limited how much you can build the character by, not having the time to go into his like actual way there.
Yeah.
And then obviously versing Saitama, you can't really
He
build
is
a character fighting him.
He is hindered by the way that the show runs. So, but considering that, like, he does have a lot that does strengthen him as a character. He has a very cool story. I think Formidable feels fair for him. I could be argued down to competent, but I think Formidable is probably the best place for him.
I'll take Formidable for it. Again, there's so many different circumstances with that, right? Like, and again, it's the limits of what you can do with the show. It's the gag of the show too, is that the enemy shows up, they're fucking super strong looking, and then they die. So there's only so much you can really expect from that, but it is a quality character.
Now, Kid Buu is obviously going to be fucking menacing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Kid Buu is fucking menacing. But here's one question. If we're ranking Buu, are we ranking all the Boos or just Kid Buu?
I mean, we could do just Boo as a whole, you know what I mean? Because either way, it ends up like up to Kid Boo and all of that. Like,
yeah. So if we
it's
rate Boo as a whole with all his forms, Fat Boo is not menacing, but he was formidable. And then we got Super Boo, which was menacing. We got what was it, Boo Tanks, which was fine. Boo Han was menacing. And then we had Kid Boo, which is still menacing. So the fact that it equals out to menacing is like, even if we're going averages, it's still everything just lands him towards menacing.
Yeah, he's you could find ways to like get him closer to GOAT, but
You reckon?
like I think so, but I think he's not intelligent enough for it.
Yeah.
It's like the way the character was written, everything, the power, obviously, what it made the show turn into at the time. It was like this crazy threat that there seemed to be no answer to, etc.
He's
But
perfect
I
for
don't
what it
think,
is. But
yeah,
what
I
it
don't think
is not a GOAT tier villain.
yeah, there's not enough on the intelligence side of it. It's just pure firepower, is what it is, and intimidation.
And pure aggression. That's the thing. He is the
Yeah.
embodiment of the anime villain Black Air Force energy, where everyone can get it and everyone's gonna get it.
Well, no, exactly. Yeah, he's pure villain for sure.
Yeah.
But not like.
But not like an Eisen fucking big brain Machiavellian schemer villain. His power scaling is great. His ability system is great. His regeneration is great. The fact that he can regenerate each individual piece that you've blown apart into little bits of him, so the hacks is phenomenal. Is phenomenal. It's ridiculous. And the fact that it took so long with everything around them, and they still like had to team up to beat him. So when it was Fat Boo, Super Saiyan 3 Goku says he maybe could have beaten him. He was not sure about it. He thinks he could have. Gotenks could have maybe done it, but that still took how many days with all of that shit? That took that long. Then we had when it was Super Boo, Gohan maybe could have done it, but because of his insane ability where he absorbs everybody, then bam, it's really hard to fucking kill him. And then new powers, new levels of strength. Because guess what? You got the upper hand on him? No, you don't. He's absorbed somebody else. He has new power. He's absorbed somebody else. You are not stronger than him. He just cancels that shit out. And then all of that to just disregard everything else back to his original form. Which, by the way, let's also think about this. He killed Deborah, King of the Demons, and then he also, with no effort, and then he also killed Barbary, which is also like, that's like goat villain shit 101. There are no controls on me. I do what I want.
Yeah, even if we're talking too, brother, in the tournament of whatever the fuck it's called with
Put him in a pal?
like, yeah, he's in that for fuck's sakes, and like still fucking putting in work, like.
Yep.
And that's with everybody being insane now.
Yeah.
Like, it's a completely different show, and he's still around.
I think menacing is probably the best place for him.
I agree, 100%. Again, he is
a menace.
To be anything below menacing, but he just doesn't. He's too one-dimensional to be GOAT.
Yeah, he is a menace though, so I think that's perfect. Cell.
100%.
Is Cell GOAT tier?
That's a good question.
Hero, do a trick? What trick? With what? You want me to kickflip my fucking chair?
You are so cute, he says. That's wild.
That is so sexy, oh my god. Sure, if you like Bugman, I guess. Wild. But Cell could be a GOAT tier. Level of power, great. The durability that he's shown is phenomenal. The fact that he is pure villain is great. There's a lot about him that is very interesting. There's one real hindrance. Is that when he was in his semi-perfect form, he was kind of a whinger.
Kind of a what?
Whinger. He would whine. Right? Like when Vegeta was beating his ass, he's like, oh, I'm not perfect, I will whine. And then only when Vegeta got his, when he picked Vegeta's instance, did he be like, oh, I could plan around this? Alright, let's see what I can pull off here. But before that, he was just kind of whinging.
Yeah. Well, it's the same, like, kind of situation, too, where, like, he got to a point where there was, like, one path to take him down.
Yeah. But if we have one real flaw, that could be GOAT tier. Because I think it's very interesting the way that they wrote the season, right? So if you think about what the season, usually it breaks away so much from what the seasons usually are. The seasons usually are, we're building our strength, we have the other Z fighters, they go fight the villain, they lose, Goku saves the day. Whereas this, it turns away from all of that, and it turns into a season of hunting. They are hunting Cell while trying to avoid the androids.
Yeah.
And then Cell gets strong, and it's like, oh shit, we can't hunt him anymore. Now we're the hunters and the hunted, and he's the hunter. So what we need to do is take away the androids, so maybe we can actually stand a chance against him. And so that's very interesting. Of we're hunters, he's the hunted. Now he's the hunter, we're the hunted. We got to get rid of what can make him stronger. That's
Yeah, so the
interesting.
writing was obviously peak. Like,
Yep.
it wasn't like a borrow situation. There was plenty of time to build this up, and starting from like, a weakling to getting to his perfect form where now, nothing affects him besides a fucking spirit bomb.
hmm
Fucking is a crazy fucking progression there. And
Yeah.
again, going from, he's not too much of an issue, whatever. We gotta kill this guy to now, like, oh fuck, we fucked up, we're too late.
And it doesn't even feel
And then,
rushed, which is the
yeah,
thing.
and then you don't know, like, where the fuck do you go from this point? Like, you already reached there, like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? And along the way as well, like, Perfect Cell and his, like, his fucking personality and everything is so
Yeah.
villain coded, bro.
Yep.
Like, honestly, I think he's goated, bro.
He might be. Like, you think about his size, the fact that he's shiny black, the fact that he feels so not human, so that it's hard to find human, like, it's hard to relate to him if they remove a lot of human qualities. So even when they step, they have like that squeaky sort of sound, so he feels more like robotic. He doesn't feel like a person, right? They took a lot of liberties to remove all humanity from Cell and leave just the villainy and the thrive for battle, because he gets that from the Saiyans, which makes sense. Then I think you have to put him quite high. I'm thinking GOAT tier.
Story wise and everything.
Um, the English VA for Cell is Plankton's voice. Fair. Hero.
That's crazy.
Love Woo. We're using the W's now. Oh, all right. Um, that caught me off guard. I'm not used to baby talk in my chat.
Yeah.
Don't know what that sound was, but all right, cool of you.
It's just me laughing, brother. My half asleep laughs are half asleep, you know what I'm saying?
All
We
right.
vibe out.
Charles Z. Britannia. Okay, have you watched Code Geass?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
Oh, you motherfucker!
I knew it.
Piece
I
of
knew it was
fucking shit!
coming.
You piece of
I knew it
fucking
was
shit!
coming.
The
I knew it
greatest
was
anime
coming.
of all time. You didn't watch it, brother.
I knew it was coming.
Mm.
I know. Hey, brother, the best anime of all time being Hellsing. You haven't seen it, all right?
I've watched Hellsing.
You've watched Hellsing?
Yes.
Okay, never mind then. Fuck me, I guess.
Yeah,
Cool,
fuck you,
whatever.
exactly.
Fuck me. Whatever, dude.
Dude, I will watch this with you. I will. 100% I will. This is my favorite anime of all time. I think it's also the best anime of all time. It has the consensus greatest anime ending of all time. I've watched it through 3 times.
Jesus.
And that's the only anime I've watched it through 3 times, and it's only 2 seasons.
Is it like fully done?
Oh yeah, it's done. There's technically the spin-offs. I do not consider those canon. Because there was a Code Geass Architect of the Exile. Fuck that show. I tried watching it. Trash. It's fucking dog water.
Shit, that's crazy to go from fucking
Yeah.
0 to 10, 10 to 0.
Yeah. It is trash. So Architect of the Exiled, don't consider it. Dog water. Fuck that show. But if we're talking Lelouch of the Rebellion and V2, phenomenal. I want to watch it with you.
Okay.
Because it really is that fucking good. So I'm going to try and do this with minimal spoilers. Because I don't want to spoil anything for you, man. Charles Z. Britannia. Menacing. Okay? They make him...
I'm gonna tell you something quick, real quick. Is the one beside, who's beside Pegasus to the right? Is that also same anime?
Yes. Wait. Speak again, please?
Yo.
Okay, yeah. I need to get a new cord. The cord for the headphones was, like, fucked up, and so you're playing through my speakers.
Oh, gotcha. So
wait a
who's to the right Pegasus there?
So
Is that also from the
that's also
same
Code
show?
Geass. Yeah, that's also Code Geass.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. So I don't get spoilers because I do want to watch it.
Mhm.
You should do the fucking Judge Judy looking fucker that we have in there right now.
Yep.
Lelouch and the guy there. So Code Geass people, right?
Yep.
While I run out for a smoke quick.
Well, wait, so
And then I will
I can
be
do
back.
this, talk about it without giving spoilers. I can do that. I'm familiar enough with the show, trust me. So, like, if you want to go out for a smoke, that's fine. I'll do all three, but I'll do it spoilerless.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll join on my phone real quick while
Yep.
you go on about those three while I do that anyways, just so we can be, a little time conscious. It helps to just
Yep.
keep the flow running.
Easy. Alright. So, spoil me, Danny. I've spoiled many a woman. I only spoil one now. Alright, so Charles E. Britannia. I think you put him in menacing. In terms of position of power, phenomenal. The fact that they make him so they make him big, he's tall with a big, deep voice. Menacing, that oozes power. The fact that mostly you see him stand because he doesn't need to act. Everyone acts on his behalf. Menacing. Okay? What he is in terms of the meta makes him menacing. So I think he's a very strong, menacing foe. I think that has to be like a high tier menacing foe. The only reason I don't put him in GOAT is because this is another one where the show isn't about beating this one guy and that's what it's about. It's not about that. This is something else entirely. So I think if it was about trying to make him the ultimate villain and overcoming the ultimate villain, you could put him in GOAT, but it's not about that, so I want to put him in menacing. Now, we're going Schneisel. Don't forget Vash, Vash's brother from Vash Champion. So I've not watched that. I want to, but I have so many shows that I'm watching currently. So right now I'm still doing Bleach. I'm probably gonna have that be taking priority. I'm doing Bleach, and then after that I'm doing what's it called? Probably Black Lagoon. So that's where I'm headed.
Black Lagoon's another one I want to watch. Also, how bad is my mic quality in comparison right now?
It's pretty bad, but like it's clear enough that I can understand it.
Yeah, these are old headphones attached to my phone. It's also snowing like crazy, boys.
Hero Academia makes me want to drink bleach. Or, as an alternative, you could just not watch it. You could just not watch it. You don't have to drink bleach. It's not either or.
Yeah, he's got you there.
Alright, Wish Nizel, he's another one where it's like, the show is not about overcoming this one guy as a villain, so he could be a GOAT tier villain, but I want to put him in formidable. What he poses is very strong, but he pops up later as sort of a villain, even though it's not like a plot twist. His level of villainy is not fully realized until later, and it doesn't feel like it comes out of nowhere. But it still feels different. I can't really get into it without giving spoilers, so I'm gonna leave him in formidable and put it there. And Lelouch, I'm putting in straight up not a villain. Okay? Because
that is not where I thought that was going. I don't know the show, but like,
okay. So
interesting.
So Lelouch is straight up not a villain. He's okay. This is not going to be spoilers. Okay, I mean I guess it kind of is going to be, but there's going to be spoilers of, like what couple episodes in. It might spoil that, but in this show about war, people die, which is going to be like fucking shock there. Now, because of what the show is, people die. There are not strict hero aspects to him. There are villainous aspects to him, but I put him in straight up not a villain. But despite his villainous aspects, I think that is fair for a ranking. Can I show you a video in stream later here? Depending on what it is, sure. But so I think not a villain is fair. Like you could argue for the funny thing is you could argue not a villain or GOAT. Those are the only two rankings I would accept. Either the bottom or the top.
Later too. I feel you very much right now because I know exactly the thought process you're going through.
Yeah, and again, I'm not giving spoilers because if you haven't watched it, you need to fucking watch it. It's actually goated. It's actually fucking goated. It's Genshin later. All right, that's fair. So
I will.
Yeah,
I will watch it. Trust me.
And it has to be with me because I want to watch it again anyway. I'm talking about it makes me want to watch it.
That sounds good with me, brother.
Dude, I have a tattoo of Code Geass. I have a Code Geass tattoo.
Do you?
Yeah, right there, bro. That's the symbol of the Empire.
Wait till I get back to the computer. I'm walking there right now.
I have the symbol of the Empire on my wrist.
I've debated getting a Helsing one myself.
So, yeah, I'm putting him in straight up not a villain, but if you want to put him in GOAT, I could understand it. I think that's not appropriate for what that show is. So that's my thoughts, is menacing, formidable, not a villain.
I will accept this because I have...
You don't know.
No say in this. This is not a me problem.
Alright.
Okay, stream's back up and everything.
Yeah.
Show me the tattoo.
Oh yeah. It's a symbol of the Empire.
Where are you showing me?
My wrist.
Oh, my dumbass. The stream's delayed.
Okay.
Nice. No, that's sick as fuck. You definitely like the anime. I see why you've watched it 3 times.
Yeah. Alright,
Let me
so
slot these boys in real quick.
yeah, I was about to say, like, you wanna adjust them? Yeah. So he's in menacing, yep. We got Schneisel in formidable, and then
Oh yeah, I got good memory. Don't worry, bro.
Okay, sweet.
You're good.
Well,
What's up, Fortune again? How are you?
Hey, Miss Fortune, what's up? Alright, so now we're on to Demon Slayer, the fucking spider guy. What's his name again?
Could not tell you the name, I'll be real. It's something.
So immediately that makes me think subpar. We could not tell you his fucking name. I watched the whole season.
I've watched it too, but like I don't know, it's kind of forgettable. Like it's a moment where like, you know, we're getting into tougher territory and that build up, but like even there, like, you know, all said and done, it was eliminated easily, and like the backstory is, you know, cool, but it's nothing insane. It's kind of generic and just didn't really do anything.
Yeah. The season was more about building up our heroes than it was overcoming any real villains, I think.
It was just to throw a villain that was like, you know, stronger than the rest of them and a little bit of adversity, and that was kind of the...
Yeah, on a little side tangent, I hated that season because they would give, like, so his spider family was like 5 people, and then it was like 5 demons. Oh, we beat this demon. Oh, this demon. I'm not really a villain. It's actually this other demon that's the villain. We beat that demon. No, it's not really me. I was hurt by the other one. And they just kept kicking the can down the road, and then we found out he was sad. And so we're supposed to be like, oh man, he had to go, but he's not a villain. But like, that's kind of pathetic. Yeah, it's kind of pathetic. But that's a whole meta argument of the show as a whole, rather than him specifically.
Yeah, I don't know. It's subpar. I don't see that changing. Like
we can't tell you his name.
Yeah, like even competent, because it wasn't like, if we're talking about the actual, like, you know, Hashira shows up and now it's just done. Like it's, you know, it was competent to children who were new, you know.
Yeah.
Like
and he's
I
supposed to
think that's
be a
just
ranked member of like the fucking like demon thingy, right? Like they all have the numbers, and he had a number, and then he's immediately eliminated the second someone of like real power shows up.
yeah. It's there's too much of a gap between the top half and the bottom half kind of situation.
Yeah, yeah. I think subpar is fair. I think he's better written as a villain than Beerus because they did write him as a villain the entire way through, even if at the end he was just like, oh, sad, and so that's why I'm bad guy.
Yeah, he has better reasoning and stuff,
Yeah,
but it still doesn't change the fact that he's kind of just subpar. And again, you forget about him the moment he's gone. Like
yep.
it didn't have any impact. So
I put in reactions. Watch when you want to. All right, sweet. I'll probably be after this, which is gonna be a while. All right,
yeah,
Dio. Now,
Dio. Okay, here's the thing. Now I don't know too much. I'm gonna get this out of the way, right?
Mhm.
But from what I do know, like power wise, what he's done, this and that, like he's bare minimum menacing. Like there's no
yeah.
dodging around that fact.
So with Dio, I've watched the first season. I watched some of the second season. He is pure villain. That's the thing. He is pure villainy. Um, so there's this. Okay, this is gonna sound like unrelated, but I'll loop it right back around to make sense. Okay, so in like Marvel comics, there obviously you know who Thanos is. Thanos is a guy. He was a pure fucking villain through and through, to the point where he has this tradition where there was this one kid, there was this one baby who was born, and then every year on his birthday, he made it his mission to like ruin his birthday. On his first birthday, when the kid was literally 1 year old, he stole his baby blanket, right? And then on another birthday, he like got him fired from his job. On another birthday, he killed his family. Stuff like just because he's that much of a fucking villain, he just loves the misery of this one guy so much. That's what he is, right? He's a villain through and fucking through for the misery of other people. Same way that Reverse Flash is a pure fucking villain for the misery of Wally West. Oh, sorry, not Wally West. Barry Allen, right? Barry Allen the Flash, where when he went back in time to kill the one friend that Barry Allen had as growing up, so that way he would grow up by himself and sad and alone without friends. Rather than actually just beating Barry Allen, he killed his friend so he would be miserable. He's a pure fucking villain through and through and through. Dio is in that same regard, where he is just a pure fucking villain. He's a pure fucking villain. So in that same vein, I want to put that into menacing, right? Because if you're that much of a fucking hater, that you're going to make sure that no matter what, this fucking guy will hate his life. I don't care if I win. I care if he hates what he's going through. I hate his fucking life. Then that's a real villain. Right? He stole JoJo's girl's first kiss so he could never have it.
That's diabolical.
That's a fucking villain. I want to put him in menacing.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't think he reaches GOAT the same as the rest do, but power and just who he is as a person, you can't go anywhere but menacing.
Thanos, he even kills his past self because future self was so pathetic. Oh, his past self kills his future self because it was so pathetic. Yeah, that's the thing. Thanos kills Thanos because Thanos finds Thanos pathetic. Because he changes as a character. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. He's a pure fucking villain through and through. Until you get to MCU, but that's a whole other conversation. Alright, Doflamingo. I know a lot of One Piece fans put him in GOAT. So, you want to talk about him?
Yeah, so Dofi, for one, his backstory is like crazy. Like, brother became a villain because of like how he was treated, essentially, right? Like, brother's like tortured and all this, and then eventually gets to the point where he's like, "Yo, I'm a fucking murder all of you." Like, you guys fucked up kind of thing. And then he's heartless by the end of it, right? Like when we get to the actual like modern day fucking Doflamingo, he's strong as fuck, smart as fuck. And just again, the dude has no thoughts in his brain that aren't Dio, essentially. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like,
I am a villain. Just everything to hate.
he's villain. And then
Beautiful.
again, in the part of the story we're at too, he is so fucking strong with absolutely, again, no regard for human life at all. So like, and I won't sit here, like, I didn't watch the entirety of that point, because at that point we're like very late into the 1,000 episodes kind of thing in comparison to the beginning. So like, what I do know, I'm not gonna go too far in because I'm gonna fucking spread misinformation if I do. But he's in the same place as like Dio is, where, you know, no regard for human life, an absolute menace to like, it's kind of the Cell situation with Goku, right? Like, it was debatable if, you know, Luffy's Straw Hats were gonna be able to take him out at all. Like, the dude's too good with his power.
So, are we
And then
thinking goat or menacing? Because I know that there's
I'm
a
gonna
lot of people who
say
put him in goat.
menacing.
Interesting. I know a
I'd
lot of
say
people put him in
menacing.
goat.
Like, it would be arguable for sure.
But like even you look at his design. So I think because if we're ranking, if we're talking about this stuff, we're categorizing villains. I think design matters too. So even if you look at his design, look, I hate the One Piece art style. I do, and I forever will. You'll never change my mind on that. But if you look at like even his design, like that's a good design. I think if it was done in a different art style that wasn't One Piece, I would probably like it a lot more.
Valid.
But they make him big already for a guy who's power based. That's often very, very good, right? Because size is inherently intimidating. It just is. Size is inherently intimidating because mass matters in a fight. They make him fucking jacked. They give him a real fucking sinister, archaic smile, menacing. And if he is like unhinged, like plays into his sort of deal where with his size and his presence. If you have like a real aggressive guy, a real fucking hyper aggressive guy, you give them a lot of size matters because it's just like, oh shit. Oftentimes, if you want to go a little bit safe, if you have a smaller villain but you want to make them a big deal, you make them composed and often calculated.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna say too is, like, I am debating throwing him in Go because of what he did for the show as well. I want you to
Meta
keep in
does matter.
mind,
Meta does
everybody,
matter.
at the time, bro, he was the biggest shit. Like, if you're picturing, like, bro, people still nowadays, like, if you reference One Piece, they reference Doflamingo. You know what I'm saying?
I knew
Like,
nothing about One Piece. I know Doflamingo better than any of the other villains.
he was such, like, and his writing's crazy. His writing's really good. On top of being just like a extraordinarily likable character, whether if you like to hate him or like him because he's fucking insanely fucking cool. He's a cool fucking dude. But what he did for the show, like, rather for a point in time and like still nowadays, you think of the show, you think of him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
When
so
it
I
comes to
think,
a villain in the show, he's the first face that comes to mind.
yeah, I think based on just impact alone, like, he's GOAT. He fucking, like, there was a, you know, point in time where like people were like, this is the craziest fucking villain ever type shit. So I'd argue that he could definitely go. Like, he's 100% menacing regardless, like, just as a character writing, et cetera, et cetera. But then also just the impact he had over like the general populace. Like,
So, yeah, I think it's very interesting the fact that I watched all of Arlong Park. So I know all about like that guy, the villain there, Arlong. And despite watching all of that and not reaching Doflamingo at all, when I think of a villain in One Piece, I think of Doflamingo instead. Instead of the guy that I did watch be a villain. I think that's very
yeah, and here's
interesting.
the thing too, is that, so, like, we're kind of jumping the gun with this, but so Kaido, who is
I know who
has
Kaido
been
is.
like,
Yep.
yeah, Kaido's been like the biggest guy, right? You know, it's
Yep.
what unlocked Gear 5 for Luffy.
Yep.
Kaido actually technically killed Luffy. But it just like feels like regardless that Doflamingo had more of an impact to viewers and the whole thing. Like when he was around, there was just more of an impact than when Kaido was around, personally.
Well, this is the thing of like impact of story and character versus impact of meta. So you could say the impact of Beerus in meta is stronger, but when people think of villains in Dragon Ball, they think of like Frieza and Cell because the writing impact and the character impact is significantly better. If you like, no one thinks of Beerus first as a villain in Dragon Ball. Nobody, because nobody should. But you think about what Frieza was to the show, to our heroes. You think about what Cell was to the show and to our heroes. It's significantly stronger, which is why they're up here and he's down here. Because it's not about, oh, did he give them a new power? Or fuck that. No. What do they present to us, the viewer? Not what do they present to our heroes? Not what does he solely represent for the show? Of did he make them stronger? No. Not about
Well,
that.
here's what I say too. Let's touch on this real quick. Then I'm dragging Kaido up, right? Because we're on this anyways.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
There he is.
Kaido is 100% at bare minimum as well menacing, right?
I love his design. That's maybe my second favorite design in One Piece. Again, if it wasn't One Piece's art style, I would really like it.
Yeah, so the thing, like, with Kaido, like, if we just talk bare bones, you know, he has a mythical Zoan fruit. Like, he is one of the rarest fruits in the fucking thing, one of the strongest ones, right? This, that, the other. He's fucking, like, 90,000 feet tall. He's a fucking menace. He's a warlord of the fucking sea. And, like, this is, again, it's the same situation of, like, you know, the end all be all. This could be the end, which technically it was because he killed Luffy. And then plot armor. But you know what I'm saying? Even with all of that said and done, like, so that alone makes him menacing. You know what I mean? He's a top ranked, top devil fruit guy.
But his writing is not as strong as
Doflamingo.
Doflamingo.
Say again?
But his writing is not as strong as Doflamingo's, right?
Yeah, so and the thing is too, like, they had to go away and train for years to come back and fight him because he beat the fucking piss out of him. Like, he was this big roadblock, you know what I'm saying? And like, significantly stronger than Doflamingo in that sense. I want to say
But his stuff is more meta based rather than what he represents to us, the viewer.
Yeah, so you can't slot Kaido lower than menacing, and
that's fair.
Personally, I put Doflamingo over him. I wouldn't throw them in the same tier.
That's fair. That's fair. I can agree with that.
Oh.
All right.
So yeah.
Aaron.
I'm gonna be real. This one's more you. I do know, but I have less like designated thoughts about it.
This is I've watched all of Attack on Titan, and this is a weird one. So this is gonna have spoilers for Attack on Titan because I can't talk about Eren in this regard without spoilers. It's just not possible. So I want to put him in subpar, but then I also want to put him in formidable. So the reason why is because when you think about Eren, Eren is formidable in his power, what he's done, what he presents to the show, what his actions and everything about that. It's all very formidable. You could even put it in menacing, but I put formidable. I'll go into why formidable instead of menacing later. But then you think about what happens in the meta of like, he's not a villain, he's not a villain, he's not a villain. He's a villain now. It's like, what? It feels like he turns, not on a dime, but damn near close to. Maybe not on a dime, but he turns on a quarter. No, he gives himself a little bit more space there. And it feels very quick. And that he doesn't work that well as a villain because, like, one, he's a very conflicting character where some people still side with him and say, like, oh, no, he wasn't a villain, he was right. Which, if you're still debating that, I don't think that's a strict villain, right? So how am I supposed to put him in, like in a strict villain category, if there are still people who are debating whether or not he even is wrong, that doesn't feel right to have that sort of high tier villainy if he's still in that regard. And here's another reason why I want to go formidable instead of menacing, even if we're just talking about him purely in his villainy, right? Is that when I was watching season 4, before I knew any of the ending, because I was watching it as it was like coming out, okay, is that when I saw him as a villain, I was just like, oh, he plans to lose. I think he wants them to kill him. I just figured he planned to lose. So a guy who's not playing to win, and I'm seeing this as it's happening, and I'm assuming he's not playing to win. Well, how am I supposed to feel like he's that much of a threat? I think the writing around him as a villain was relatively weak. The writing of the show, outside of almost everything else, about the last part of season 4, everything else was really fucking good. But when you get to him and his villainy, and him and all of that ending stuff, that's where it really fumbles. And I think if you're fumbling his villainy, you can't rate him highly. I think this is going to be the most contentious one for a lot of people. And it's so hard to rank because of all of these things, right? Because you could, in terms of the meta, if you're talking about meta and power, put him in GOAT. That's fair. If you want to put him in not a villain, that's fair. If you want to put him in subpar, I think that's fair. And if you want to put him in formidable, I think that's fair. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you could put him in 4 different categories, and I understand all of them. It's very difficult.
It's part of the reason I didn't want to touch this one is because there's too many nuances to this whole situation that I don't know well enough to even remotely start touching that.
I think because they fumbled the writing so hard with him as a villain, the fact that he wasn't playing to win, I think I want to put him in formidable. Because if I see someone who's playing to lose, how am I supposed to feel like this person is menacing? But where's the menace there in playing to lose? That's not menacing. So, and 100%. If they fumbled the writing, he can't go and GOAT. So, I think that, but there is a lot there that is very good and strong and valuable about him in that place in that show. So I don't want to put him in subpar, and I do still believe that he is a villain in the end. So I put him in formidable.
That sounds debatable, but that's always what it's going to be with him.
Yeah. By the way, I will say some of my misgivings about about Attack on Titan is largely because of its fans. We all kind of recognize that the ending is fumbled, which is such a shame considering what everything else was, but they will still insist that it's the greatest anime of all time. No, it is not. It's not top 5. Top 10? Probably. But top 5? Top 1? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Watch more anime.
I never agreed with that. I'm not the biggest fan. I understand it's a very good anime. Like, I'm not, like, I don't hate it. I like it. I think it's great. But by no means do I, like, slot it up there with some of the other stuff that exists.
Frieza.
Let's be real, brother. If you don't agree with GOAT, that's kind of crazy.
It's GOAT. If you think the face of anime villains, Frieza might be the first one that comes to mind for most people. Right?
Brother, it was like the only one like back in the day. Like it was there was no comparison whatsoever.
It's Frieza. I feel like even though Lelouch was justified he's a villain, I could agree with that. I want to like keep my everything minimized so I don't give any spoilers to Corvian because he plans on watching it and I want to watch it with him, so I don't want to give spoilers. The reason why I don't put him in any other tier, Jeff, I can't say it without spoilers.
Yeah. Also a Sub-Ice.
I can't say it without spoilers, but okay, while saying no spoilers, I want to say it's either not a villain or GOAT. Do you agree with that, Inferno? That it's either bottom tier or top tier. Okay, where would you put Light? Well, we'll get to Light, but I think he's not as strong of a character as Lelouch, and we'll get into why a little bit later when we get into Light as a villain and his rankings. Again, I feel like wrong calling it rankings because this is more categorization rather than ranking. Because again, a menacing villain can sometimes, for what the story needs, be better than a GOAT villain, like Frieza. You know, and I don't think menacing is necessarily better than someone who's extremely formidable. But that's, again, I want to talk about it like categorization. Yeah, Frieza is like the face of anime villainy. I don't know how anyone would say anything different. He's the Galactic Emperor. His level of power was insane. How calculated he is, how laid back he is, the fact that we had all of these insanely powerful people and they are nothing to him.
The amount of upgrades still happening and everything too
Yep.
is still relevant. Like, I'm pretty sure as of now, stronger again than Goku Vegeta.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about Dragon Ball Super because I hate it. I also hate like anything past Dragon Ball Z and maybe the first couple of movies outside of like the after Dragon Ball Z. I kind of hate it, but that's a whole other topic. That's writing stuff like that. But yeah. Go ahead. Back on to Frieza. Sorry.
Just how many upgrades he's still getting. I'm pretty sure he's stronger than Goku and Vegeta again with the new form. Like he's still doing the thing, man. He's still gangster as all hell. He's still a savage. He's fucking he's Frieza, man. Regardless, it's still going. It's still happening. He's still top dog, you know.
Yeah, he's still. Can I add a villain? It'd be kind of hard to because if it's stuff that we've not seen, because I compiled this list myself. If it's stuff that I've not seen and he's not seen, it's going to be a bit difficult to talk about and where we would want to place. I mean, you can mention and then maybe we would be able to talk about it, but that's kind of an odd thing of like I don't know who to go there. Ainz?
So here's the thing. I
Isn't he
brought
the
up
MC?
bringing Ainz in.
He's the MC.
Say what?
Ainz is the MC, bro. Is he even a villain? I will say I've dropped it after a couple of episodes, but I'm pretty sure he's the MC.
It's the situation. It's the situation of like doing villainous things, but like the thought process is like understandable. So it depends on what side you're looking for. If you're looking from the side of like, you know, being the undead guy and people are like oppressing you and so you're doing this stuff back to them kind of dealio.
Okay, so Lelouch is MC. Lelouch is an MC, yes, but this is the conversation of why I don't rank people that I don't really know. So I know that Lelouch is MC. I know that Light is MC. I know everything about where they are. I've watched the whole show, so I feel comfortable and confident talking about them, despite being MC. Whereas where I've seen him as the MC in like mostly just a couple of episodes in his show hasn't been particularly villainous, or if it has been, it's been a while enough that I don't remember, so I wouldn't feel confident or comfortable ranking or categorizing where he is. So far as a character, he hasn't been too much of a villain, whereas where I've seen all of those other characters, I have seen their villainous deeds. Does that seem fair? Our favorite German leader isn't a villain. Oh, would you consider him the MC? Is Hitler the MC of the world?
Who are we talking about with German leader?
Pardon?
Who are we talking about with German leader?
I have no idea, but I was saying like I've seen MC, so I was like, but he's the MC. I don't think he's a villain, but that's because I've not really seen enough of Overlord. But I guess Paul considers Hitler the MC of the world.
I mean, even if we do say eins, we do count. Neither of us have seen it,
yeah, and
so
we
it's
also
not
consider
too deep. We can get into that. Oh yeah,
things
Tanya.
like writing, what they mean for the characters involved. It's not just about how much of a villain are they, as in like, well, are they evil? Are they definitely evil? They're definitely evil. Okay, go right. It's not as simple as that. This is why I say it's like categorization rather than ranking. Because if it was ranking, then it would be like a different thing. Because then I could rank like quality of character, and if we're talking quality of character, Kid Buu goes lower. You know. All right. Do
That's
you want to
insane.
talk Gaara? Because we're talking Gaara as a
Gaara,
villain back in
yeah.
OG Naruto in only the initial arc with Gaara, the Chunin exams. Anything past that, we're not
Oh,
talking.
yeah, Gaara, brother, he's guaranteed at least menacing. Because keep in mind,
Yep.
so back we're talking like at that point he was, debatably the strongest out of all of them. Obviously, there was kind of the Sasuke hitting the Chidori through the shield, which is kind of crazy because you've seen things hit that unbreakable shield that are much stronger and they don't do shit.
Yeah.
Like I get maybe that it's like the pinpoint hit or whatever. Like there was a little bit of plot armor there. Let's be real.
A little bit.
Either way, but so for one, he's extremely strong. He's a
Mhm.
Jinchuriki, but the actual part is like just how terrifying this guy was.
He was fucking
Like,
unhinged.
brother, when he gets hit by the Chidori, actually, specifically when he,
My
the
blood.
blood, my blood.
Yeah.
It's like Jesus, fuck, man.
Yeah.
Like this
He's
dude,
never
and
seen
even
it
when he shows
before,
up
except for when he
originally,
scarred himself.
yeah, yeah, and then even when he's just like arrives right off the bat, and he's just like the most stone cold motherfucker
Yep.
you have ever seen in your life. Like, dude was that level of Gaara is probably still like the scariest thing we've had in Naruto.
Oh yeah.
Like there's never been something that was so like uneasy in that show other than him, I think. Like I'm trying to think, but like the dark tones were, they were there with Zabuza and Gaara. I think it's like
Mhm.
early Naruto actually touched on darker darker themes
Oh
than
yeah.
the rest of the show.
So yeah, I think they did an interesting thing with Naruto in that like the early Naruto felt darker than later Naruto because I think if you're seeing it from the perspective of the MC, he's younger, he's more immature, he's more naive, he's more optimistic that in a lot of ways than he was later on. And so seeing all of the harshness of the world from those child eyes opposed to seeing the harshness of the world from like someone who's more adult, more grown up, I think it will feel harsher and it will feel darker. And if we're talking Gara as a villain in the Chunin exams, you have to consider, yes, how unhinged he was, but then also how smooth he was. So not just how powerful he was, but then you also consider how smooth he was. Because remember, in the first time we see him, is when he's upside down at that tree, and Sasuke's just like,
Yeah.
I never even noticed it was there. He has the chakra control of someone like Kakashi. It's like, oh shit, of Kakashi? Holy fuck! And in some of the more subtle, understated ways of in his displays of power. So, for example, when he got through the forest of death, and he did it in record time, and then what was her name? Anko. She's just like, wait, there's no fucking way. Do you guys see this? And they're like, what? See what? It's like, there's not a speck of dirt, there's no scratch, there's no blood, there's no nothing on him. There's nothing that happened to him. And you're just like, oh shit. We've seen what our heroes go through. He's through that with not a speck of dirt or scratch or nothing? That's very
That's also
interesting.
like Sasuke, who is a fucking like a young prodigy and
Yep.
has the Sharingan and all of this, and that's had the time of his fucking life in there, but Gaara, nothing affects him. Like, the thing I will say though is that the ending of the Gaara saga like that was kind of fucked. That Naruto was able to just headbutt him. Like, there was a lot of plot armor there.
I wouldn't say a lot, but it was enough that I have a slight problem with it. So I think menacing is fair. I think menacing is fair.
Menacing.
Yeah. Yeah, I should rewatch Naruto. You should. It's really good. OG Naruto is really good. It holds up so well. Don't
100%.
forget my
That's some of the
video
best
or I'll
fillers.
rage and harm Crow. Damn, I kind of want to forget it on
But
purpose.
You couldn't harm Crow if you wanted to, man. Like, let's be real.
Alright.
Crow got hands.
Rochi is basically Michael Jackson. If you want Michael Jackson, fucking watch Demon Slayer. Alright.
Or you could watch One Piece as well, honestly.
Gentle Criminal. I kind of want to put him in subpar or trash.
This looks like My Hero Academia,
It
so
is.
this is you.
Okay, so I watched this, and he's there for all of, like, 3 episodes. People, for some reason, really latched onto him as a villain, and I thought it was really, really weak. I thought he was really weak. Like, we see him be a villain twice, and then he's beaten. So he has no presence in the show. He has very minimal presence in the characters. So what the fuck is he? What's the point of having him? It feels almost like a filler villain. If you remove him, basically nothing changes. And then for some reason, they decided to give him a child girlfriend, who's not a child, by the way. She promises she's not a child. She's just like, won't age. I want to put him in trash. You know, I've argued myself. He's trash. Fuck Gentle Criminal. Pedophile bitch.
We take it. We take it. Who the fuck is next?
Gilgamesh.
Haven't seen it. No,
Have you seen anything?
Dude, I've seen things. I've seen things you've never seen before, alright?
You've seen my colon from the inside.
Oh no. Oh no.
And I've seen yours.
That's crazy, man. Not mutual.
Tastes like raspberry jam.
Oh god. I thought you were reading stuff, brother. This is just coming from the fucking brain. It's crazy.
I'm showing a bunch of anime. Dude, in Vodo, I'm making him watch Code Geass, and honestly, I want to watch it with him. So maybe if you want to watch 2, that'd be cool, because fucking Code Geass is my favorite anime of all time. It's fucking goated, man. It's so goated. Alright, Gilgamesh. I think you put him either in Formidable or Menacing. Okay, so he is very, very powerful. Okay, but the second we find out about Gilgamesh, that Gilgamesh is one of the heroes that have been picked, the heroes of history who have been picked up, everyone's just like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Gilgamesh? We got Jesus Christ. Oh, man. So, like, the fact that his name alone elicits that level of fear in great heroes of throughout all of history is very impressive. It shows, like, oh, okay, this is a guy not to be fucked with. Okay, this is a real fucking true potential of we might all die and there's no chance of us winning. That's a real possibility that we have no chance of winning. Just his name alone elicits that response. That's a strong response for heroes of their ages, right? So his power set, ridiculous. But his writing, it leaves something to be desired, I think. I think he has more aura than he does quality. Same thing as like solo leveling, where it's aura over quality. And so while he's very cool, he's very formidable, he has great displays of power, I think because he's kind of like, he's also one who's more of an antagonist than a strict villain. I think I would have put him in formidable or competent. I think formidable just because of the fear elicited by his name alone.
I think he'd be too strong to be competent. I've heard a little bit of his strength and
He
whatnot,
is
and
he is kind of too strong to be competent, but the reason why I say competent is because he doesn't feel hugely like a villain. That's the only reason I would say competent, but because of that and the level of power his name elicits, split the difference, formidable seems fair.
we're in a little bit of an ad, it would seem.
That's fine.
Uh,
Griffith. Go.
dude, that's
Or
go.
menacing.
It's go. There's two. Like, that is the most diabolical human existing. You know what I'm
Wait.
saying? Like,
Think about this, because if we're doing this, we're ranking this on the anime, not the manga. And in the anime, for majority of the time, we do not see him as a villain.
that's valid, but I think when people think Griffith, like, you know damn well what people think when they think Griffith. I
That's
think
right.
there should be a little room for error, because the dude is literally the most diabolical thing to ever exist in, like, anime history.
He's up there. He's definitely up there.
I think there's, like, no way if we're talking about, like, the, craziest villains of all time, like,
Yeah, you have to
there's no
mention
way
his
it's
name.
not Goat.
You have to mention his name.
Yeah, there's no way it's not there, man. That's like villain
He,
fucking material.
yeah, if Frieza might be the face of villainy in anime, he's another one who might be the face of villainy in anime, which is crazy. The fact that it might be
Yeah.
Griffith or Frieza, when Frieza's from Dragon Ball, the biggest anime of all time outside of maybe Pokemon, but I would still say Dragon Ball is bigger as an anime. We have the biggest villain from the biggest anime of all time, or Griffith from Berserk, and they're basically equals as faces of villainy. That's interesting. Doesn't matter how big the Dragon Ball Z show is, Griffith is that much of a fucking villain.
Well, the crazy part too is, like, bro, would you rather be captured by Frieza or Griffith? You know what I'm saying?
That's true. That's true.
Like, Frieza's just gonna kill you.
Yeah. And honestly, he might not even acknowledge that you exist. He might not even know about you if you're under him.
It's undoubtedly Goat,
Right.
like, ridiculously.
Now we got Kayaba Akihiko. Or
What is this
Heathcliff.
from?
This is Sword Art Online.
Oh, okay, never seen. That's you.
What have you seen? Actually.
Not Sword Art Online.
Fair. That's valid. Very valid. I don't recommend it. It was a cool premise that was executed like fucking dog water. It was trash.
And to be fair, the reason I haven't watched Sword Art Online is I've debated it a bunch of times, and then you, like, look it up or you talk to people or whatever, and people are like, "Oh, it's mid as fuck. Don't watch it."
Mid is a compliment.
So I'm like, yeah. So see, you're saying it. So why you can't be surprised I haven't seen it? You know what I'm saying? Everybody says
Yeah.
the same shit. Why am I gonna spend that time?
Yeah, because if you watch it, it's for the premise or for waifu, which is such a shit thing when you consider what it could have been and what it promised to be.
What's up, Remy?
Have you watched Notorious Talker? I don't think I have, no. Rim Iris, thank you for the follow. Have you watched Queen's Blade? I have not.
What's up, sluts? Guess who just got out of prison?
Okay, so if we're talking Heathcliff, I think we gotta go subpar or trash, because Heathcliff was not a villain the entire time, and then suddenly is the bad guy in the end of the season. Trash. And then it's like, oh, by the way, he's actually Akihiko, Kayaba, that's it, Kayaba Akihiko. And like, oh, okay. Do you mean the guy who's had he's set up everything, but he's had basically no presence in the show? So the villain of season 1 is someone who's not a villain for almost the entire show.
What's up, sluts?
And then
guess who just got out of prison?
Who the only villain who has been throughout the show has had almost no presence. I don't care. That's trash. I was gonna say subpar. No, he's trash. He's trash.
Trash. All day.
Queen's Blade is a hentai. I think I've heard of it. Is that the one where they like turn into like demon stuff, but half their tits are out and their blood is white, so it looks like cum?
Also, Remy, my boy, are you playing the GameCube one, like the old one, or are you playing them remastered?
Oh god,
Need
okay,
to
that
be
is the
fire.
one. Yeah, I think my girlfriend's seen that, funnily enough.
The 2005, that's crazy. It was a good fucking game, though. I had a lot of time in that game.
Most Wanted 2005 is so goated, man. That's a goated game.
I still have that on GameCube.
All right,
That
this
shit
is
fire.
mostly gonna be you, Hisoka.
So this is a tough one here, because it's weird, man. Like,
Smash. Dude, it's a pedophile.
no,
You might be too old for him.
fucking, it's a weird one, because like the whole thing is like, so the way they portray him, kind of more or less, is like the thing that keeps, you know, Gon and Killua getting stronger, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the vibe I get from him, is he's the thing that's constantly around, that's stronger than them and makes them, you know, need to get stronger, kind of thing. But they never fight or anything. Like, so
Thank you for the resub.
there's not really anything there. Hey Frog, you know, there's not really anything there
Yeah.
for
Okay.
that. And like, if we're talking about other aspects, like where, you know, he just wants to fight strong fuckers and shit, and
And then
so
also
there's
potentially
this,
fuck kids.
yeah, potentially. There's the thing where he wants to fight Crollo, and like that was gonna be a cool fight. Don't get me wrong, but it didn't end up happening anyways. You know, like, as like just a face of a villain, like he's become very iconic.
But it seems more iconography rather than quality of actual
Feats. He hasn't done
feats.
anything specific. He helped
And
them
not just that, but
on
also the
the
writing. Because if you say they don't actually fight, well, then what's going on? It's more so face of villainy because of potential. He seems like potential man, kind of like Megami.
his fight IQ is insane. Like, his fight IQ is nuts. His abilities are very strong because of how he uses them. He's so in tune with his abilities. But
Yeah.
like, he helps the like Gon and Killua on Greed Island. He fucking, other than that, he isn't fighting much. He's waiting for Gon and Killua to get stronger is the big thing. So as of currently, like, he's not, his villainy stuff is very base level of, like, you know, killing.
Yeah, kill
Killing
and I'm
random.
strong and ooh, we can't be around Hisoka. He might beat us.
Yeah, it's like there's no, he hasn't went for anyone notable except Crollo.
Yeah.
And that fight didn't happen because Crollo lost his powers and Hisoka lost interest.
Right. I may fall asleep, but I just woke up and I watch. Well, if you fall asleep, you fall asleep. That's fine. Why is Eren in this list? Eren wasn't a villain, so Eren is and isn't, and I would go over the fact that he might be considered a villain, and I think he is. But if you also don't consider him a villain, I understand that too. There was a whole very, very big conversation around that. So if you're wondering why we have the ranking that we do, then you would probably have to go back. It's a very long conversation.
Yeah.
And did all of that to save his family and friends? Eren wasn't a villain? Dude, first off, his family's dead, so he fucking failed.
You passed my message through auto mod.
So Eren fucking failed. His family's dead, and then, like, again, if we're talking about the villain, he played to lose, which is a kind of a failure of a villain, but he still did an insane amount of villainous things. So you have to put him in there. I mean, Mikasa? Oh, so you mean his not family. His found family instead of his blood family who raised him. Ah. But again, that's a whole thing where you would need to like check the VOD and see where we talk about him, because it's a very big thing. I argue that there's 4 different categories he could belong in.
No, I can't ice because it's not showing up.
Okay, well, if you wanted to put it in there, you could just put it in my channel and I'll be able to allow it. That's fine.
Yeah, but Hisoka, like I'm saying, he hasn't done anything crazy. Like, if he did start attacking Gon and Killua, then we have problems. Like, but he hasn't done any of that. He's waiting till they get strong. He's killed like nameless people or people who are irrelevant, and so he hasn't done anything. He just is a villain. He's certainly a villain, but like hasn't done anything super villainy yet.
So, for where
I'd
I
say
was...
like
go ahead.
just power wise and stuff, he's bare minimum, like, formidable.
So, for where I was putting him in formidable because I didn't watch all of Hunter x Hunter yet. I do plan on picking it back up. Um, but Berserker's a battle junkie, not a villain. He's also a pedophile, and um, I see that as a villain.
I mean, he is kind of a villain, man. He kills innocent people.
So,
Like, he's not clean.
So where I was in the show, and I can't remember the name of the arc. I think it was when Killua went back to his house, like when he went back home, and they were trying to get him. Right? I think that's where I was. Where I was, he was definitely still a villain, but he felt formidable or potentially menacing. But he felt more formidable than menacing, right? But then you argue that he's not done anything. That makes me want to put him incompetent because if we're going power level and what he does, at least to where I was, he feels formidable, and then you argue that he does nothing later on, that knocks him down to competent in my view. He was competent as a villain for where he was, but then he fell off hard.
Yeah, I'll give him competent because he hasn't attacked anyone or he hasn't at least like manga. I think something happened, but I don't fucking know. As of show currently, I think just competent. He hasn't done anything super crazy.
He
The
feels,
craziest thing he's done, I'm pretty sure, is help Killua and Gon in Greed Island,
yeah,
which is a good thing. Funny enough,
it feels like he's more of a face of villainy and villain iconography than he is actually a villain.
yeah, he's
Like a Defepedo, yeah. Yes, I count that as sick, yeah. And if you want to argue that he's trash, because I'm typically within extreme exceptions, right? I typically find if they're pedo-y or rapey, I typically don't like that in my villainy because often it feels like cheap villain shit. It feels very, very cheap. Like, see, they kind of rapey. Isn't that bad? It's like, I mean, yeah, but everything else around him has been shit villainy stuff. So like, did you just put this in so we hate him?
I will say I'd keep him competent because, say we do talk about a fight scene against, I think his name's Goto. It's Killua's butler or whatever. And that fight, Hisoka's just fucking with him the whole fight, and just his battle IQ is insane. His abilities, and he's strong as fuck. And that fight scene, rather than explaining the entire fight, is it shows he's a scary fucker.
Yeah.
So he is competent as a villain. If he were to turn, then, and he is iconic as well. You can't say he's not. So I don't know. Competence fair.
All right. 20 streak is nice. Damn, you're earning your streak back. Holy shit. All right. Izaya Orihara from Durarara. Have you seen it?
I have not.
You
it's also on my
motherfucker!
list of things I want to watch. All right, dude, you can't even get me on that one. Not many people have seen that one. All right, to be honest.
Okay,
That's
but it's not.
not
It's not like it's just this one. If it was just this one, that's fair. But
Yeah.
it's so many things at this point. Come on.
Whatever, man. It is what it is. All right, you know what I mean. It is on my list to watch. All right.
Okay, as much as I love Izaya Orihara, he's my favorite character from this show. As a villain, he feels semi-weak. Not because he's a weak character. As a character, he's very, very strong. But he is positioned more of an antagonist than strict villain. So, and this is also a show where it's not about strict heroes villains. Again, this is another show where it's about character and character interaction as well as plot, rather than just, this is bad guy, go beat bad guy. Right? So, if we're talking strict villainy, he's in trash. Or maybe subpar. But if we're talking about what he represents in the show, I think trash or subpar is not fair. I think you'd put him in not a villain before you put him in either of those, but I still think of him as a villain. I think I put him either competent, but I would be more likely to say formidable. Are you gonna watch Notorious Talker with Cora and me tonight? I didn't know you guys were watching that. Is that like a whole show? Is it a movie? I don't think I've heard of it.
It's a show. We haven't even spoken on that one. He's just kind of signing me up for that one. I'll be real with you.
Even I don't know who that is, and I've seen a lot of anime. Like, yeah, if we're talking like just this one, that's fair. I get it. But it's the fact that there's so many that he hasn't seen. Is where it's just like, come on, man, come on.
I'm sorry, I have a life, brother. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Where
forgetful
is the life in the room with us?
No, it's outside.
Isn't that a whole Gooner anime? Yes, it's on like it's on porn sites more than it is on fucking Crunchyroll.
Brother, is this the one where like the two sisters kiss dude or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know, I've not seen it. I've seen the name, but that's it.
I'm talking about Durara or whatever.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Redo Over Here. Wait, what?
Nah.
Where two girls kiss this guy?
Two sisters, yeah.
Well, that comes to mind. Bro's just watching hentai and saying, is this what this anime is?
Yeah, it comes off like that, I'll be real with you. I'm gonna Google this and it's gonna be a really bad thing to have in my search history. Two sisters kiss guy anime. Okay, let's see what we get.
Dude, at least do that incognito or something. Jesus Christ.
Brother, I stand on business. I swear to God it ain't that. I'm gonna not scroll down that right now.
Dude, this is a bold
it is
thing.
This one. It is. I swear to God, it is this.
It's bold to search this on Google on the stream. Like, it's a bold move. It's a bold move because you don't know what's gonna show up.
No, it is this, brother. It's these two fuckers. I was right.
Oh, those are extremely minor characters. We've seen them like 4 times. That's it. It is a 3-season
Really?
show. Yeah, they're extremely minor characters, and I probably blocked it out from memory if that's what happens. Because,
Well, I was right. That's what matters.
all right. I want to put him in formidable.
Take it.
All right. Jason from Tokyo Ghoul, menacing, and I will hear nothing else.
Yeah, I'm down with that. There's no way around at least menacing. Definitely not GOAT, but
he's
like,
not GOAT because he's kind of one-dimensional. But Jason is a perfect villain for what he is, but he is perfectly menacing.
He's definitely not. He's not comparable with like Griffith.
He's not Griffith. He's not Frieza or Aizen. Come on, Inferno. Come on. He's not up there with them. He's too one-dimensional. He's too one-dimensional.
But see, Kaneki would be the fucking GOAT out of the situation, not the Jason part of
But
the situation.
That's also an argument of meta rather than character. Because we consider the meta, but we also have to consider the character too. You're arguing meta, because then we could say either the first villain or the last villains are the only ones that can be goated, because the first villain is the first overcome, and like that's what makes the hero, and the final villain, well, that's what makes them save the day in the end. Because if we're doing just meta, that's kind of where it goes. But if we're talking their place in the anime, and then we consider the character as a whole, I think menacing is perfectly categorized. Again, this is not tiered in one better than the other necessarily. This is category more than it is tiering.
But 100% menacing. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, the pleasure he takes in torture when he's just clipping off his fucking fingers and toes. Jesus Christ. His level of power is great. The joy that he takes in torture is perfect. He's imposing his Jason mask. The fact that he's obviously designed after Jason from Friday the 13th, fucking great. I think is very, very strong as a character, but what he is still one-dimensional. So yeah, menacing is perfect. All right, Junko from Danganronpa. Let me guess. You're good. I'm gonna have to take over here too.
Yeah, and it's also a perfect time for me to take a piss.
Man, fuck you.
Hey, brother, I believe in you. Don't worry. I'm sure there's gonna be the same thing, vice versa, at some point here. There has been. Let's be
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, but
But yeah,
right.
that
Let me
was
join
you.
the
So let me
chat.
be right back.
Maybe. Maybe. Um, I'm going to be better than Corp. I wouldn't doubt it. Um, so the thing about Junko is she doesn't appear as a villain for a long time. She doesn't appear as a villain for a long time because she's mostly behind the scenes, and for a long time we don't even know that she's alive, right? Because she like quote unquote dies, except that she doesn't die, right? And so we have the face of villainy is not actually Junko, it's actually the bear in her own show where she's the villain. Killed her sister first episode. I'm not talking about pure feats. If we're talking feats of villainy, yes, she's absolutely a villain. But we're talking many aspects, right? There's many aspects in the conversation. I'm also considering quality of writing in the aspect, the conversation as well. She controls the bear. Yeah, no, I know. I think it's also fair to say though that if you're not the face of villainy when you're the villain, that does hinder it a little bit. Now, it doesn't put her in like trash tier or anything like that. By the way, she's not in subpar. This is just where I put her while I'm talking about it. I could put her here while I'm talking about her. That's all, right? Um, but if you're not the face of villainy, where you in your own thing of villainy, that's interesting. She looks insane. Oh, and she is. She's actually kind of crazy for sure. Um, by the way, I'm not even saying that she's not menacing. I'm saying that I don't know because I'm trying to figure this one out as I go along. Because Danganronpa, while I have seen it, I know a lot about Danganronpa. There's also, I'm sure, plenty when it comes to her that I don't know. Right? So, and also when it comes to something like, do we consider the games? I think not. I think not, because then if we're considering the games for Danganronpa, it feels weird to not consider the the mangas for the other anime. So it's sort of the same thing where like the Devil May Cry anime, not the one by Netflix, fuck the Netflix one, right? We're talking the Devil May Cry anime. There's a lot of things that won't be considered because it's not in there. Does that seem fair to you, Inferno? Because I want to, like, I want to have these really good villains, but we have to consider only what we're being given. And what we're being given is in the anime, and it's not, she's not as present, she's not as strong of a villain as she would be if we're doing the games.
Hell yeah.
I got it, formidable. I think that's fair. I think if we're going games, she has to go menacing. But because we're not going games, I think formidable seems fair. Because she does, like, a lot of people die because of her. Like, she is the reason for basically all of this. Without her, the show doesn't exist. But we do have to consider that there's going to be a bunch of cut content because of the game adaptation. So yeah, she turns into into butter. Fucking hilarious. All right, Kaguya. I think subpar.
Yeah, it's definitely either competent or subpar. Competent, I like leaning towards because of power. Subpar because the story kind of just tossed her in there briefly, randomly out of some bullshit ass thing.
I think subpar because when we get into her character and like a lot of her backstory and stuff like that, it's it's either not villainous or barely villainous at times. And so it feels like, oh, so we have this villain who's barely a villain. Neat.
I will definitely accept subpar. It's
Um,
though everything around it then getting to that point was like such a letdown.
Yeah, the ass pull around her was trash. The fact that she's barely a villain is trash. The fact that we scaled up the power level so much, and then all of a sudden everybody else can jump her too, is trash. Despite her hacks, she fights like shit.
Yeah.
She has such insane powers, and yet there's more people who can fight her than can fight Madara, despite her having more power and more hacks. Explain that shit. That's trash.
That's my thing, is like, it seems like they made Madara too powerful, that they didn't know what to do and just did some stupid shit, brought her out to reset the field, is what it felt like.
Well, Kishimoto straight up admitted that he didn't know how to beat Madara because he made him too powerful. He straight up admitted that.
Oh, so I'm right then.
Yeah, yeah. And what bothers me though is that he made someone more powerful and then said, well, more people can fight her than him. Like, come on. So I think subpar. I like her as a character. Like, if she was in a different anime and in a different position in that anime, I would really like her. Right? I like her design. I think it's cool. I also think she's hot as fuck.
Yep.
She's the hottest character in that show.
That's a debatable one.
Yeah, no, that's a debate, but she's at least up there. But if we're talking about everything in the show, the writing with her, we're talking the meta, we're talking about how she acts as a villain, it's subpar.
I'll take subpar for sure.
Also, Milby, do you know who Lucy from Elf and Lied? I did see it, but it was a while ago, so I'm not quite familiar with the names as I'd like to be. But I did watch the whole show, yeah. Honestly, I preferred Claymore to Elf and Lied.
Also, next one's interesting.
Light Yagami.
This is an interesting one.
Should be on the list. She absolutely should be, but because I'm not, like, fresh on her, I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about her and ranking her. That's what that is.
So.
Yeah, so with some of the ones that I don't know, Corvia knows, because this is why I personally compiled the list, because otherwise there'll be plenty of people that I wouldn't be familiar enough with that Corvian is, and the ones that he's not familiar with, I feel comfortable enough to talk about. And the ones I don't feel like, so for example, I haven't seen all of My Hero, but I feel comfortable enough to talk about All for One because I've seen enough of him to at least talk about him with my knowledge, while admitting there's some things I'm going to get wrong and that I might not know. But
Light, in my opinion.
Well, he's 17, so you deserve to be on a list. With others,
he's 17.
Yeah, but with others, I've just not seen. Oh, okay, never mind then. With some others, I've just not seen anything. And also Corvian's not seen anything, and so it's just like, what, we're doing it based on reputation, which is not fair. And I want to try and give a fair ranking while acknowledging the amount of information we have.
Yeah, well, it'll just be a whole stream of us fucking chatting nonsense that makes no sense. Like, it's just us saying a bunch of nothing.
Like, I've heard he's good, so we'll put him in go. Like, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Jason is in menacing, screw that guy. I'm sorry, what is he if not a fucking menace? Okay, explain that to me then, man. What is he if not a fucking menace? Is that a villain? He's an idiot? Dude, come on. No, he's a fucking menace. He's a fucking menace.
I find it funny when somebody calls someone an idiot or something, but then they don't misspell the word.
Yeah, well, when they misspell something. Like, obviously it's not just like, you know what, we know typos happen, but it's always just kind of funny.
The timing is wild.
Yeah. I hate Jason. Well, that's a competent villain then. You're supposed to hate the villain. Alright.
Actually, yeah, you're not proving your point, brother.
Yeah, alright. Light.
Light, whoever said competent, it's more than competent, brother. Dude has like
I think formidable.
Crazy fucking ability. And he's really smart too, like.
I think formidable. Because I think the quality of writing around him in the second half of season 2 fell off a fucking cliff.
Yep.
Because they had to introduce Nier and Mello to make him so strong. But it needs two different versions of L. We don't know really that well Nier or Mello, so
I mean, L did figure it out, but like
He figured it out,
the
but
fact that
like,
it takes someone like L to also figure it out. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like he's way smarter than general populace, but L is like the anomaly.
But I wouldn't
So
even say that he straight up figured it out because he somewhat figured it out, but mostly because there was a lack of other options that it could be, and it was like, I don't know that it's you. It's just hey, someone else. Someone else that I could really say that it could be. So you're who I'm investigating. I killed L in the manga and in the anime. He does in the anime, yeah. I mean, he orchestrates it, so I think he has to go formidable because he is formidable. But he's not a
yeah,
goat villain because the writing falls off a cliff. It really does,
brother.
and he like
Nubby,
degenerates into just like I'm kind of psychotic. He goes from a complex villain of I'm going to be a god in this new world, and a very complex character where he's trying to save all these people to, hey, evil man, I want power. And I think that kind of like hurts him as a character where he just devolves.
Yeah,
He loses
the
complexity.
fucking the My Hero Academia one we haven't trashed. Nubby just wannabe said I forgot he existed, which says
Exactly.
enough.
That's a perfect trash tier Maha villain then. Yeah. Without
That's
using
funny as
people,
fuck.
he couldn't beat L. I feel like he drops. Yeah, if he use, I think him using people actually strengthens him as a villain, but he just kind of devolved into like psychotic bad guy
He got like,
who's
and,
power
and on
hungry.
top of that, he got overly confident
Yeah,
too.
yeah, he was making moves in the end that he wouldn't have done before. And if you want to say like that, it's well, this is the regression of a character who's given power and how it corrupts. That's fine, but I think if you're gonna do how power corrupts, you don't just go straight villainy. You can go more complex villainy than what he turned into.
Well, he was so meticulous at the start, and then he just turned sloppy as fuck.
Yeah,
Like it's big downgrade. Like part of the like one of the strongest parts about him was how meticulous he was. The
yeah.
Death Note as a side thing, like
Too many years since
obviously overpowered as fuck, but
the
the
anime was kind of trash.
meticulous with that.
The anime was strong. It's just that there's a bunch of stuff about it where it fell compared to other contemporaries. So I think either competent or formidable, because he's definitely formidable, but then he fell off a cliff in his writing towards the second half of season 2. So it's like, what do we do? I think
That is a
competent
tough
might
one.
be fair. Because he's definitely not menacing and he's definitely not goat. So I think it's between these two.
Okay, everyone, real quick, drop competent or formidable in the thing, because it can bounce either way. Whatever general populace says, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll leave him in not a villain until it's discussed in chat and they say one way or another.
We got a comp.
Okay. In the meantime, we can discuss Madara Uchiha.
Brother, we don't even need to discuss this one.
We don't?
No, that's GOAT, brother.
Is he?
100%. 100%. The only reason he lost was because the writer didn't know how to deal with it and like some bullshit. Like, you're telling me that guy can kick a fucking hole through a fucking mountain using 8th gate and not kill him, but for some reason Zetsu can?
Yeah, Zetsu stab. Zetsu hand stab.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're telling me that's what does it? Like, brother.
But
No,
we
like,
have to consider as well, I think, that his ending matters. His ending matters. Because if we're considering how Light's beaten, right? We're considering how Kaguya's beaten. We have to consider how Madara is beaten too. He should be GOAT. Absolutely, he should be GOAT. But if the writing where he's taken out like a bitch and it really, really fucking hurts him as a character, how are we supposed to not consider that when it hurts him so much as a character?
I mean, it's so tough because you know it's bullshit is the thing, right?
Yeah, that's
so
the
it's
thing.
like,
It's not his fault.
Here's the thing. My thing though, okay, I get what you're saying, but I think this is like one of the very rare situations where we kind of have to overlook that, because even the author said it was because of bullshit, had to figure it out, couldn't figure it out, says he's too strong. And then also you see feats like, again, Mike Guy hitting him with a fucking
8 gates.
8th gates, night guy, fucking crazy shit. Doesn't kill him, but Zetsu does. Like, it doesn't add up. Like, it doesn't make sense. There's no actual consistency in that at all. You know what I'm saying?
I sleep. Nighty, everyone. Night, Jenny. Thank you for stopping by. As usual. Can we talk about Meryl? Nice, dude. He's like 2 away. We'll get to him soon. Don't worry.
I'm gassed on Meryl too. I think this is one of those things where consistency just didn't line up, brother. It was a Hail Mary they had to make to figure it out. The consistency isn't there if Mike Guy's not killing him with that, which would kill fucking anybody else. You know?
But then we're talking power. I think I would have put him menacing. Because if you look at him as a character, right? He has strong goals. His opposition to Madara, to Hashirama is fair. His fixation on Hashirama is fair. But then we do have to acknowledge the shit tier end, regardless of whether or not we overlook it. I think it's fair to acknowledge it. But then we also have, in the end, which something that hurts both Naruto and Sasuke, is that the Hashirama reincarnation of the two Kaguya sons, like, they're faded as well. It's not just like they're pushed into the position because of each other. They're pushed into position because of fate. And the reincarnation of Kaguya's sons. No, not Kaguya sons. Hagoromo sons. That's kind of lame. I think the reincarnation aspect of him and Hashirama is pretty fucking lame. And then you also consider that he did. I'm gonna use this term, but obviously he's not a fraud. But he kind of got fraud checked a little bit by Hashirama. He put his Susanoo around the Nine Tails while enslaving the tailed beasts, and Hashirama's just like, nah, bye.
Yeah, but Hashirama is a goat in his own sense.
Hashirama is a goat, but they're goats in the regards of that they're supposed to be equal. But then he got a tailed beast with him, and he still got fucking slapped. You know, I think menacing. Because of that, the reincarnation and his untimely end.
Here's what I'm gonna say too, right? So if we're talking about Doflamingo and Goat, bro.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about iconic, because you have to also take in like the iconic nature of
Yep.
like what the
Yep.
impact of these fuckers. Brother, Madara's impact is one of the biggest in anime history. Like, you cannot.
That's a big
step.
I think that's an overstatement. I think that's an overstatement.
It might be an overstatement, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
It's an enormous impact in the show, yeah.
If you ask someone who the GOAT of like anime villains is, how many times do you think you're getting Madara out of 100 questions? You know what I'm saying?
I think that's fair, but I think they also do that because he has an attractive design, he has an attractive voice, and then they made him mostly the final villain, except for the one character that everyone hates. So I think that's a meta argument about his placement that a lot of people would say, rather than his deserved
the build
placement.
up the whole time too. Like, people were whispering the name Madara.
We heard that even in OG Naruto before even Shippuden. That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
like he was the godly iconic, like everyone was terrified of even speaking that name, you know what I'm saying?
I think if we're going GOAT, it's low tier GOAT or high tier menacing.
I would take low tier GOAT just because even if you picture in the world, right?
Yep.
Brother, everyone talked about him like the GOAT, even people who didn't were terrified of him, like, you know?
Yep.
Like, he was referred to as the GOAT essentially in his own fucking verse. Like, him versus like 100,000 plus fucking shinobi, this, that, versus everybody at the same fucking time.
Because I'm between these two tiers, while I'm leaning very strongly menacing, but you're very strongly GOAT without any give to menacing, I will say low tier GOAT. I will concede there.
I'll take low tier goat. I'll put him. I'll keep him far right and goat the entire way.
I think low tier goat or high tier menacing is fair. Now,
And I could agree with both of
Mahito.
them. I do think he edges out in a goat though.
Mahito. That's an interesting one. Because Mahito, his writing is interesting. It's very it evolves very strongly. And he is absolutely a fucking menace. With what he does, he's a fucking menace in JJK. But
Yeah,
he's not
fucking
always a strict
diabolical.
villain. Like, he's more interesting and like formless in the beginning of the show, if you remember. Where he's just like, man, what am I? I don't even know what the shape of my soul is.
Hello there.
Hey Becky, how's it going? Body altering, right? Yeah, body altering. His power set is interesting. The fact that he's as resilient as he is, the fact that what he's done in the show, which by the way, when we're talking Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm talking about only up to the end of season 2. Season 3 has started, I know, but I'm not talking season 3 yet because 1, I haven't seen it. 2, it's still ongoing. And then also making sure that there's no spoilers for anything later, right? So I think it's fair to just cut it off at season 2 when we're talking about this.
Yeah, he has done some very diabolical things.
What he did with Nanami.
Yeah, for sure. Fuck, what was that dude's name?
Dude! I dropped season 2 halfway. You're missing the fucking greatest JJK arc. The second half of season 2 is so fucking amazing. It is what cemented JJK as a favorite show of mine in anime. Not the favorite, but a favorite. It's not the goat of anime. I realize its flaws and where it does have qualities, where it lacks qualities. But in terms of pure enjoyment outside of objective quality, it is top tier for me. The second half of season 2. Holy fuck, you're missing out, bro. Hero, you're funny. Oh, thank you. But I think he has to go menace.
Yeah, I'll give Menace for sure. Where did I put him? There he is.
Are we rating
I'll definitely
villains in
put Menace
anime?
on it.
I'm not saying strict rating. This is more categorization, where one's not necessarily better than the other, but we are talking villains in anime, yeah. I couldn't get through the pass jumps. Oh, dude, I actually thought that was one of the weakest things that they did. It nearly took me out of the anime too. Like, it really fucked with me, the Gojo's pass. Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I decided to stick it out, and then when I got past that, oh my god, that shit was so fucking goated. It was so goddamn good. I reckon, honestly, picking it back up just for that last arc by itself, it is amazing. Holy shit, it's one of the most interesting things I've had happen in anime. Where it just feels like it turns everything on its head. Dude, it is 100% worth it. Now, the Major from Hellsing.
That's an interesting one.
Also, are we counting movies in this? I think we're gonna have to, depending. So we'll discuss if they have movies and stuff like that. We'll discuss if we're talking about it or not. All right. Do you want to start the conversation with the Major?
So the Major is an interesting one because he has nothing himself. Like himself is like no physical feats whatsoever.
Yep.
But the guy is very smart.
He's just a fat Nazi.
Very meticulous as well. Like the plan, I don't know. I don't remember how long it was in play, but
it was years.
Yeah, it was so long. The brother like set in line a path to get to another world war, and it was like he just stuck to that path for years on years until eventually he managed to cause another world war. On top of that, if we're talking power, we have to consider his subordinates because they follow him like the fucking plague.
Yep.
And he has 3 very strong subordinates.
Yep.
He has an Anderson level fighter. He
Yep.
has the fucking cat boy that has the
one
fucking
that at his
craziest
ends
power.
bleeds himself out into Alucard's
Yeah.
army.
Yeah, and like that was a crazy play that they planned
Yep.
beforehand, showing the intelligence behind all of that. They were trying to draw him out to unleash his final form, so that then they could
Counter it. They can't counter him. They can
could
only counter the form. That's interesting. That's
Yeah.
cool.
And so that plan is absurd. And then even the Scythe lady, very strong as well.
And the plan works. He won. He got what he wanted. It works.
Yeah. Oh, all of that crazy planning and everything that went through eventually worked. And the fact that they were able to command, that many like undead Nazi soldiers kind of situation. Like, brother, there was so much power, so much planning. Like the plan was foolproof.
He's
like
100%.
Like,
very good villain. Also, why isn't Brotherhood in here? It's because like we haven't seen it. It's on my list to watch. I can't speak for Corvian, but I imagine it's probably on his list to watch. But considering how much of that is writing dependent rather than just power ability and stuff like that, I wouldn't do that. That would feel wrong because it is very strictly writing dependent. Because of what Full Metal Alchemist is. It would be a disservice because like when you consider what like some of these villains are, like Beerus, a lot of that is power. Like I don't have to consider the quality of writing if I'm going to say some of it's high. Some of the best villains, yeah, exactly. Well, that'll be down to its writing, which I wouldn't feel comfortable or confident in talking about. That's all.
Yeah, you'd get very bland information.
Yeah, I would not be able to do that conversation any justice whatsoever.
Yeah, that ranking wouldn't mean shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the major man
Major.
is about as perfect as you can like execute something with like the perfect backup to execute said plan against one of the most overpowered characters in all of anime.
If we're talking about the fact that he's basically powerless in a world full of OP vampires and fucking godsends in Anderson, and he is potentially the biggest threat to all of the world. That's holy shit.
So obviously, the major didn't kill Alucard, but the major being a person without powers got about as close as you can get to
He didn't kill Alucard, but he did beat him. That's the thing.
Yeah. So, and like, dude, nobody could do that. Nobody. None of the other vampires, not Anderson even when he turned into a monster.
Yeah.
Nobody was close either. Like, Anderson didn't, like, because you can't, Alucard is like the closest thing to, invincible that there is.
Yeah.
And so there was not a single person that could remotely touch Alucard, and Alucard didn't die, but he lost for the first fucking time, or the second time because of, obviously the fact how he got his name and everything. But
I think that we have to go either formidable or potentially goat.
Okay, so that's the thing. Himself,
because he's not a menace. He himself is not a menace. But he's incredibly formidable.
He's fucked up.
He's fucked up. He's fucked up like an absolute deviant. But the way that he implements his menace is not kind of the same that like a Mahito is, where he's just unhinged and deranged. He's just evil. His menace is just that he's really fucking evil.
So, being that how Alucard's extent of his abilities and everything, and fucking again, literally one of the most overpowered characters in existence.
I think Goat.
I think Goat, the ability to beat Alucard that nobody could do,
while basically powerless.
Nobody would ever be able to do. Yeah, while powerless. Again, there's nobody else that would be able to do that.
Yeah, he's just really smart. He outplayed everyone while being as frail as us. That's ridiculous. I put him higher tier Goat than Madara.
Yeah, me too. But yeah, not even just beating, a character that's like, a vampire or something. You beat, even if we're not talking this verse, even if we're not talking about this verse, he's one of the most overpowered anime characters. Period.
Well,
And
I wouldn't say one of the most overpowered, but one of the hardest to kill. And his amount of
to a
hacks is
sense,
very ridiculous.
yeah, but either way, like, brother, there's,
Yeah.
9/10 of this list is not going to be able to touch Alucard. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like, and fucking a human did it that's got to be goat alone, brother. Like, that's a feat you ain't going to see anywhere else.
So, time for Inferno to go crazy
Oh,
mode.
man.
Meruem.
I got strong opinions on this one myself.
I do not, because I've not watched him. I've not seen him.
Right. Okay, so
This is all up to
here's
you,
the
and
thing.
Inferno losing his shit, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? I have strong arguments for GOAT status.
That's what I've heard.
So here's the thing, right? He was born as he's a chimera ant, so do you know how he was born? Do you know any of that or no?
I do not, and since I don't want too many spoilers, because I do plan on continuing Hunter x Hunter.
I'm gonna keep this very basic then. So when he was born, he didn't know how to use Nen or anything, right?
Mhm.
Brother, the chimera ants, the top ones specifically, like UP, fucking P2 and all them, brother, they learned Nen so quickly that even the royal guards under the king, Meruem, were just overpowered. Like, they killed Kite right off the bat, who's a very high level hunter. That's kind of a spoiler, actually, but I feel like you had to have seen that somewhere. But
I might have forgotten. But yeah.
But either way, like, brother, they were doing shit that, like, these top gear hunters aren't doing in like a couple of days, kind of shit. Like, just figuring out what Nen, or no, they don't even think they knew Nen at that point. Like, they were just built different right off being born. And Meruem was like fucking, 100 times that of them, even. Like, he was born, and just physical prowess alone, like, nobody could fuck with him. And so, like, without
physically formidable,
explaining
yes.
too much, yeah. And then, like, a couple days later, he learns Nen, and within 2 weeks, it's so hard to say this without like blowing a huge lid off of the thing. But, like, let's say after 2 weeks, I think it was, of being alive, it was 2 weeks or 2 months, I don't remember, right? He had already got to the point where the strongest people couldn't kill him. He died via plot armor, essentially. And if that didn't happen, if that's how strong he was in 2 weeks or 2 months, he has like endless growth is pretty much the thing. So, like,
he's a man of potential, yes.
Yeah,
or
the
being
potential
a potential
on that. The thing is, too, if he was alive for another month, he would be a world-ending thing. Like, that's how fast this guy grows.
So the thing about this is that the potential is interesting. Potential matters, as well as like where they are matters. But stuff beyond their power set matters too. So I'm curious about his writing, his motives. Like, are they good? Are they complex? Are they well fleshed out?
Very, very good. I loved his writing. So the thing was, let me think about what I'm saying before I do spoilers. So the way he was born is, I don't want to spoil that part for you, but so his whole thing was that he actually wasn't like a terrible guy. He was extraordinarily fucking strong, but so his goal was to make like the world a better place, because he saw humans as like essentially, disgusting. Why are they fighting? You have these like, fat fucking like greedy politicians as your presidents running everything, fighting each other. So what the fuck is wrong with all of you? And he's like, I'm gonna fix that, but he's like, obviously they're not gonna work with me, and nobody's gonna just trust me right off the bat or nothing. He's like, so I'm gonna use fear, and I'm gonna use power to control everybody and kill those who stand in my way.
Inferno says that he drops 1 for the chess game, so he's called Inferno says menace.
That's cap. The chess game with the girl drops him 1. In what sense?
Without too many spoilers, because again, he drops 1 for the chess game is interesting to me, but like, I don't know.
If that's what you're talking about, that's crazy work.
But
That does not drop a tear for him.
but
Yeah, that just makes him a savage, brother.
I mean, doing it for honor, I think that's quality. Because here's a thing that
It's
I
not a
feel.
spoiler. Here's the thing.
Well, wait,
It's
let
not a
me.
spoiler.
Well,
Go ahead.
there's something I want to say real quick. So, I think one of the best things when it happens when it comes to a villain is that if they have a relative strong code, whatever the code is, right? If it's like I won't kill innocent people, I'll only kill the people who are harming this world, blah blah blah, whatever the fuck, right? And then they really stick to that. If he is a person who believes in honor, and he will stick to that even if it's self-sacrificing or self-harming, I think that is a high quality of a villain rather than a low quality. I don't view villains as they have to be the all powerful thing in the end. I think being true to themselves as a character is a benefit, not a hindrance for a villain.
So it's not a spoiler that's gonna ruin anything for you, right? It's like it's a minor topic they touch on. Like it's not actually part of it. So when he was born, he was stronger than, anybody. He was already stronger than like top hunters and everything. And then he was also smarter. It wasn't just physical, it was also like intelligence. Without even knowing how to play the games, he would just glance over the rules of like, say checkers, chess, fucking what the fuck are those other like board games?
Go shogi.
Mahjong, yeah, stuff like that. It was shogi, by the way. It wasn't chess, but he brought in the best people in the whole world to verse him. He wanted to see, like, just test himself against every, like, strongest. He's learning himself at this point, and he's absolutely just demolishing all these like world championship professionals. And he's like, and so pretty much it was. He's like, if you lose, I kill you. If you win, I'll rip my arm off or whatever the fuck it may be. And he ended up versing this girl who her Nen ability is literally to play that game.
Hmm.
And so
Yeah.
he doesn't even know Nen at this point. And so she beats him, so he rips his arm off, and she's like, "Oh no, you don't have to do that, whatever."
Yeah,
And he's like, "Oh man of my word."
I think if we're only ranking villains based on how powerful they are and how formidable they are in terms of like their ability and their scaling and all of that stuff, I think that would be not a great way to rank.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like even his story and stuff, like he's doing it for the right reasons. Like there's actually good,
Well, I view villains very interestingly. Is that like you can have someone who has no redeeming qualities, but you can also have very good villains who have a lot of redeeming qualities, but just end up on the other side of the coin. It depends on execution. Everything depends on execution.
Yeah. Well, also the fact of when he's fighting like, the top hunters. I'm trying not to spoil anything. One of them specifically, he's like the whole time he's like just like dragging the fight on a bit because he actually respects the guy and shit like that too. He's like taking it all in and everything. Like, humans aren't too bad kind of situation. Like so there's like he's very knowledge hungry. He has the right goals in mind the whole time. He's like, I got to do
He
bad
says you're
things at the
telling it
start,
wrong.
but
She was blind and offered her life, then he cuts his arm off his arm before the game.
she's blind has nothing to do with it. Her Nen ability is the game. Like
But
her
like
being blind doesn't have any relevance to that.
but if she offered her life, then he cuts off his arm before the game. That does have a relevance.
I don't think that's the case, brother. I think he cut his arm off after losing. Because there'd be no sense in it being before. No.
No, he won. This is hard to rank then. Is like
He didn't.
I
I
don't
don't
know
think
what's
he
going
ever
on
beat
here.
her, brother.
Because you guys have very different understandings or retellings of what happened, so I don't know.
See, no, Meruem never beat Komugi at Gunji. He never beat her, brother. She beat him every single time.
Hey, Echo, how's it going? Wait. Let me join in the VC for a moment. I don't know about that because like the weird thing is like I don't know how to go about this. I've done a podcast before. The podcast is going well.
We'll
It's going
just
quite
keep
well.
we'll keep it closed for the moment. Like it's just gonna get too complicated. Like, dude, we have so many to go through, and I
And
have
also,
UFC
if I
fights to watch tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and also if I opened up to everyone who's going to disagree with some placements, then it's never going to be close. I think.
yeah. Well, we're never gonna finish, man. We'll be in here all day.
Do
But
you want to go? Where do you want to go? Because I've
Meruem,
not seen Meruem.
yeah, Meruem never beat Komugi at Gunji, but like he never beat her. That was the thing. Like that's why he kept her alive at the start, because there was someone who he actually had to try to beat. Honestly, like I want to put him in GOAT. He's either GOAT or like top of menacing. Like, because again, his potential was endless. His backstory was sick. His origin, everything was sick. The relationships he had and stuff were very good, well written. I loved the character. His respect for a really strong hunter and everything. Like he was a good written character, and his potential. If they let him live for 1 month more, it would have been over. The world would have been his, and there would be no chance of any.
Okay, so I have one question for you. Do you think that there is a tier of separation between him as a villain and Madara as a villain? Because if you think there's no tier of separation, then he belongs in GOAT. If
No,
there is a tier of separation,
there's
then he
not.
belongs in menacing.
He's Madara of Hunter.
All right. I completely forgot to do shoutouts. I'll do it now. And then obviously shout out for my boy Corby Storyteller, co-host of Bird and the Bug. Big shout out for him, obviously.
Right. I'll do the same thing on my end. Or wait, it doesn't matter. We're in the same it's shared chat, right?
I mean, yeah, but
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
shouting out myself, bro. That'd be kind of cringe.
I'm trying to figure this out, brother. Believe me.
No, you and me both, man. You and me both. By
There
the
you go.
way,
Hell yeah.
apparently, I in stream, I'm very different than in chat. In chat, I'm definitely unhinged and ridiculous. But apparently, in stream, I'm a shy, sweet boy.
You're a shy, sweet boy.
Does that sound okay? You didn't have to moan that, but okay. Do you sound that to be accurate? Because Echo's the one who said
That's pretty
that.
accurate.
You think I'm a shy, sweet boy in stream? What?
In comparison.
I mean, look, comparably, yes, I'm fucking deranged in chat. But, like, would you say just as a whole in stream, I'm a shy, sweet boy?
No, I wouldn't say that. In comparison, if we're
Exactly.
talking comparison.
Fuck you, Echo. No, I actually love Echo, though. I just love to talk mad shit all the time.
Love you, but fuck you. Millipede, be prepared. When we're on VC on Discord, I will debate anime. Oh,
You're
man,
more
this boy's gonna be
girthy. I would
turned up.
definitely be more girthy in on stream because you can actually see me. But I'm willing to discuss anime for sure. All right, Mewtwo. Mewtwo's an interesting one. I think if we're going Mewtwo, we go the first movie.
Yeah.
I know there's another movie where he's the antagonist, but I think we go the first movie.
I'll tell you what I think right off bat. Menacing.
It feels like menacing or GOAT because he literally has to let himself lose. He has to nerf the powers of his Pokemon. He has to nerf the powers of himself, and he did kill Ash. He has to nerf everyone so that way they could fight, and he's doing this as a moral point. So, didn't he kill Ash, or was it someone else? It was him and Mewtwo, because they were doing a clash, and then Ash ran in the middle, I believe, and then that's when Ash turned to stone.
Yeah. So I'd argue that it could be in the same pocket as Meruem when we're like, if you're not able to take him down, how are you going to? Is this
he has to let himself lose.
Yeah, like
which is
Meruem,
absurd.
without telling you what happened, like unless it's kind of plot armory. I'll be real with you. Without that, and like even with that, you know, it was he was just gonna the world was over.
But
It was Meruem's world.
I think it's either GOAT or formidable because he's not a menace, right? He's antagonistic to our heroes and he has a different worldview. But he's not a menace. He's not just like deranged and doing it for the love of fucking killing. He's not doing it for the love of the game, right? Like Mahito is a menace because he's doing it for the love of the game. You know, Jason for the love of the game. That's not Mewtwo. He believes the world's kind of rotten.
Yeah.
Because he was born and then abused
process.
since day fucking one. And so he's like, wow, this is what the world is? Fuck this world.
Yeah. So if we do compare him with Meruem in that sense, right? Like I'm talking at least on a power side of things, okay? Where he was like, you know, if he didn't let himself lose or whatever. Where I'm looking at it though is they did send the strongest in the world against Meruem and nothing. They couldn't do a thing. Picture now if all of the legendaries in the world ganged up on him.
Oh yeah, he's not even the strongest legendary.
That's what I'm saying. So,
but you're also you have to consider as well. This is the first movie villain that we have. So in his placement in where he showed up, perfect level of power, because it's not a level of power you can overcome for where it was. He's a perfect antagonist because he was perfectly antagonistic. He battled them not solely in terms of like physical ability. He also battled them in terms of like worldviews. He battled them philosophically, right? You don't get a whole lot of that.
Watching that movie as a kid too was unsettling.
Yeah. Perfect voice cast as well, which is great. Perfect design, which is great. I think so he's not a menace. He's not doing evil shit for the love of the game. So he's either formidable, GOAT, or not a villain. Because he's pure antagonist, not pure villain.
So there is a strong argument for GOAT of like, you know, villains of the time, especially like I can see that there. Formidable, obviously, because they're not menacing, but then also not a villain sits too, because like if you're, you know, essentially tortured your whole life and brought to a certain point of anger, but then you come back around or whatever, like
because he got a new perspective on what the world is. It wasn't just the abuse that he received.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh,
I honestly think
I need to reevaluate. I have new information. I'll go away while I reevaluate. And because obviously this has been horrendously traumatic for you guys, you're all kids, you don't have any of that trauma now.
Yeah, that's very valid because again, like yeah, if that's all you know, that's one thing. You're not necessarily being a villain, it's just what you know. And then if you're reasonable in the fact that you can take a new thought process and change, like I think it's not a villain, honestly.
Yeah, I think we have to go either not a villain or GOAT, but I'm leaning not a villain.
I'd go not a villain, honestly.
That's fair. Brock was a menace. He kept hitting on every woman. I mean, yeah, but to be fair, if you're Brock, you have to hit on every woman because he keeps getting rejected.
Oh my lord.
All right.
Not villain. Yeah, I go with not villain for sure. He's a good guy by the end.
Yeah, and the second he realizes the world was wrong, because I think what he's born, and all he's ever done is been abused. Okay, so the world is wrong. The world is evil. I need to fix this world. I'll dominate over this, get the power needed to fix this world, and then it will be fixed. And then that's just heroism. If everyone around you is evil, and you have the power to fix it, to not do that, that is not heroism. It is heroism to fix all of that stuff. But the second that he's like, wait, you're willing to die to protect your Pokemon. You will die to protect all of this. That is not something I've ever encountered. That is not something I expected. This is not something that I accounted for in any sense. And So I need to readjust, I need to reevaluate, I need to look at the world for a time before I can do anything. That's a hero. Can we add Jesse and whatever his name is to this? Jesse and James? Jesse, James, and Miath are already here, bro. Way ahead of you.
Yeah, I scrolled my screen down to it so you could see.
Alright. Obito.
So it's gonna be the Madara situation, but less, right?
Yeah,
Like,
he's worse than Madara.
it's literally the Madara situation, but especially because he was imitating Madara for the end portion of it. Like,
He was never a menace either. So with Obito, he was always formidable. The closest he was to a menace is when he was Toby.
yeah, but
I
then
love
also by
Toby,
the
by
end,
the
he's
way.
not a villain.
Yeah. He reforms at the end, but I think I want to go formidable. He's never just like villainy for the love of the game. Whereas Madara loves battle. He loves war. He's still trying to stop it, which is crazy, by the way. Which is why like there's a lot of complexity to Madara, which is very, very valuable. That he loves battle, but he's trying to end it.
Yeah, he's trying to make the world peaceful. He
Whereas
just doesn't trust people to do it on their own.
Whereas Obito is kind of like a guy that never grew up. He's like
He was
an
lost.
emotionally stunted child.
Yeah, he
There's-
was lost in past emotions.
Yeah. So I think that is significantly less interesting than Madara. I want to put him formidable.
I'm down with that. I can agree with that. He's
Orochimaru.
definitely not. There needs to be a gap between the two.
Yeah.
Uh,
Orochimaru, I don't want to consider Shippuden.
Yeah.
I'll explain why I don't want to consider Shippuden. In Shippuden, in basically the very beginning, the first thing that happens gets taken out by Sasuke. Then he doesn't exist for a long time. Then Sasuke battles Itachi. He comes out, immediately gone again. And then he doesn't exist for a long time. And then he comes back again, and he's like, Sasuke, what do you want to do? Sasuke, you want the Hokage back? Okay, Sasuke, I'll bring back the Hokage. Oh, Sasuke, you want to fight Madara? I'll help you fight Madara, Sasuke. It's like, this is no longer Orochimaru. It's just not.
yeah.
It feels like an entirely new character, and I will never fucking consider Boruto. I would rather chop off my dick than consider Boruto in this fucking discussion.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of what they did to my boy here.
I'm
They
not a
should've
fan of
kept
what they
him the
did to
exact
anyone.
same, they should have made him how he was when he was like the 3 legendary signing with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Still not friendly per se, still creepy, still like you're iffy about him, but
The
you know, he's not
design...
gonna-
The design concept for Orochimaru was vampiric snake. That is unsettling villain. 101.
He's a fuck. He's
I'm-
a really tough one, honest. I think I know where I put him.
I think I put him menacing.
Because he is a menace. He was at the time very strong. Like he took out the third Hokage. Right?
Mhm.
He was able to summon 2 of the other Hokages.
Yep.
For fuck's sake.
Actually,
Like
he would have been able to summon the third if not for the third Hokage actually stopping him.
Yeah.
So he would have been
yeah,
able to summon
summoning
3 Hokage.
Killing a Kage.
And he killed the
Right.
Kazekage before that. Let's not forget. Let's not forget that he also had his own fucking village that he made up with the Sound Ninja, the Sound Ninja 4, which phenomenal. Let's not forget that he sealed even further Naruto's what's his fucking name?
Chakra. Or Kurama.
Kurama, yeah. He sealed Kurama even further, which threw off Naruto, which fucked him up. Let's not forget how good his summon is. Let's not forget that fucking Anko of all people, years later still has fucking PTSD over him. Let's not forget that when he matched up to Kakashi, Kakashi said, if you take another step, one of us is dying here tonight.
Yeah.
And then after
also...
he just like laughed it off and walked away, Kakashi's like, what the fuck was I thinking? It's gonna be me! And that's Kakashi.
Not to mention, for one, essentially immortal. On top of all that, and if things, this is a very hypothetical part, but if things would have went more his way, he would have been able to take over, what the fuck is his name, Kimimaru or some shit, the bone dude.
Yep.
Imagine if that dude didn't get a sickness and he
Yep.
could have taken his body, like, and the fact of that, if he did end up taking Sasuke's body, like, the potential of him is even worse than what you get.
Yep.
Like, yeah,
Like,
and he's a menace, brother. He's
a
fucking
menace. He's a fucking menace. That is a menace of a man. That is
Brother
tier 1 menace. Honestly, I think if we're going ranking menaces, maybe tier 1 is Kid Buu, maybe first ballot is tier Buu, and then right next to him is probably Orochimaru.
Tier Buu.
Yeah.
Certainly Kid Buu into Orochimaru. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah. If we're going just ranking the menace. Obviously, we're not ranking here, but if we're going to, I think it goes Kid Buu number 1, Orochimaru number 2. He was a fucking menace. Not to mention all his experiments on people, his human experimentation. Oh my god.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, that too. Like, the dude was fucking, again, no regard for human life.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Yeah. Welcome back, Vital, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Low
Really
keys,
quick
is looking nice. Good. Yeah. What was that, bro?
We're still real quick. Still, we're talking, but my quality is getting dropped a little bit, so I can go for a smoke at the same time.
All right. All good. All good. Well, you know what? The next one is Overhaul from My Hero. So, like, that's mostly a me ranking at this point.
Yeah, I seen that too. I was like, that's a good time.
That is a good time. All right.
Bro, I just opened 1 pack of smokes, and I have 1 pack after this, and we're quitting. So.
I hope you quit. Quitting is good. Quitting is good.
Yeah. So this is we're getting there. But
all
go
right.
ahead, my brother.
Overhaul. I think he's a bad villain. He got fraud checked so fucking hard. Okay, so 1, he's not part of the League of Villains, which that's fine. If you want to have your own separate villain organization, that's fine. So he's a mobster. Cool. That's fine. That's a villainous organization. That makes sense to me. But the first arc he's in, him and his entire team is wiped out. Already, not looking good. So, that's bad. Secondly, he was getting his cheeks fucking clapped by an unpowered Lemillion. Not looking good. Okay? Thirdly, he was built up almost like an antagonist to Shigaraki. Like, ooh, Shigaraki, him, they're kind of vying for power. Who's going to beat who? And then he loses immediately. So they hyped him up only for him to get fucking clocked first go around. Another loss. Right? And so, in terms of meta, he's shit. In terms of, like, his impact, it's shit. The only impact he has is basically the introduction of Eri and the depowering of Lemillion, which he personally did not fucking do. Somebody else did it. One of his henchmen shot him with a gun that, like, had power erasing bullets. That's not him. And then he was getting his fucking cheeks clapped. He has a cool power. The deconstruction and reconstruction of things. That's cool. How the fuck did he lose to a guy who punches? His ability is to punch, and he lost.
That's fair. Funny enough, this is one
fraud.
of the things I have seen. This is one of the things I have seen from My Hero.
Yeah. Dude's a fucking fraud.
Yeah. Where would you put him?
I'm thinking subpar. The only thing keeping him out of trash is the fact that he is menacing, because he is, experimenting on a child for the love of the game. Respect for a villain, respect. And he has a cool power. Outside of that, everything's shit. When he one-shot a member of the League of Villains, I thought he was going to be crazy, but not. Exactly. They built him up like, oh, is he going to be a match for Shigaraki? Could he overpower Shigaraki? Oh, no, he loses. Never mind. Like, trash.
He
He's
had cool
trash.
design too.
He has a cool design, yeah.
Wasn't it ironically like crow based?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah. Like, kind of like the plague doctors back in, like, older England and stuff. How long is this list? Well, it's not that much longer, and for some of these I feel like we're going to speed up a little bit. The worst he did was child abuse, which is bad, but that just kind of means that he's a failed villain.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, people do that in real life, you know what I mean? For an anime villain, that's not that crazy of a thing.
With all his powers, the worst he did is something that we can do here.
Yeah, so that doesn't stack up very well. I am back at the computer, so my quality is about to get better.
Right. Next one, Fire Lord Ozai. I think he's better as a figurehead than he is actually as a character. I want to put him in Menacing. I want to talk about him. I can't because you haven't seen the show, and I don't want to spoil it for you because I want you to watch it.
Oh, I will at some point. Most definitely. Again, it's one of those ones people like too much to avoid forever.
Yeah. But I want to put him in Menacing because when you see the silhouette of Ozai, you're just like it piques interest just to see his silhouette, his shadow. You're just like, ooh, ooh. You know, Formidable? I could see Formidable, but he is a fucking menace. It's not really a spoiler. It's kind of a spoiler, but not really. But, like...
You can give it to me. I guarantee you I'll forget by the time
The scar that Zuko has was given to him by his dad in front of a fucking audience. A whole stadium of an audience. He permanently scarred his son because his son wouldn't beat his ass. That's a fucking menace.
That is very menace-like.
That is a fucking menace.
See, if you do stuff like that, you can't, like... Formidable and menacing are kind of interchangeable. It's more
there's a lot
like
of overlap.
Personality based after that point.
Yes, this is why it's categorization rather than like ranking. Fighting Aang. Wait. Okay, first off, spoilers, bro. Bro, spoilers. I want to have this available. I'm gonna delete the message though. The spoilers. I'm sorry. Okay. I somewhat agree, but you also have to consider who it is you're talking about. Not just Ozai, the other person. Oh, do you consider Avatar an anime? I see a lot of people say it's not. So it's not an anime, but it depends on what you consider an anime. I think the barriers that people have for anime is ridiculous. Right? It's like, oh, it's anime is a Japanese cartoon. Okay, so if it's made in China, it's not anime. Even if it has the exact same sensibilities, it's not an anime. That's ridiculous.
Isn't solo leveling like the same type of situation?
Yeah, I think that's technically like Chinese or whatever, but like that's an anime. Not even the strongest firebender in the show. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So people are like, oh, it's Iroh. It's either Iroh or him. Either way, if he's not number one, he's tied for number one with Iroh. So like, yeah. Because even Iroh was actually, no, I can't say, but like, yeah, Karina Solo. That's okay, but yeah,
it's all anime, man.
It's anime.
Just be real.
It has the same anime sensibilities. Yeah, I know it's technically in terms of the definition not anime. I don't care. Because if we only do it for Japanese things, that'd be weird if we had cartoons only from America have its own name and cartoons only from England have its own name. That's kind of ridiculous. Said Chinese, I was just correcting. Fair enough. Okay, my bad. Alright. Pain, there is only one tier that is correct, and I hear nothing else.
Yeah, me too. For me, it's GOAT.
It's GOAT.
Yeah.
I think he's the best.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, especially for like the time, right? Yep. Let's like, holy fuck! For one, first Renegon ability,
amazing
in the show, like
design great,
extremely OP. Took out a legendary Sonny. The design is absolutely insane.
Yep.
Fucking
voice acting phenomenal.
Yeah, anything you can say. The almighty push scene, like, dude, anything you can label about this guy is GOAT. Like,
Yep.
There was not one thing they did with this character that was not. Killed Kakashi, technically. Killed Jiraiya. You know, like, dude was unstoppable.
Killed half the leaf.
Until and destroyed the leaf in general in one attack. Like,
fucking giving the credit to who made them is important. Okay, well then why don't you do that to every other cartoon, Ariel? Do you do that to every other show? I was watching this American cartoon. This. Do you do that, or do you only do that with anime? If so, why only with anime? It feels like an arbitrary definition, where it's like, oh, we only do it with that.
ugh.
Not saying it's not
Well,
anime. What do you mean then? I'm saying who made it. Okay, with the Chinese, not with the Chinese, with the Korean. Okay, I thought it was a weird thing to like get hung up on. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like I said, when you said when you were correcting to Korea, I was like, okay, that makes sense then. When you said you were just giving when you were just correcting, that's fine. I have no problem with that. Obviously, it'd be weird if I did. I think.
But yeah, Pain Man, without like the main character plot armor of perfect timing, learning Sage mode, arriving at the moment kind of thing, like Pain was unstoppable. There was nobody in any village besides Naruto with Sage mode, pre-prepped with shadow clones that were, you know, ready for Sage mode. Like it was not happening. And then it still was close with that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I think his backstory is great. I think his VA is fucking phenomenal. The voice for Pain is amazing. Yeah. I think it has the best voice of the best English voice in all of Naruto. I think it's better than Madara.
The throwback as well from, like, you know, him being not related to, but related to Jiraiya in that sense. Like,
the mystery of Pain. The mystery of Pain is fucking great. The mystery of the Rinnegan. The design of the Rinnegan. Like, there's so much around Pain that is so fucking good. Even his name is really solid. Even his name is really solid. Like, some people would say, oh, it's a bit edgy. But, like, his whole thing is not about, I'm going to inflict pain. His thing is about, like, the pain that we all go through. Emotional pain.
Yeah. And then also the fact of it's essentially you're seeing Yahiko with Rinnegan, and you're like, what the fuck is going on?
There's so much about him that is just goat. It's goat.
The story with Hanzo that led him to being that, and
Hanzo the Salamander.
Yeah, just it's peak all around, man. The scene where he killed Kakashi when he's like, you know, calls him out like, I'm honored to have fought you, whatever, throws the nail into his fucking forehead.
And then one of my favorite displays of power, while also one of my favorite voice acted lines, and now this world shall know pain. Almighty push. Like, fucking phenomenal. Like, and then when you see the leaf destroyed, it's one of the few times, because one of the things that happens in anime, in TV, in movies, in everything, right, is like they have these really big things, but then nothing really of consequence happens because it's all, oh, but the civilians never saw this battle, so they don't know. Dude, the fucking Leaf Village was a crater. You don't see stuff like that typically, because they want to have more status quo stuff where we can rely that this is like this. You don't get that. You just don't really. So the fact that we have the village that we know and love, with all of its people, half of them dead, the other half injured, none of them able to touch him, and the village is a fucking crater, I think that has to be acknowledged.
You had to take the next, like, few episodes or whatever, and they're actually still rebuilding the village to let that set in, kind of thing.
I think they failed at, like, actually having it be destroyed, but that's a whole other conversation outside of him.
But they did at least touch on it. Like, other places, it would just be rebuilt, like, the next fucking episode, you know what I'm saying? Like, there was still
or over a filler arc.
Yeah, as well as the soundtrack whenever that motherfucker was around, bro.
Gire, the fucking phenomenal villain theme.
Yep.
It's GOAT. It's GOAT. Nothing else. Bro, it's GOAT.
Yeah. He shows up, you feel it in your bones, man, and that's a villain.
Alright. Pegasus. Maximilian Pegasus. So this is an interesting one because I like Pegasus, and I think we kind of have to acknowledge only the first arc of Yu-Gi-Oh. You could because when you go to Battle City, it kind of devolves, and like they don't finish the Battle City until like way fucking later because there's some fucking crash of the blimp, and then they have to do all of these other things. And it's just like, you know. So I think we keep it to the dual island. Does that seem fair?
Yeah. He was a puppet controlled by I, not a villain.
So, like, whether or not... Okay, he was influenced by the eye kind of drove him to this, but while the eye has its own will, it is not separate as an entity from him in a sense, because while it is inflicting on him, I'm considering him and the eye as the villain, right? Because it's not like, for example, Black Zetsu kind of manipulated everything and blah blah. It's not like that. It's part of him. Does that seem fair? So
I'd agree with it.
Yeah. So with him, strong antagonist. Very strong antagonist.
If we're talking also iconic as fuck, like Yu-Gi-Oh is a weird one because if we're talking about like if we're including the deck they play, tunes are like if we're talking about iconic villain, like that's part of it, right? Like
well, we're considering
they have tunes. And Pegasus himself, even his design is so strong. Like it's a striking design. Like
and the creator of the game,
Millennium Pieces.
And the creator of the game, so like where he is in terms of the meta of that world is very strong too.
Oh, what's up, Huni? Fuck, it's been a minute, brother.
Pegasus and his tunes were a menace, especially in the games. Oh yeah, like in the IRL games, Toon World was a fucking nightmare to fight. If someone had a Toon deck, I would fucking lose my shit. It was a fucking menace.
One of the most beautiful cards ever.
Dude, fucking, but then, so yeah, they're fighting the creator of the game at his own game on his island, and he's stealing souls. He's a fucking soul snatcher. And he snatched the soul and fucking babied and belittled and bullied Seto Kaiba.
Yeah.
And what we know about Kaiba?
Absolute savage. Kaiba's a
amazing.
Fucking savage.
Yeah.
Tunes versus Blue Eyes is a war I know all too well. Yeah, no, I've been good, Huni, though. It's good to see you, brother. It's been too long, man.
I guess having Yami give Yugi his personality would also be part of it. I'll concede on the point. Yeah, because it would be weird to try and rank the two, like, Yugi and Atem separately. That'd be kind of very difficult to do. So, to separate him from the eye, and same thing with, like, Bakura, it'd be a bit difficult. At what point do you just say, well, none of his actions are his own, bad, we can't rank him that way? That'd be kind of hand-wavy. Yeah, it'd be a little bit hand-wavy. Because he's a guy who got corrupted, so we have to rate him as someone who is corrupted as well. I think...
I mean, if we do that with Gara is nice now, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think formidable or menacing, I want to go formidable, I think.
I'd be fine with either. I was leaning menacing, but I can see it going either way. He is kind of a menace.
He is kind of a menace, especially, but...
he had this aura about him during the show, especially when you were younger.
But he had an aura of menacing, not terror, I would say. Like, what's going on with him? Like, it is a big deal when he's there, but it's not just, like, terror. Right? Because, like, you see Jason show up, you're like, oh, he's gonna fucking annihilate somebody. Right?
Yeah, I mean, he was taking souls, man.
He was, but it was means to an end, not just like, I hate people, love of the game, want to fucking annihilate someone.
I'll accept formidable for sure.
I think he's high formidable. I would put him on formidable above basically everybody else here. Quick note, Darts is GOAT. Darts from what? Also, Sosuke Aizen is an S-tier villain, extremely valid. Okay, fair.
Yeah, Aizen, you can't put him anywhere else, man. He's the like one you think about when you think of mastermind villain.
Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been that might have been later than when I watched. That probably is. Why is Maximilian Pegasus up here but not Marek?
More
So,
iconic.
Marek, he's more iconic, but also Marek got into the later, like, bullshit of what happened into Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? That's roughly when it started to devolve and just go nonsense, balls to the wall. What's happening? Sort of nonsense, right? Same sort of reason like Noah from Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not here. Like, what the fuck is going on with Yoga? Noah, not Yoga.
Seal of Calico, Cyrus Darts. It's just like, also if you're touching Yu-Gi-Oh, like not everybody knows it. It's easier to just grab the like iconic guy.
Yeah, and Marek is one who, while Pegasus is, there's two separate entities that have the influence in that character and what is represented in that character. Marek is more split, so it's even harder to try and discuss that, right? Because remember, he gets literally like fucking goofy-eyed, tongue-out villain, where he's like, "Oh, I'm so fucking crazy," and it's, what? And that feels so separate from like Marek before.
Marek as a kid was terrifying. That's valid.
So like it feels, considering that's more split and it's harder to even like attribute certain goals and aspects of the character to each individual part, it feels even more difficult than it does with Pegasus. With Pegasus, we can be like, he got corrupted, but this is where he is and this is what he's done. Marek is very much two split personalities. Does that feel fair as a justification? You should watch Serial of Orichalco's arc. It's my favorite. I mean, maybe I have a lot of things to watch, but maybe I'll put it on the list.
That's the big problem, man. My list is insane. Like, there's a lot of stuff I want to watch, a lot of stuff I haven't seen, but like, fuck me if I know where to begin with that.
I was wondering because Marek was flipping crazy. That's fair. Yeah, no, I get it. Marek is a big influence on the show for sure. All right, Shigaraki. Not the Bleach villain
Welcome
that, in
back
my
to the
opinion, should
show,
be
boy.
here is Muramasa from the Zenbakuto Rebellion arc. I'm not up to that, so I wouldn't feel justified talking about it. It really is. Do I feel like we can talk about it? If so, I want to rank. If not, then we're not going to. Because otherwise, we would have like Father from Full Metal Alchemist on here, and he's just not, because we've not seen it, and it would not be a conversation that's worth talking about, or a ranking that's worth like actually valuing the opinion of at all. Alright, Shigaraki? He's a weird one.
I know this boy's got to be pretty decent, right?
So, he's a weird one. I think as a villain in the beginning, subpar or even potentially trash. I was thinking subpar early. He doesn't feel like much of a villain. Because he treats the whole thing like a video game, which is somewhat interesting, right? But we don't see him do much, he doesn't do much, and he's kind of just like a loser guy. And by the way, that's not even me saying like, oh, I think he's a fucking loser. No, like that's the kind of the thing. He's kind of just has a lot of losery attributes, and that's kind of the thing. He becomes gradually more villainous, which is neat. His motivation, I think, initially is so fucking shit. His motivation is shit. Okay. Spoiler alert for My Hero, which by the way I've not seen all of them. Might be things around him that justify him more, but I fucking doubt it can save the mess that this is. Okay. And this is a problem of the quality of writing that is the show My Hero Academia. He has a power where things kind of just like disintegrate if he touches them. That's an interesting power. That's a very formidable power. He kills his family. A lot of it by accident. I'm pretty sure like all of it was by accident. Wow, that would drive you mad. That's fair. That's fair. Now, is it just that he was driven mad by the fact that he like disintegrated his family? Unfortunately, no. What happens is, as a child, he goes to an alley, starts crying, he's really sad, nobody helps him, that turns him into a villain. Nobody pat him on the back and said, "It's okay, son," and so he decides to be a villain. And then later on he gets found and then manipulated by All for One. That is fucking lame as shit. And then also, this is why I say it's the problem of the writing of the show My Hero Academia. Because they want us to believe, man, this hero world has been so commercialized, it's been so corrupted, that could be interesting. But they don't want to commit to that because they still want their heroes like All Might and Midoriya and Baz Genius. They still want them to be really, really good heroes. So they can't commit. Either it's been commercialized and heroes have been ruined, or they haven't been, and this guy's ridiculous. You can't have both. And they try to. So I don't believe no hero would try to help him. I'm sorry, you're telling me that there's a kid who's been fucked up, who has these sorts of skin issues, is by himself as like a 5-year-old in an alley in the rain crying. Nobody's helping. That's what you want me to believe. But you also want All Might and all these other heroes to be really, really fucking moral characters. No. Just no. So if your motivation is weak, that's really a big hindrance. He beat Stars and Stripes out of a bullshit ass-pull plot armor, so he's saved by plot armor constantly where he should lose. So that's a problem. So he's not surviving because he's great. He's surviving because of plot armor. His motivation sucks. That's half of what a good villain is. Now you get into his power. It's a cool power. It is. But then, like, his power evolves, and oh my god, because of the way powers are being more complexified, he turns into this thing, and this isn't a quirk, but it's his true form, and he's just a bunch of fingers. I think that's ridiculous. To say to give him a quirk power, but it's not a quirk, just so like it can't be turned off. That's stupid. That's stupid. And then physically, they just decide, well, you know what, we need to make him as formidable as physically possible, just because otherwise he's going to get wiped. And so they gave him superhuman durability as a normal human when, like, nobody else could. And I'm sorry, if that's possible, then what's the whole problem with Izuku trying to be a hero when he has no powers? He should have been able to be a hero then. That's stupid. The writing of the show really fucks him. It really fucks him. He should be, like, formidable or even menace. Because there's a lot to him, but so much of it is so poorly implemented, which is not his fault, but it does drop him. I want to put him competent.
Shit. My lord, you had fucking feelings on that one, my brother.
And just even crazier, I kept it short.
That's wild. That's wild. You were fucking cooking on that one since the beginning, eh?
Alright. Beta sound Sonic. Subpar.
Yeah, subpar. It's not anything. It's
He's barely a villain.
Barely a villain, and just doesn't match up to
anyone
MC at all because of the show. It's the show thing again. Boros should be higher, but he's not because of Saitama.
Didn't he have only superhuman abilities because of the doctor guy? So partially that, but also because he was fighting Gigantomachia all the time. But like, so it was also because he was just training when he was fighting Gigantomachia, which that means if it is possible to do these things, then one, why is it not possible for the people that like are on the hero side? We have all these super geniuses, like all these fucking giga geniuses on the hero side, and they can't do anything for heroes? Really? Sonic is not a villain? I mean, he's an assassin. That's not a good guy.
Yeah, but I mean, if Boros isn't formidable, like you know, Sonic's two down at bare minimum.
Yeah, you could go. you could even argue. You could argue for trash.
In the rest of the verse, he's strong. It's an MC thing, man. One Punch is such a weird.
It's a hard one to rank when you go MC. You could argue trash. I would argue against you, but I could see why someone would make that argument. I think subpar as a villain, because he's also barely prevalent as a villain. He's
Yeah, if
barely
you
there
take
for
out
him.
Saitama, Genos versus Sonic is, a tight battle. That's a cool fight.
Yeah.
But
And
in comparison.
Yeah, and by the way, we are not ranking Garo because I refuse to watch One Punch Man Season 3. And also Season 2 is a significant dip from Season 1. So I know that he's most prevalent there in Season 2 and 3. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
We're on the last row here.
Almost, yeah. So, Stain. This is also my hero.
Yeah.
So this is another one where it feels similar to Shigaraki in that he hates what heroes are because, oh my god, they're all about sponsors and blah blah blah. But they still want our heroes to be very, very formidable, very good guys. And okay, so then your motivations are bunked, and it's not your fault as a character. But if your motivation sucks because the world doesn't necessarily agree with you, even though the world agrees with him, but it doesn't agree, the world's so conflicted because of the quality of writing, that's a real hindrance. But what your motivation is outside of the world in itself, the fact that he hates heroes because they're not even heroes anymore. They're like influencers, they care about sponsors and all of these things. That's cool. That's actually really cool. Right? The fact that he does actually have a presence, the fact that he has an influence on these heroes, that's neat. I want to put him in formidable. I want to put him in formidable. He's better than Shigaraki just because he has less that hurts him. Whereas Shigaraki should be better. It's just he has too many aspects that fall flat because of the writing around the show.
That's crazy. I never would have expected to see the two that way. I haven't seen enough, but I know both of them. But that's interesting for sure.
This fucking dickhead.
So
trash.
Who's this dickhead?
This is another trash one. This is also Sword Art Online.
Okay.
So season 1 is Ayahiko Kayaba. Akihiko Kayaba, sorry. Season 1, that's the developer of the game. And then at the end of Season 1, some people are still in the nerve gear because they're trapped in. That's the whole thing, right? Do you know the plot basic outline of SAO?
Yes.
Okay. Season 2, this guy, so he works at a company that bought the nerve gear and bought the game Sword Art Online. And so he has the servers still up, so some people are still trapped in there. And he's trying to be adopted, even though he's a fucking adult, as what's her name? The chick's name. Not Oscar. Arsena. Her name's Arsena. He's trying to be adopted by Arsena's dad, so that way they're just around, and then he's gonna use the nerve gear to try and brainwash her over time, so that way she falls in love with him. And he's really rapey and touchy with her while she's still comatose, and then he keeps her trapped, and then she gets raped by some fucking slime monster's tentacles. It's really fucking weird and gross. And then he's shit. He's just fucking. He's beefing with children. Okay.
Sword Art
trash.
Online is different than I thought it was.
For SAO, in my opinion, best villain in the series was Death Gun from the Gun Gale Online arc. Probably, yeah. Except for that weird twist where it's oh, it's not actually killing people. I think that was lame. But yeah. He is fucking shit. I hate this fucking guy. I hate this fucking guy. I hate this fucking show. Alright. Sukuna. Because we're doing, remember, from Season 2, and that's the cutoff. Season 1, Season 2. Menace.
Oh, yeah.
That's Menace. Do you wanna talk about Sukuna? Because I've been yapping for a bit now.
Well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? You certainly know more about Sukuna than I do. Like,
You can
bare
start. I'll
bones,
finish.
yeah, I've seen season 1. I haven't seen season 2 yet.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't want to hear it, brother.
Kill
As
you,
far
man.
as characters go, hey man, do what you will, all right? I stand on my business. As far as characters go, like he's fucking tweaked. He's a menace.
Oh yeah,
Like
he is.
there's no way around it. The fact of why the fuck can I think of dude's name right now? And I know dude's name. The fucking Stitches face dude. Why can't I think of his
Mahito?
name right now? Yeah, Mahito. Why the fuck can I think of that? Fact that he goes to like take the soul and like motherfucking knows damn well like, oh shit, I fucked up. Like that alone from a motherfucker who was causing shit. Massive.
Hmm.
Like you whisper this dude's name and people fucking cry.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, Sukuna is a fucking menace. He did it for the love of the game. He's fucking maniacal. He's really fucking maniacal. The presence that he has. Oh, okay. So you saw season 1, yeah?
Yeah.
Remember fucking okay with Yuji and Nanami fighting Mahito. Yuji jumps into Mahito's domain, and then all of a sudden cuts to inside of Yuji, and it's just Sukuna on top of his throne that's built on a pile of bones. Which, by the way, that's fucking amazing. That's great imagery. Okay, it's not subtle by any means, but it's good imagery. And then it's just, I'll let you off with a warning. Touch me again, and you will die. And then he like fucking slashes the shit out of Mahito, who is built up as like, oh fuck, it's Mahito. He is terrified and cowering before Sukuna. Menace.
Yeah.
And I'm only mentioning early stuff.
Use that ability anymore.
I'm only mentioning stuff from season 1 because I don't want to spoil anything season 2, but he has more presence in season 2, and season 2 cements his place as Menace. So good.
Believe you. That's one I'm watching soon enough here.
Alright. Team Rocket. Jesse, James, and Meowth. Do we do trash or not a villain?
Not a villain.
Yeah, there's no question of can they beat out heroes. They're kind of jokes. They're comic relief.
Yeah, well, also they don't even have the worst intentions. They're like good people at heart.
Yeah. I mean, James is a very, very good trainer. People love James. His Pokemon love him. Canonically, he's one of the best trainers in all of Pokemon.
Well, they've also rescued Pokemon that were held captive and stuff. Like, they're not villains at all.
They've also fought against Team Rocket, their own people, because they're like, this is just wrong. I will fight against you.
Yeah, that's about the most clear cut we got for sure.
Toji has to be menacing as well. He has to be menacing.
I've been chugging so much water. I'm running to the bathroom quick. Plus, you know this better than me. You handle this one. I'll be right back.
All good. Okay, without getting into too much spoilers, because he hasn't seen all of season 2, I won't spoil everything. That's a fucking menace. Okay? The way he fights, the fact that he has no cursed energy and is still fighting curses, okay, that is menacing. Okay? This man will stand on business, fight anyone. Okay? He's a fucking menace. What he's done to this world, menace. Okay, this man. I want to talk so much more, but I can't because I don't want to spoil. But there's so much of him that is so good. And he's not, like, the greatest villain. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have that depth to be a goat. He doesn't. He just doesn't. That's okay. He's not meant to be. That is a menacing villain. He's there as a fucking hater. I love that. We enjoy those? We do. Yep. Soji's cool. He is cool. He is cool. What he represents is solid. His positioning is solid. What he does in the meta is solid. His influence and how he like his end is solid. The conclusion of Toji is all strong. Nothing phenomenal. Is nothing like outrageously amazing, but it's all solid. There's not really weak spots there. And he's a fucking menace. He just really is menacing.
All right, we back.
Right.
I am a hydrated man, my brother. I'll tell you that.
The fact that we have 3 JJK villains in menacing, like Jesus Christ, I'm surprised you don't like that show more.
I do like it a lot. I just honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I forgot that season 2 existed for the longest time, and then I've just had so many things on my list, like just distracting, brother. You like because you watched it so long ago, and then when the next season comes out, I forget it exists because I feel like I've already watched all of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. Tsukasa from Dr. Stone.
Okay, this is the last one I don't know, by the way.
Motherfucker! I swear to God, I'm gonna shoot you.
Do it, brother. I dare you.
I
wish you would.
What the fuck? Have you watched a goddamn thing? Okay, Tsukasa.
Yeah.
I'm saying not a villain. Strong character. Very strong character. Great voice. Not a villain. He's the antagonist of the early season. Not a villain. Okay? He doesn't have evil intentions. He's just willing to do villainous things for his good intentions. Okay? Without getting into spoilers, because Dr. Stone is worth a watch. Not a villain. Is that fair?
Well, sure.
He's not a villain. Alright. Oh wait, he's here twice because he's such a fucking menace.
Yeah, I was gonna wonder. I was wondering the whole time. Like, is one of just pops or some shit, brother? Like,
that's more in line with an anti-hero. Yeah. So he's not a villain. All right. What's his name? Yujiro Hanma. Yeah. I think he has to be menace.
Because it's spookier. He's menace 100%, brother. That's some like top of menace, brother. I think he might even beat Kid Buu.
He might be more of a menace than Kid Buu. That's fair. That's fair.
He's at least up there with Kid Buu. I'm putting him at top. He's just diabolical, brother.
He really is.
This guy's done. Even if we're not talking about fighting and all of that, brother, he walks in on his son having sex and tells him he's not doing it right. Like,
ultimate anti-hero is Kenpachi Zaraki from Bleach. Dude, that is my favorite character from that show. Kenpachi is my fucking goat. I love Kenny.
I'm in the same spot.
Kung Fu Kenny is my fucking guy. Yoga is more of a villain than him. I think if we're going Hyoga, I'm guessing that's Bleach, but yeah. Yujiro Hanma? That's my fucking guy. Sorry, Yujiro, no, Kenpachi, sorry, because he was saying Zaraki's a god, so that's why I was saying that. Yujiro is not my fucking guy, but he's the epitome of menace. There's nothing redeeming about him. He's only fucking... It's for the love of the game that he'll fuck you over.
That dude is the creator of Black Air Forces, and there's nothing about it.
Okay, no, he's not the creator. He's not been around long enough to be the creator. Okay, but he's the embodiment.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's the main Black Air Force motherfucker.
He's the face of Black Air Force energy.
That dude wakes up just thinking about how he can violate everybody around him.
Yep.
Like, that's his only thought process. He doesn't have any further thoughts.
Yep. I agree. That is menace. Zabuza.
God, fuck that guy, but he's sick. Zaraki is also one of the most peak characters. I fucking love Zaraki.
Yeah, he's my favorite in Bleach. Okay, Zabuza. Do you want to take this? This one's like maybe your favorite in Naruto, your favorite villain.
Zabuza's my favorite, arguably my favorite character, period. Probably tied.
Interesting!
I love Zabuza so much. That first Naruto arc, keep in mind, a lot of people, Naruto is like their first real anime, you know what I'm saying? So, and Zabuza is like arc 1. So, if we're talking like your first introduction to an anime villain, and during the power scale, he's weak now, right? But during the power scaling, and actually, funny enough, Kabuto brought him back because his ability is so useful for You know, like,
Yeah.
but the dude for the time, brother, like let's talk about that. Like Kakashi, who was, you know, still the copy ninja at the time, still feared by fucking everybody. Like when the what were they called? Like the crow demons or whatever, when they first leave the village, they ambush them, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
They're like, oh fuck, Kakashi, shit, fuck. And so Kakashi's still this legend fucker at the time. He like Zabuza knows of him. Bro, Zabuza beat him. If Kakashi was alone, he had him in the water prison, and
Yep.
Kakashi was like, I'm fucked. I can't do anything.
Mhm.
Like, and then he's like, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are just gonna die because I'm
Mhm.
fucked now. And so Zabuza beat Kakashi.
Yep.
And even at the time, Kakashi was fucking like if they weren't there and pulled some random shit, which they shouldn't have been able to, because Naruto at that time was pissed scared, and Sasuke's nowhere near Zabuza level. You know, again, that's slightly plot armor right there.
Don't know that I
Brother,
agree, but continue.
you know what I'm saying. Either way, Kakashi was done for if it wasn't that fact.
Yep.
And like beating Kakashi is a huge feat in the
Yep.
Naruto-verse. And then on top of that, brother, the visuals and everything with this guy and the aura this guy gave off.
Strong design. Yep.
Insane. Like, and then too, like, bro, nobody has had aura like this guy. And I'm not talking aura as in like, oh, the dude has fucking aura. I'm talking like the fucking like purple black fucking chakra that he had different than everyone else, and it had like a fucking demon Hanya mask in it type shit and all that.
Not just that, but also like the contract that he had, where he had his own gang. You didn't really see much of that in Naruto, except for like obviously the Akatsuki. But like he was his own faction. It's either that's not really done in that show, which I think they should have explored more of. But the fact that he was his own faction is also a nice strong point for him.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like again, the character was so well rounded for
Mhm.
whatever reason right at the start. Like they lacked with some of them, like in
Yeah.
comparison, especially with the new stuff. The new stuff I don't even want to speak on.
Mhm.
But bro, there was stuff from like his aura still to this day is like probably the craziest one you've ever seen. And remember when he got reanimated and he's like telling Kakashi, you have to kill me again kind of thing?
Yep.
Bro, everyone has their chakra out. His is like fucking pitch black and it's like fucking 50 feet in the fucking air compared to everyone else's who is like, you know, just above their
Yep.
head kind of thing.
And
like
the
just
fact that Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist is great. His also the fact that he fought like a ninja, he hid himself. He was a guy who would conceal himself and then fight from concealment. The fact that he fought like a ninja despite his outlandish powers is cool.
Yeah, again, yeah, one of the 7 legendary swordsmen of the mist has the fucking has, funny enough, the
Executioner's Blade, yeah.
most useless sword out of all of them.
Yeah.
It was the only one that didn't really have abilities. It only healed itself. That was it. It had regeneration for the blade. It was not a power. It wasn't a combat ability. All the rest had combat abilities.
That's fair. Yeah, I can agree.
But yeah, the fact too that he trained from a youngin to even be able to wield that fucking blade, and the fact that he has the fucking Kekkei Genkai, the only one who has hidden miss jutsu, which is so overpowered because he taught himself to fight with his eyes closed. And like, dude, you're fighting by Kakashi's Sharingan couldn't keep up with it. Like, so he has like crazy hacks, like crazy feats, crazy abilities, especially for that time. He had the intimidation factor of aura, like chakra, that still nobody's had that kind. Obviously just an absolute savage, fucking sharp teeth for whatever fucking reason, you know. Well, for the legendary swordsman, but like the amount of things that guy had going for him. And then even if we want to talk as like a part of him being Haku, having, you know, essentially that's a tool in his fucking arsenal.
I think that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go. I got more shit to say, but you can go. I've been talking.
I think that while they did a clever job of dealing with him and beating him in the end with the Ninja Hounds, considering what we know of the power scaling for things like that, he kind of got taken out a little bit like a bitch. But when you consider what was going on in the anime at the time, this is the first real arc. I think it's a fair way to take him out. Because you can't see him, so he summoned something that tracks by scent. I know where you are, and I can beat you. I think that's cool.
Yeah. It obviously, like, you know, being early in, it's kind of capped. It's a little bit capped. Like, I get it, we're early in or whatever.
Yep.
With the abilities the guy had, I don't think that's gonna be the thing that takes him. But
Yep.
there's got to be some way, and it's early in, whatever. Give benefit of the doubt, leeway to the situation. So,
Yeah.
like, it could have been significantly cooler, obviously.
Yep.
But like, and then the parts of like, if we're talking like as a character, fucking fantastic. The design is top tier. The abilities he has are next level. He has a move that only one person has. He has a special sword that only one person has. He's they kept saying he's the number one user of the silent killing technique that I think he created as well.
Well, I mean, that feels like a weird thing. Like, he's the number one user of this thing that only he does.
No,
I
I
mean,
think
by
other
default.
people do it. Like, I think it was a hit and miss thing.
But yeah. So where
Either
are you
way,
thinking?
that wasn't one of the main points.
He's not goat. He's not pain level. He's not.
No, he's not. He's definitely menacing, though, for sure. The other thing I was gonna say is that his backstory, actually, they went really deep into his backstory in comparison to what you would expect from Act 1. Like, like his backstory, him meeting up with Haku.
Oh, and remember
all of that shit.
Sorry, remember when he had no arms, kunai in mouth, I will kill you all. Fucking
yeah, and he ran through, was
solid.
murdering people. He was getting stabbed in the back. He has like fucking 10 swords poking out his back. He gets up, and then the aura, like the purple black aura with the demon face in it, when he's up in front of the little dude who hired the hit, and fucking kills him like that. And then the redemption arc of him, admitting he cares about Haku, getting carried over to Haku, saying,
I don't know that I'll say it's redemption. It doesn't feel like redemption.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
But yeah,
it's not redemption.
The character arc.
It's
a character arc.
Like he's like, the part of him saying, it can't happen, but I wish I could go to the same place as you. And then also like just the little things of his backstory, like how he got kicked out, or what was it? I forget what it was. He either got kicked out of the school or shunned or some shit because to get out of the school you have to kill one person in your class, but he killed all of them.
No, because here's the thing. He wasn't even a student there. He wasn't a student, he wasn't a ninja. He showed up during like the final exam and just fucking slaughtered them all and like, alright, you win. Yeah. You're our guy.
Yeah, the goal was to kill one of your classmates. He killed like 58 or some random fucking number like that. It's not even a ninja. Like, the dude was insane. He's menacing 100% because of that, like the aura, the moves he has, like, dude, people are terrified of this guy. He was a fucking mob leader, essentially, is like what he was, like there's no place you can put this guy other than that. And especially when his teeth come out, he has this fucking like 300-pound sword. Like,
yeah. All right.
I love this, man.
I noticed.
Yep.
As death.
Bro, I could talk for hours about Zabuza, brother. That's another Yujiro.
All right.
As death.
As death is interesting.
I wonder if Ice is here, Inferno. Ice will go on about this one.
I love As Death. First off, okay, look. I'll tell you my experience that Akame got killed, because I'm guessing you've seen it, yes?
Yes, I have 100% seen it multiple times.
Okay, sweet. So, when I first watched it, I thought it was going to be a generic thing of, like, well, we have MC who's kind of boring, and we have kind of goth girl, and they're going to end up together, and this is the villain. It was not that at all. It very much, it subverted my expectations, and not just in an arbitrary way, but in a quality way. They decided to actually give a lot of redeeming qualities to Esdeath. The fact that she believes in her system, even if it negatively affects her. So, like, it's about the strong survive. Oh, Akame beats her, the strong survive, I can accept this. Her dad dies, the strong survive, I can accept this. That's interesting. I like someone who keeps to their code. That's good. That's a good quality. Okay? So, there's that. The fact that we have a redeeming quality in her, in that majority of her money isn't even hers. Majority of her money, she sends to her troops. Okay? They deserve it, and it's a good way to keep them loyal. It's not like that cheap villain thing of, I mistreat my troops. No, like, she's a good person to work under, actually. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
She cares a lot for her subordinates. She shows interest and care for her subordinates, not just in their powers, but also in the fact that, like, their well-being. She comforts them emotionally. Like, that's a strong character. If we're going ranking them as a character, she is like A tier character. Maybe not S tier because she's still kind of pedo, if we're really being honest. But like,
Yeah.
but that's just because anime, for some reason, is insistent on the main characters being minors. If the main character was like an adult, I think honestly it would have helped the show a lot more. But if we're ranking quality of character, S tier. If she's not a pedophile, considering we have to acknowledge that it is a minor, A tier. As a villain, the aura that she has of you can't beat Esdeath. You can't beat Esdeath. Significant. Her power, cool, strong. The way that she uses it, power, cool, strong. Her hacks, cool, strong. The fact that she's beaten despite her hacks because of some plot armor, like, oh, she froze time and an after image is what she sees. If you freeze time, you're not seeing an after image. That's not how that works. But that's a whole other conversation. The fact that she really did love the main character.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too. But Akame also just has one of the the most OP weapon.
It's a perfect counter to Esdeath. It's a perfect counter to Esdeath. Because I would say it's not even OP, but it's a perfect counter. Because if you think about like how useless she was when fighting the Emperor, useless. She did literally nothing. Anyone with like good strong armor, kind of useless. But someone like Esdeath, who believes in her strength first and foremost, with no exception, it's a good strong counter.
Oh yeah, the one-shot kill is crazy.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's like the depth of a paper cut, you're dead. Wrong. And not to mention how many people she killed. We have a total of 10 heroes throughout the whole show. 8 of them die. 8. 80% kill rate of our main cast. Who has that? Who on this list has an 80% kill rate of our main cast? None.
Yeah. The crazy thing too is Esdeath didn't keep fighting. Esdeath could have kept fighting, could have possibly made it a mutual death, but just gave up.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot here that's very, very strong as a character.
We're talking design as well, absolute peak. Very intimidating presence. Like
the Nazi imagery is always going to be a very good, strong base for villain design. And I like that she honestly has a lot of soft qualities. They make her a person. They don't make her just like villain, sake of villain. No, they make her a person who is a villain. The fact that she also likes torture, I think we put her in menacing.
I'll agree with menacing. I don't think there's enough there to... She's 100% at least menacing. I don't think there's enough there to put her in GOAT, obviously. It's especially being a shorter show.
Yeah.
But no, like, undoubtedly at least menacing. I like the fact that they touch on many little things, though. Like, they touch briefly on the, that she pays her subordinates really well. And
any
like,
bonuses she gets
make her an actual character.
Yeah. Any bonuses she gets, she's like, just send it to my troops, it's fine. Like, that's great. And they don't really... Here's a quality of the show that I really like. They don't linger on that, where they're just like, oh my god, you want to give this to your troops? Blah, blah, and they just spend 5 minutes talking about how nice she is. They don't do that. They just say, send it to my troops. It's good to have them loyal. They deserve it. And then they move on. So we can infer all of these things about her. That's better.
Yeah, people don't look deep enough into it. They see Esdeath and they just like automatically just picture it's a gooner fucking thing.
I get it, but it doesn't deserve that title the way that it has it.
Dude, most of it, like, there is gooner shit, don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, but it doesn't have the title the way that it has there.
Yeah, it ain't Gooner based, man. That shit hurts your soul.
Alright. What's this guy's name? Show?
Accelerator. Show is the last one.
Alright, so Show. I've not seen it, so you have to talk about him.
No, show is the last one.
Oh, okay, so Shu? Then who's this? Accelerator. Is his name Accelerator?
Accelerator, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's his name.
Okay.
Yeah, the show is a certain magical index or
Okay, so you have to talk about him too.
Railgun or some shit like that. I'll be real, I don't know the most about this boy.
Then why'd you ask for him?
Because, brother, one, I asked if you know him, I'm not sure, but he's fine to be in here, because, dude, regardless, he's menacing. I'm putting him right there right now, brother. You don't need to know all that much about this boy to know. So, this dude has some of the craziest fucking, like, fight scenes. He's so fucking overpowered, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he's absolutely insane. He looks at everybody, because they're so much weaker than him, as literally just, like, insects, bro. Like, just little pests kind of thing. Like, he respects them not at all because they're weak kind of situation. And then at one point, he's too strong, so they have to nerf him, and they literally cripple him. They make him not be able to walk. They make him have to walk on crutches to walk. His legs completely dicked. And I think they took away like 50% of his power or something like that, 60, something high. And so they see him and they're like, "Oh my god, it's Accelerator! Holy fuck, we gotta run!" And then they're like, it's like a group of them too, and they're so they go, "Oh wait, never mind. He's crippled and he lost half his power, more than half his power, whatever." And they're like, "Oh well, we're good. Let's beat his ass." And he literally looks at them. He's like, "Just because I lost half my power, don't put me with you guys. Don't lump me in with you guys. You guys are fucking weak, fucking piss ass bitches." And he just turns the fuck up on him. He's like, "Dog, I could have 10% of my power and beat the living piss out of all of you." And he does extremely much. He explodes like the entire fucking block.
How's it going,
And he does
Hollow?
it while being like
Welcome
psychotic. What's up, Hollow? He is undoubtedly. That's why I wanted to add him in here, because this motherfucker's menacing as fuck.
Alright.
I'm telling you, I'll send you a clip after, brother.
Alright, yeah, I'm having to let you rank him just because I don't know him. Alright.
Who?
Alucard. Alucard now.
Alucard or Accelerator?
Accelerator. I was talking about
Accelerator.
Alright, Alucard. Do
Brother,
we go
goat,
not a
I don't
villain?
want to hear it.
No, do we go not a villain?
See, this is actually earlier. Okay, when you were speaking about this, when you were speaking on Lelouch, right?
Yep.
You were saying there's either not a villain or goat. I'm in the same path with Alucard, but here's the thing, right? You could argue he's not a villain because he's killing other vampires, but he's not doing that that's not his goal. He doesn't give a shit. He's just doing what Integra says. You know what I mean? As an actual character, he's a fucking menace, brother. He kills anybody, whatever. He doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to fight whoever's strong.
He's a villain under the control of a heroic character.
Yeah, so he's. I was thinking about that when you were talking about Lelouch, because I didn't know about Lelouch and I thought the same shit. But like, I was like, yeah, that's true. But that, dude, if Integra, wasn't his master, if Integra wasn't saying, go kill these vampires, he wouldn't be giving a fuck. He'd be fighting whoever was strong. So he'd probably be fighting some of these guys anyways, but not for any good reason. Integra's doing it for a good reason. Alucard does not care. He just wants to fight what's strong.
Okay.
And
wait.
I don't think that makes him a good character.
Okay, Hollow. We're not like ranking these. So these are categorizations, not like strict rankings. So sometimes not a villain, that doesn't mean that they're a worse character than someone in menacing. Right? It's just categorization rather than ranking. And even within tiers, we're not really ranking, with some very few exceptions. So Marderov and Meruem are like low tier goat. But like Griffith and Frieza are the highest tier goat, but we've not ranked anyone else in that tier. Same thing with menacing, like we put Yujiro Hanma and Kid Buu at the highest tier of menacing. We've ranked, I think, nobody else in any of these other tiers besides those 4 characters.
Yeah, just like the main ones, like the big hitters.
I thought you were ranking power. No. It's more like villain discussion. Like, are these people villains? Well, how's the writing for their character? How's the writing for the show? Like, what are they in terms of meta? What power does matter? Power in relation to where the show is. So say, for example, Zabuza is a high-tier villain, despite him being a first villain and getting outscaled by a metric fuckton, right? Because of what he represents in the show and how strong he is. All that part of the show and who he's going against, where they are, that's sort of like how the ranking goes.
Yeah. So it's the character as a whole, not just the power.
Yeah.
It's how good they are, how much impact they make in the show.
And also, are they actually a threat to our heroes? So, like, Cell is obviously a threat to our heroes. Goku could not beat him. He just could not. So that's a high tier fucking threat. So that matters. Like, Zabuza is absolutely a threat to our heroes. He beat Kakashi, and Kakashi was the most formidable person on that mission.
Arguably one of the most formidable at the time period.
Yep, yep. Like, not a top 10, but a high tier formidable person in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a top tier Jonin for sure.
So, Alucard, I could agree, but here's the thing: he doesn't. He also doesn't exactly have the greatest depth of character.
Well, see, but that's also because of the trope that it is, that it's master servant situation. Before that, he actually does, because he was Dracula. Like, if we're talking about the entirety of everything, picture the entire story of Vlad the Impaler. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's his whole backstory until he gets beat by Integra's grandfather or father, whatever it fucking was. And then he becomes this. So it's like these are two different portions of his life. And at some point, he does revert back to being Dracula and whatnot. So, like, some of the story is unspoken, of course, but there is a lot of backstory behind Alucard. And then
a lot of that
point,
backstory isn't. I think it feels hard to give the credit to the show because a lot of that backstory is related to our real world rather than actually in the show in itself. You know? So it feels hard to go, well, we have this high tier quality story because look how real it is because it's actually real. Oh, do we have this in the show? No, they reference our real world. It's like, I don't know, man. That feels a little bit loose as something to give credit to.
I mean, on top of that, there is the stuff of, like, you know, him meeting Integra for the first time.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Integra for the first time, I'm saying, to begin with. There is the whole Ceres Victoria arc as well, but then there's the stuff between him and Anderson. But slow my fucking roll for a second. Yeah, so there's like the first time, like, let's just, for the sake of it, you know what the story is before he meets Integra. He was fucking Dracula, whatever. We meet Integra. Alucard has such respect for the human that was actually able to defeat him that he is now, you know, in service to his granddaughter, daughter, whatever the fuck it was. And then we start from there. And then it's this good old mutual thing of Alucard just wanting to fight and kill, and Integra keeping him in check. Like, it is a nice dynamic. Then Ceres Victoria obviously comes in there, giving, you know, depth to the character more, whether it be just experimenting or seeing what the fuck happens. But but the interactions between, like, him and Anderson are, you know, pack a punch for sure. Like, like, him as a character, he's not a flat character by any means. Even when he's
I would definitely would not say he's flat. I would say though he doesn't have like the depth of character of like a Pain, of a Madara, of like a Cell. Cell is a very interesting character. I wouldn't say he doesn't have the depth of character as a Griffith.
Yeah. Here's the thing though, how much do we count power as well though? Because he's stronger than Pain, for sure.
So I think the power has to be relative, right? So because if we're heavily ranking power, well then it's gonna be like, oh, we have Dragon Ball here, we have like fucking Tsukasa down here. That would be really lame. I mean, so I think it has to be relative. Like, for Frieza is this strong relative to what our heroes were, right? Cell is this strong relative to where our heroes are. That sort of a thing. Like, Gaara is that strong relative to who he was up against. Because, again, otherwise Zabuza would be ranked quite low down, and that wouldn't be fair to Zabuza. Gaara himself would be ranked quite low down, that wouldn't be fair to Gaara either. Because if we're just going pure strength, then it'd be kind of ridiculous.
Compared to everyone Alucard fights, he's a absolute fucking demon. Like, the difference is, like... The difference besides Anderson, but also Alucard half the time is just playing with Anderson, is like, you know, Frieza to like the old Z fighters more than that even.
Yeah.
Like, the power differential is too insane. It's literally Madara versus the random shinobi of the army.
Except for the fact that he did lose in the end because he was outplayed.
Yeah. But we can say that about, you know...
A lot of them, yeah. But he was... So with Madara was, like, bullshit written out, whereas Alucard was intently written out, and it was actually quite clever.
He was very smart, very smart.
I think I want to go menacing. Like,
if he's menacing, he's more than Yujiro for sure.
So I would think less than Yujiro, not because he's less of a menace, but because throughout what we see of the show, he is less of a menace and he just does less menacing things. If we're going the whole character and everything they've done, then absolutely more. But in terms of like keeping it to actions of the show, I think it would have to be less. But I think menace is fair.
Because he is held back by Integra.
Yeah.
The thing too is that, brother, he has millions of souls inside of his body.
But this is why I'm saying it's not like a ranking rather than it is categorization. Because I think quality of character is strong. I think his quality of character is very strong. I just don't think he's... I think if we're going a GOAT villain, it has more depth of character, more layers. And maybe not just more layers, but what do they embody? And because he's kind of held back by Integra, what he embodies is a little bit confused, which, while intentional, is not a knock on the quality of the show or the writing of the character. It does also then mean that he doesn't embody villainy. Does that seem fair?
Yeah. Tell you what, I'll throw him in top of menacing type dealio around there.
That's fair.
Certainly he's top 2 at menacing bare minimum.
Top
3 is maybe with Boo.
I was about to say, you reckon he's more menacing than Boo?
I honestly think the 3 of them are fairly interchangeable depending on the circumstance.
Well, we have to...
I feel like they can all kind of match up to each other in a way.
We do have to kind of consider how menacing they are for their respective worlds, because if we're going to go not respective worlds, well, that Yujiro does not matter. He'd be one of the less menacing people in this entire fucking tier. So it has to be respective to the show.
Well, that's the thing too. Everyone knows who Yujiro is, right? The difference is, like, nobody knows Alucard because they keep him hidden. But then as soon as people figure out what he is, they are like gonna die out of fear, kind of essentially, right? It's like as soon as they realize the true scope of what Alucard is, it's fucking, they're sprinting for their lives, kind of thing.
All right, moves on. I've not watched this episode. We have to rank Michael Jackson now. I've not ranked the season that he's in.
Me either. I mean, as a villain, like, you know what his plot is, regardless, right? Like,
nope.
I don't either, to be honest with you. I mean, more along the lines of, like, you know, he's turning motherfuckers into demons, and I'm assuming trying to take over the fucking world or some bullshit, right?
They're pretty generic, yo.
Yeah, but...
So it has to be that if it's generic, which is fine. Generic is not necessarily bad. If it's generic, it has to be held by the quality of writing, and we're talking Demon Slayer writing.
Yeah, like...
I'm thinking
honestly,
competent.
Like,
I think because I've seen some stuff at the end with him. I think Formidable might be like, I'm trying not to toss spoilers out there, but like him legitimately being involved himself at the end.
I don't care if you
Is
spoil Demon Slayer
pretty
for me.
insane.
I do not give a shit to watch it.
It's more or less just him fighting and stuff. He's very serious. He's very strong. He's a fucking pretty formidable guy. You know what I'm saying? Like in that verse.
Formidable in terms of power, but in terms of like
Yeah.
quality of character, I feel like he's probably not, because it's Demon
They
Slayer
don't touch
level
on it
writing.
much. Yeah, well, they don't touch on it much anyways. He's always in the back. We're focused on like the upper moons for like the entire time and shit like that.
You know what? If I could put Stain in Formidable, I can put Muzan there, I guess.
I think he has this big long plan. It's working pretty well. He's very strong himself. I think it's a fair place. I don't see him as like, you know, formidable as like Alucard, Kid Buu, fucking Yujiro,
Yeah.
etc. But
Alright.
definitely not like the worst character.
The last character.
Oh, and the last one is Sho.
I don't know who this is.
So it's Fire Force.
Oh.
What does that sound? Fire Force is absolute peak, brother.
It's absolutely fucking disappointing.
I love Fire Force, man.
You would, you fucking
And,
gooner.
Dog, I love it for Shinra, the main character. I don't even.
You love
honestly,
it for fucking
funny enough,
Tamaki. Don't lie to me.
you want to know what's funny? Actually, I play Gooner games and shit, brother. I don't give a fuck. But you know what I mean? Like with that show specifically, I actually really do like the characters. I like Arthur. I like Shinra is one of my favorite characters, which is obviously the main character.
Yeah, it has a real nice. It has a real nice pair of characters.
Yeah.
A real nice pair of
Tamaki,
characters, scantily clad.
Yeah, Tamaki, I don't even really care about all that much, brother. Also, Benny Maru is insane. Like they just have really good characters. I love the fucking world. I love the fucking show itself. Sho is Shinra's brother.
Okay.
And is absolutely fucking cracked. So the motherfucker can literally stop time. Like he has a power. It says a Dola link. And Shinra does start to awaken his own, and by the end of Fire Force and stuff, when all is said and done, is absolutely fucking buck wild. Like Shinra becomes
Okay.
literally.
So here's my thing, is that power system and power ranking does matter.
Yeah.
I'm very strongly doubt character motivation and quality of character writing is going to bring him into a high tier or a high ranking. Because I've watched a decent chunk of Fire Force, right?
Have you?
Not like an immense amount, but I watched a solid chunk. The writing was trash. It was full of potential that was not executed. It was maybe less potential than Maha, but it was probably more realized than Maha. I would say it's more realized than Maha. That feels fair. Maha, I just say, is shorthand for My Hero.
Yeah.
I think it's more realized than My Hero, for sure. But I think they have a lot of failings as a show. And so, if we're talking character quality and of writing, character motivations, and the quality around all of that, I very strongly doubt that while there is a lot of potential and maybe even a really cool power system around him, I doubt the quality of writing is going to push him really highly.
So, I'll tell you the brief synopsis of Sho's life to where he is now, okay? So, Sho and Shinra also, they're brothers.
Hello there.
And so, you know how motherfucking infernals burst out of motherfuckers, and that's the whole premise. So their house got burnt down when they were younger.
I remember.
And I think it was Shinra's mom. It's been a long time since I've seen the very beginning, so I don't remember this exact thing. But I think it's Shinra's mom and Sho's mom burst into flames, did that whole thing, burnt down the house, and then when the firefighters got there, they rescued Shinra, but Sho was nowhere to be found. And so Shinra thought that, he was told that he probably burned to death or whatever, and the mom was dead because of that. So he was on his own, and because he had these like powers, everyone looked at him crazy. And that Sho ended up actually getting kidnapped by essentially the cult. I don't know if you made it that far.
I think so.
Yeah, so Sho got kidnapped by the cult.
Well, I got not much past where that head of the other brigade chick was starting to step on her subordinates, and I was just like,
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Bye.
yeah, Sho got kidnapped by that cult because he had the power that he has, and they knew it, and they were, gonna use that. Pretty much so the whole time he was like brainwashed, thinking his brother was dead as well, and that everybody's fucking sucks. We need to kill people, do this, we're bad people. And then when Shinra finally came face to face with him or whatever, I think he didn't even think it was his brother, but he has the ability of, again, being able to completely stop time. And I forget what it is. It's like he's blessed or some shit. Like he has some like extraordinarily rare fucking like religious type gift type shit. But so like it in the show it explains it a lot better, and it goes by it a lot better, and it builds him up as a character that you actually like, you can see how he got to this point, that him and his brother together starts forming a different dynamic or whatever. He starts faltering a bit, but he's still kind of locked in where he is. And then he's absurdly powerful on top of that. Like, without actually watching the show, you're not going to get the grip of it the same. So, like, it's going to be an odd one to rank. Power-wise, he's very, very high. Story-wise, honestly, pretty good.
For what he could represent for the main hero, right? For what he can represent for Shinra, considering they're brothers, like, that's fair as to what it can represent. I think execution matters a lot. They've shown nothing to me that suggests that execution's going to be great.
I am probably a little biased on it.
You're definitely going to be biased.
Yeah.
It's hard not to be when it's something that we really enjoy, though.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I will say though, it's not as bad as you think. I know it's probably better than I think, like worse than I think. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's better than you think.
Potentially.
As a character, he is actually fairly quite menacing, but in like the weird, like silent, kind of terrifying way. Because again, he has the whole thing of like accelerator. He looks at people as like beneath him, and he's like so fucking strong that he doesn't care about human life, this, that, the other. He'll just kill anyone in front of him. So he's an unsettling kind of powerful kind of guy. I'd say at least formidable. He's too strong, and he does have a good backstory. The fucking scenes and everything he's in are top tier. His relationship with his brother being the main character, and both of them have a special Adola link. There's too much behind him as a character, and he's too strong to go below formidable.
I think that if we're going quality of villain, I feel like if I was to watch the whole thing, I would probably go competent. I don't know. I've not seen it, so my saying, well, I feel like I would go competent, so I'm going competent. I feel like that would be cheating, and that wouldn't be fair. That would not be fair. I feel like just based on what I know from what you've said, and based on what I've seen from the show, I feel like they couldn't do it proper justice to have him earn a strong spot. So honestly, I could even be argued to be like, I feel like I could go subpar, but again, that would not be fair, because while the power system might work, I very strongly rely on writing, but I'm not ranking this because it's not someone that I've seen or know. That would, again, that's not fair. I can't do that. I feel like this is just an expectation of what I would watch.
If we have Muzan in Formidable, I can't see Sho going lower, having experienced both characters.
I'm doing Muzan in Formidable because of what I understand of you from what you're ranking. I will say, it feels weird to say in the same tier of villain, we have Schneisel, Azula, All for One, Pegasus, and then we have characters like Muzan and Stain. That feels weird because there's a real significant gap of quality, but this is why it's not a ranking of how good they are as a villain, but what kind of villain they are. Like, they are competent, they are formidable. Are they as well written as, like, Pegasus or Akasha? No. They're not. They're just as competently written as a Schneisel or an Azula. But, like, I'm sure Stain is very, very strong and he's very formidable for what he represents in the story. Did the heroes? I think that's fair.
Yeah. See, it's like slightly. It's such a tough one with him because, like, because he's very important to the story. He's very important to the like main character, obviously, in like such a major way. But they haven't touched on it like as much. They have touched on it pretty well. I'm not gonna lie, but they have not touched on certain things that I wish they would or get into it a little bit more. Which is funny because there's a character called the Joker in Fire Force. I think you know that one.
Yeah, I know Joker, yeah.
I think he's actually written very well. Like, he does have a backstory. He has relations to other people that, you know, came from his past that are relevant in the story as well. His character as well is very unique. He has his own gimmick, everything, and
I think
fits in the story very well.
If we're going pure writing quality, then we have to go only in like subpar and trash. I think those are the only ones where we go pure writing quality and not necessarily quality of what they represent to the show. But if we're going just like character as a whole, because I'm not saying that he deserves subpar or trash. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if we're talking about, because I was saying there's a big quality difference between like Pegasus and All for One, or like Azula and fucking Stain. There's a big quality difference. The same thing with Schneisel and Stain. There's a big quality difference there. If we're just measuring quality of writing, that would be an entirely different list. Entirely different list. Because then Lelouch is up there in S tier for sure. For fucking sure he is. Right? And then we would have other characters who would be way lower in terms of writing quality. For example, we could have fucking Obito. Obito is nowhere near as high as Lelouch for writing quality. And Stain is for sure not fucking a tier gap from Lelouch. Okay? That is not even fucking close. Toji is not one tier below Lelouch. But we're not doing that. So, if we're going writing quality as a factor, which I think it has to be, what they represent to our heroes, which it has to be, where they are in the meta of their own show, which we have to rank, then I can understand formidable. Because I've not seen enough to say, no, he deserves this instead. I've not seen that.
Formidable we will take.
Alright. Nina, any disagreements? There are some that have some asterisks. So, when I say an asterisk, it's like Garo, only the first arc where he's a villain. Everything else is not considered him as a villain. That is not included in the ranking. Otherwise, Garo would just be not a villain. Right?
Yeah, and now we talk about Yujiro number 2. Brother, it's crazy because Yujiro's dad looks exactly like Yujiro, and he's come around for like at least one episode.
So it's Yujiro and Yuichiro, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, so
fucking Pops comes around when he's near Baki as a ghost or some shit. I don't know how the fuck that happens. I haven't watched Baki, but fucking
I'm pretty sure his dad is even stronger than him, by the way.
Yeah.
I think Yuichiro is stronger than Yujiro.
Yeah, well, Yujiro was like shook when he saw him, man.
Yeah, you know what's really funny is that
What's that?
Solo Leveling has 2 seasons and is purely about beating these evil beings. I could not tell you a single one of them's name.
That's so funny. See, dude,
Name one
I
character
don't care.
that isn't Sung Jin Woo. Name one character.
Beru.
Who's that?
He's the ant.
Is it?
And you want to know?
Oh, right.
You want to know something funny?
Yeah.
Real quick, because we're done that, I'm gonna switch to my phone real quick so I can enjoy a nice healthy cigarette.
Okay, so I don't care anything about Solo Leveling, right?
Yep.
Like, let's get that. It's one of those shows where it's like, the premise is cool, some of the animations can be sick or whatever, but it never gripped me. There's nothing about it that I'm like, ooh, sick. Except Beru, whatever the fuck his name is. I love that little ant fucker, man.
Doesn't he have wings or something? So would he be an ant?
Yeah, some ants have wings.
Yeah, but they usually shed their wings after they've mated, right?
Yeah, something like that. I'm not too sure. It's an anime design choice. That's strictly what it is, just to probably be able to make him fly and make him look a little more intimidating or something. But I do like him as a character. Mostly, I think it's biased because of Hunter X, because of the Chimera Ant arc. Was essentially it's a rip off of that. It was
Dude, he's a rip off of Cell.
That too. I think it was literally like they fed the queen a bunch of fucking food and shit to make the king, which is Beru, come out really strong. Which is exactly Chimera Ant, which is Chimera Ant arc Hunter x Hunter to the dot. And it was the same thing. He came out extremely strong, except there was no, like, Jinwoo was just too strong. Like, Hunter didn't have that same level to match it. Also, Meruem's just, I think, stronger than Beru is.
What's crazy is that I've watched both seasons of Solo Leveling, right? And it's a new anime, so I watched it quite recently. And yet, I could tell you more about what Dio does, and I watched that like 7 years ago. I could tell you more about Dio and what he does than the show that just came out that I watched all of.
Really good ones.
That's really funny.
Say that again. My brother just walked by. Say that last part one more time.
Is that I watched JoJo, like season 1 of JoJo, maybe one or maybe I was about to say 1 or 2 years into my relationship, but you don't know how long that is. So about 7 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, I watched season 1 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And I could recite to you more about Dio and what he does and him as a character than I can. So anything in Solo Leveling, which is a new show that I've watched all of.
Yeah.
That's sad.
I can say the same. Because my old roommate watched all of it, like, beside me, and I, like, tuned into it, fairly frequently. Like, I was watching a lot of it because, like, I had nothing else to do, why not? And yeah, the only character I can remember is Beru, and it's literally because it's an exact ripoff of Meruem to the dot, like, essentially. And I did like that. I did like his, like, fight scenes and shit. I thought he was cool. But that's it. I remember him as a cool design, and that's it. Like,
I can tell you more about what happens in Tokyo Ghoul, which I watched over 10 years ago, than I can anything in Solo Leveling, which I just watched. The show is a visual show, not a brain show. It is a show that is supposed to be appealing visually, rather than something that's like an in-depth thing with a lot of like very interesting characters, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you're self-aware of that, which seemingly it is, but that also does mean it's going to hinder your quality, right?
Yeah, character design, animation, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's
phenomenal.
Cool, don't get me wrong.
Phenomenal.
I like it, but no way in hell did I think it was getting anime of the year.
It definitely
Like,
doesn't deserve
people,
it. It deserved last
people
spot.
jumped on that train too hard. People jumped on that train too hard.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. Like, people were talking all this crazy stuff about it, right? And I saw it, and like, I don't know. It just didn't grip me. Like, again, the fight scenes are cool and all that, but nothing about it grips you. Like, it's bare bones fighting anime.
Yeah. I like solo leveling a lot, DBH. That's honestly very fair. That's very fair. But if we're talking, but this is why I say like what someone likes and quality of show is separate, right? So, for example, if we're talking about the quality of shows, it'll be like execution of writing, interesting power system, character writing, right? All of these things matter. It's not just about which one looks cool. So, for example, um, I could, but how you feel about it is different. So the best example of that for me is the Star Wars prequels. The Star Wars prequels are not great movies. I love them so goddamn much. They are my favorite movies from that series by far, but they are not the best ones. I think if we can just say it's not the best one, but this is how I feel about it, we can get further into these conversations.
It's a good anime. I'm not gonna say it's not a good one, but like if we're talking like, hey, if we're talking about like Frieren one, right? That is way more valid to me.
I think Dandadan should have won instead. I think Dandadan's
No, I'm
better
on
than
Frieren 100%.
Dandadan is
I
better than
think
Frieren.
Frieren is about one of the most peak anime, man. That shit,
Nope.
like the way they set everything up, the fucking storytelling, the characters, the ambiance, the everything was just a magical experience.
So,
and that's fine. And that's fine.
I think that it does a lot really well. I don't think it's bad. I think it's high tier. But I think the show is somewhat directionless. So I understand it's someone going through the world and they are going on an adventure and it's more character driven. That is fine. If you have less combat scenes or even no combat scenes, that is fine. And I've watched plenty of shows that have no combat. That's fine too. In fact, it can even be great. It can be phenomenal. It depends entirely on execution. I think the meta of the show is quite directionless. You can have a directionless character and have the show not be directionless. The show in itself feels somewhat directionless.
Yeah, I can see that. Part of me though starts to think it's like I feel like Freeman should have won. Yeah, I agree. But see, the part of the thing is like they
I would
touch
be
on it
okay with
quite a
that.
bit. They touch on it quite a bit that Freeran is, a mage that is an elf and has this crazy extensive lifespan that like she takes everything slowly. Like there's no real direction, anything. She kind of just does things, right? And it touches on it sometimes where Fern is like, wanting her to speed up and shit, and that where we've started speeding up a bit.
I
But
think,
like I don't know,
right, but I think also, while that's fine, I think another problem is Stark. A real shame because he's my favorite character out of the three. They kind of don't know what to do with him a lot of season one because they have him fight the dragon, and for the most part afterwards he's mostly around. Now he does
yeah,
fight
the
the other
one
mage, and
scene
that's
with the
fair,
demon.
that's cool, but then he's kind of around. That I think that's a hindrance because you have a very small cast of characters already as a main cast in three, which is fine. Stark, Fern, Freeman, that's cool. That is small core group. That's solid. The fact that you're struggling to balance three people in a main cast is
I'll give you that one. That one's very valid. You're right, because like in the obviously it's obvious reasons in like the first rate mage fucking trials or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, episodes on episodes of that, and there's obviously no Stark in there because he's not a mage. But like yeah, he is back burner. He's only been up front, like again with the with the dragon and with the demon,
Yep.
that one demon who was fighting like his master.
Mhm.
They do sprinkle a few things in there, like him
Yep.
figuring out what the big Hamburg steak means and that. Like, there's good
Mhm.
backstory to work off of.
Yep.
They haven't touched on it too much. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I think that if it won, I wouldn't be upset. I think Dandadan deserves it more, but if it won, I would not be upset whatsoever. Solo leveling, definitely.
Oh yeah. At least we can agree on that. The other two are quality animes. I'll give you like, you got to admit, at least Free Run is a quality anime.
Oh yeah,
Like,
for sure. I do not dislike Free Run whatsoever. I enjoyed myself watching that show for sure. I enjoyed myself watching that show more than Solo Leveling. Yeah, I think the characters are more balanced and stronger in Dandadan, and I
That's
think because it
valid.
doesn't have like characters that feel, let's say, that they're supposed to be a core character but a backburner, right? Because we know that the main core is Okarun and Momo, but we have Ira as well, but we know she's not as core as them. So the fact that she gets less attention and less energy, that feels okay. Same thing with Gigi. We know he's not as core as those two, so that feels fine. It's not like, it feels like it's those two and Ensemble, right? Whereas Free Run, it feels like it's those three, and then all of a sudden he's backbone, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, the weird thing too is when they brought on the cleric, right? And then he immediately leaves.
Well, I don't mind that so much because, like, you know what? You're traveling for so long, you're gonna find people along the way, and like, yeah, you're gonna do stuff with some people for a short amount of time, and just passes by. Your passes by. That's fine. I don't really have an issue
I do
there.
agree with you with the Stark thing though, like that there is the core and he's left out. I'm assuming coming with like, season 2, season 3, whatever the fuck it is.
I
What are we
hope,
on?
yeah.
Season 2 right now?
Yeah, we're about to start season 2, or we might have already started. I hope it does
I
balance
think
it
it's
better.
started. Yeah, I feel like they might start touching on that more. Maybe like,
Mm-hmm.
one was like more focused on Fern coming into her fucking, whatever the fucking first rate mage or whatever the fuck the title was.
Yeah.
But where are those
Stuff
who
like that. Maybe
share
we
the
touch on
memory?
Stark after that. Maybe we run back into his master, whose name I can't recall off the top of my head right now. But I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. Like there
Yeah.
was one season so far, right? So
Yeah.
but I do like Stark as a character, so
Same. I think that I think there's some people are talking fucking wild too though, because some people are like, oh my god, it's up there with the greatest anime of all time. Shut the fuck up! No, it is not. Shut the fuck up. Does it have the potential to reach that? For sure, it has the potential. It is not there. Shut the fuck up.
So I'll be on the point where like I don't think it's there either, but I think it very well could be at some
It could
point.
be
Like
at some point down the line. Yeah.
like I said, when I watched it the first time, like there's some things when you watch for the first time, it's like a magical kind of experience, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that was one of them for me.
Dude,
For
okay,
sure.
so there's two strong anime that blew me away when I was watching it. Okay? And specifically parts. Okay, and you'll understand when you do watch it. And this is why it pisses me off so much. Actually, you know what? I'll say three. So, early Attack on Titan changed the game for me. Early Attack on Titan changed the game for me. Okay? Hold up. Dude,
Yeah,
I
agree with that.
acknowledge
I did
your
watch
order.
earlier.
The second one is Code Geass. Code Geass is maybe one of the most phenomenal experiences I've had with an anime, especially the ending. It's never been recaptured for me. Nothing in anime has ever captured that feeling again. And it's crazy because, like, by the way, fucking the English dub is phenomenal. It's actually really fucking good.
We love that.
You'll love to see it. Oh wait, sorry. There's 4 moments. There's one moment I did forget. The pain leveling the Hidden Leaf Village. That's another magical experience. Yeah. And the fourth thing where it's just like, oh, is the second half of season 2 Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh.
That was actually fucking stunning for me. execution, everything. Because I will say, it changed. The tone changes entirely. It changes entirely. Jujutsu Kaisen was pretty fucking happy-go-lucky initially. Nope. It changed genres halfway through a season, and then to nail everything that you fucking do is very shocking to me. That changed it because I was just kind of like, oh yeah, going through the motions, and then like fucking jaw hit the floor of like, I nearly abandoned this show 5 times, and this is what I would have missed. Fuck.
Yeah, I know so much stuff that has happened, but I haven't looked into it, and I'm like, Jesus fuck,
You gotta watch.
I gotta catch up 100%.
That's why I'm so amped for season 3, but I'm waiting for the English on it.
Yeah, I try to do the same.
Um,
Like, I'm not against fucking sub, but like, if I don't have to read it at the same time, I can pay more attention to the animation and shit.
Yep, especially if they have a really good English dub, which I would say in Jujutsu Kaisen it has a solid one. I would say the voice actor for Yuji is not great, but we also have some really good voice actors. Like the guy who does Sukuna is really good. The guy who does Gojo is really good too. So it's hit and miss with some of the voices, but we do have some really good ones. Look, if I was to describe the show, I'm not gonna say it's like a goated show. It's not. It's not. But it's a very perfectly enjoyable show that you can have a great time watching. You know? So I think that's fair as an assessment of that show. It's a high recommendation if someone just likes to watch shit and have a fucking great time and then have their top blown off.
No, I agree with that. It's one of those animes that like appeals to a more general populace as well.
Yep, that's true.
It's less specific. Like
it's
what's
if we're ranking top anime of all time, it's not making that fucking list. It's a favorite of mine, but it's not making that fucking list. It's just not.
It's like in the Demon Slayer category of like, you know,
it's better than Demon
like
Slayer,
animes
though.
or people people who don't care about animes will still like it kind of thing.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that.
Like some are way too like specific. Like I imagine even though you love it, Code Geass is probably like on
it's more niche. Yes,
side
it's a lot less general populace for sure. Yeah, 100% it is. Like it's a very popular one with people who are fans of anime. But if you're not an anime fan, Code Geass is probably not for you. That's okay.
You've probably never heard of it.
You might not have. Yeah, you might have seen the character around, but that's probably about it.
Yeah, but everyone knows fucking Demon Slayer and Jujutsu.
And Dragon Ball Z, you know?
Yeah.
Alright, dude, we're at 5.5 hours. I still haven't eaten.
I know, I've seen that. Yeah, me either. Plus, I have UFC fights to watch.
Dude, same.
Are you watching them?
Yeah.
Hey, fuck yeah. Okay, before we set off, so right now it's going to be going into Derek Lewis and someone else, I don't remember who. I'm less concerned about that. On Sean O'Malley, Song Yadong, I'm assuming you have O'Malley. Who do you have on Gaethje, Patty?
I unfortunately have Patty.
Me too. I hate unfortunately him. I think if it stays striking, I think it's Gaethje, but the fact that Patty is significantly bigger for one, and for two, just has the better ground game than Gaethje does.
I think Gaethje is a better striker. I just don't think I think he's a little bit more washed, unfortunately. He's not who he was. If it was like the Justin Gaethje that fought Tony Ferguson, he would run through Patty. I think Patty doesn't have that level of chin. He just doesn't.
He doesn't. Well, here's the thing. Patty's almost been knocked out multiple times, and by people who do not hit remotely as hard as Gaethje does.
Or as remotely as technical.
Oh yeah, Gaethje's strikes are so tight. Like they look sloppy, but you can tell they're thrown fucking proper.
Yeah. But the problem is Patty's younger, he's bigger, he's at this point probably tougher, and because he's younger, he's still growing. So, and also you gotta consider this. I think it was the combined record of the last 3 opponents that Paddy Pimblett beat was 0-8. Cumulatively. So they're really protecting him. Justin Gaethje lost his last fight by knockout.
Yep. Was it? No, I thought he fought.
Oh no, sorry.
Fiziev
He
or
fought. Yeah, he fought
Fiziev.
Fiziev, who was short
Yeah.
notice coming off of what hip surgery or knee surgery.
Yeah.
So like,
Which
before,
actually was like, I was really worried about his chin, but
Yeah.
that fight was pretty crazy.
but that's also short notice. I reckon
yeah.
a fresh and long. Paddy's long. That he's probably going to catch him. He's probably going to catch him a few times, and he's going to go down. Like I think if this is the Paddy Pimblett of a few years ago,
strongest.
No, it used to be because it used to be you could always crack him, but you could never put him down.
Yeah.
But like, because you consider who wobbled him, Michael Johnson can fucking hit. I know he's not like Jeremy Stevens level hitter, but he could always fucking hit. He could crack.
So if we're talking about old, Poirier rocked him and then got the finish. Funny enough, Gaethje did jump up right away, but it doesn't matter. Like if they can get enough damage while you're rocked to get a finish, then like even if you can keep fighting, it's gonna get stopped regardless. But it's also Paddy, bro. Paddy's a heavyweight sitting at normal weight. He cuts so much weight, and then
he's not a heavyweight.
Like,
he just gets really fat between fights.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying though. Like, if he doesn't cut any weight, he probably sits at like, cause how tall is he? Like 5.
I think he's like 5'10".
Yeah, he probably fights. I guarantee he could fight light heavyweight. It wouldn't be a good light heavyweight, but he could fight middleweight. Like, he's got a lot on Gaethje. Gaethje doesn't cut all that much. Like,
So but the thing is, Paddy doesn't just cut; he also loses a lot of fat. So like.
Yeah.
We have the famous picture of when he's like at a baseball game with a really chunky face. So he gains a lot of weight, not just in terms of the cut. If he was at his athletic competitive weight and didn't cut, he's probably not making 170. He's probably going to be forced to fight middleweight. He's bigger, I think, because he's so long. He's gonna jab quite consistently and leg kick consistently and keep Justin Gaethje far. I think he's going to stumble him with a right hand, and then as he's stumbling, it's going to get into a grappling exchange where either he's going to ground and pound Gaethje or submit him. And I'm assuming this may be in the third. I'm calling it third.
I'm going to call it right now that I think a lot of his game plan is going to be grappling. I'll say right off the bat, I think a lot of his game plan is going to be grappling because Gaethje's too dangerous to stand with, especially if we get a Gaethje that's like, again, Tony Ferguson-esque. He's walking him down and striking.
Gaethje's 37 with a lot of miles on the clock, bro. I don't see him being able to perform Tony Ferguson level again. I think he's going to jab him and he's going to stumble him regularly. I think Gaethje's going to get stumbled regularly. And then when he stumbled, because he's so big at that weight, he's going to end up in grappling exchanges because I don't see Paddy just shooting doubles. I don't.
I kind of do, to be real with you, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll definitely talk about it after, regardless. But I mean, that's the thing. Gaethje's striking, even being older and all of that, is much more tight. Like Paddy, don't get me wrong. Like his striking's fine, but his striking is not like Gaethje level striking. I can't say shit. He'd knock the fuck out of me, but like the striking definitely goes on that side. But then there's the size advantage. Paddy doesn't hit light.
Yeah, he has mass and
Paddy
youth.
Yeah, he's much bigger, much younger, fucking has a much better, he's less one-dimensional. Gaethje, funny enough, is like an NCAA champion or some shit.
But only for his defensive wrestling.
Yeah, fucking, I don't know. It's not even worth calling him a wrestler right now, you know what I mean?
How much people you got left? Oh, we're done, Pulu. I remember the video, don't worry.
Yeah, like, it's going to be so iffy, man. If Gaethje gets him, like, Paddy's chin, he's the same thing. Funny enough, they both have that like semi-weak chin where they get wobbled a lot, but they recover quickly.
Yeah.
If Justin can land on him and get the knockout, it's very possible. But if it doesn't go that way and it goes into the later rounds and he starts losing power, then it's going to be all Paddy all day. It's probably going to be all Paddy all day regardless. First round's going to be competitive. Past that point, when Gaethje starts slowing down, it's just going to be a snowball effect.
All right. We're at 5.5 hours. I need to watch this video, and I think we're going to wrap up our collab for today. We'll do it again, obviously, next week.
Yeah, I saved the thing. I'll post it in your shit the same way or whatever.
All right, perfect.
I'll hit you up during the fights, probably.
Probably.
So,
All right.
on that note, I will drop stream as well, but I'll talk to you shortly enough, my brother.
All good, all good. Everyone, drop a follow to Corvian if you're not yet following.
Yeah, do the same to Millie if you're in here.
Yeah, definitely do the same to Millie. I hear he's great.
Yeah, Millie's alright. He's not a bad guy. A little small, but
I hear he's bigger, smarter, sexier, and
yeah,
stronger and a better fighter than Corvian.
Small. Everybody watch the UFC fights and talk about it in the fucking discords.
And remember, never fucking disrespect my goat, Robbie Lawler.
Robbie Lawler's peak. We fuck with Lawler.
Alright. See you, bro.
Peace.
Alright, so it was in the chat, right?
Oh,
wait.
That's a good question.
Yeah. I forgot that we're in the Discord call. See ya, bro. Bye-bye. Alright. Okay, ready? Let's see. Oh, okay, it's a YouTube clip for me. Specifically for Hero, interesting.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Yeah, 3 hours ago, you wanted a medal? I mean, hentai tier list? I wasn't, like, super talking metal, like, when it comes to this. I feel like I've said I'm curious about metal. Saying meta and using Ayaka is hilarious. But I imagine that's because you have enough cons that she has the defense shred. Is that correct?
Whirling snow.
Yeah, thought so.
Strike a pose. Off to the freezer.
God. We're gonna do this less than a minute easy.
Take flight.
Some of the numbers. The funny thing is, it's hilarious because, like, 3K. But we know what she's, like, cracking like. Like, 16K. Which doesn't sound like a lot. But when you consider the amount of numbers, it's quite significant. This is gonna be like 3 seconds.
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol. Step aside. On.
The night cometh. The light will never die.
God. Jesus Christ. Done? Oh, okay. They actually survived enough. But yeah, Jesus Christ. I saw the team and I was like, with what I know, this is gonna eviscerate everything. Man, I should have been finished ages ago. Not sound better than Sucrose? I feel like it depends on the team. It also depends on, like, how you play. Because I imagine, like, so the thing about Yansan versus Sucrose is that Yansan's an attack buffer. Not everyone on that main DPS slot is going to prefer an attack buffer. Whereas if you go, like, Columbina, Inefa, Sucrose, that's a very, very good, strong, generalist team. Oh.
Get to work.
There's no audio.
A dash of frosting. The pinnacle. Whirling snow.
Attack benefits Luna. So does EM though, and so does, like, depending on who you're using as a team. So like if you're using, say for example, obviously you wouldn't, but if you did use Varesa does actually have benefit from a C6 Sucrose, because C6 Sucrose, if she swirls Electro, there is, I think it's like a 20% damage bonus to Electro. You can do that, where that is a strong benefit. Balls. Okay. I'm glad you have fun with that, Requo. Oh right, I just remembered, I don't think I shouted you out. There we go. As much as this stuff gets annihilated on the on the Ayaka side, it gets so much more eviscerated on the Flynn side. It's actually ridiculous.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode. Quick as a flash. Let's
This is like the perfect opponent for this team. Yep. Annihilates half its HP. Dead. Yep. See? Exactly what I'm saying. It's the perfect opponent for that team. Honestly, considering I have most of that, that's going to be pretty strong for my account when it comes to Spiral. That's going to be interesting. God, in 5 minutes to do all floors. Kind of absurd. By the way, you're doing skill burst. You're doing skill burst. Then your 6 NA. I thought you would do burst skill 6 NA. Isn't that what you do typically? Because I remember you telling me that. I actually invested just for you. Invested in the account in like Columbina.
a burst of flavor. My apologies.
60k. Okay, damn. What a 60k is. Build my characters legitimately. Oh, so you invested by meta building your characters. Damn. I know what that means for you to not have them all on Lava Walker.
Strike a pose. Time to shine. Fulfill our path.
I respect and appreciate it. I respect and appreciate the effort. 148 for a burst activation on the Scoffier. That's quite nice. Alright, let's see. This thing is gonna get annihilated in about 8 seconds.
The long sleep beckons. Observe. Night falls.
A moonlit night.
Can you do it before the 9 seconds end, the 9 minutes ends? Probably not. But let's see. Nah. Oh, it was close.
The night cometh. Close your eyes. Be silent. To dust.
Damn. Still.
To dust.
What was that? 389k?
Close your eyes. Be silent.
64? Yep. 389.
Dust.
389,000. Quite good. Quite good. That'll be interesting to see, because I'm assuming you're going to have me try your Spiral Abyss at some point. Alright, alright. I do need to end, though. I've been on long enough. My throat's killing me. I need to eat. Alright. Honestly, that went great. Not for a bit? Alright. That's fair, that's fair. It went longer than expected, but it did go well. I am hoping that the next stream where we do the next podcast, I hope that's a little bit shorter. That's because I don't think I could do 5.5 hours each time. That probably wouldn't be fair to my girlfriend. So we're probably gonna see what we can do about some of these things. Maybe streamline it a little bit more. I also want to make sure that it's a lot more refined by the time we do a lot of this. So, kept falling asleep. That's fair. I know it's later than usual as well. Alright, so these are the 2 raid messages. As your girlfriend, I was tired. Pretty sure you're not my girlfriend. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend's actually upstairs, but shows what I know about my relationships, I guess. Alright, let's see. Who do I want to raid? I can't think of the last time I raided Critty. I think because he streams so much later than me, so I'm not really able to. You know, so I think that's probably a good way to go. So let's go. Next time we'll show you meta for Luna Crystallize. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting because I've not done the Crystallize stuff yet. Dan Palua is trying to shoot from space, but she missed. Shooting on someone with a girlfriend, though. So I mean, like, it's kind of inevitable. 200k Luna Geo reaction? Interesting. It's kind of interesting that, like, despite the power creep that does exist in this game, there's still, like, smaller numbers where we're like, wow, that's a really good number. Right? Because we have, like, oh my god, this person hits 1 million, this person hits 1 million, this person hits 1 million. And we're like, wow, this person does, like, 400k. And you're like, shit, they do 400k? That's so much. So despite the DPS increasing, the overall single hit instance damage hasn't been power crept that much, at least comparatively. That's very interesting to me. But yeah, I need to go, I need to eat. Now I'll see you guys next time. Thank you all for watching. Bye.